Holy guacamole. Holy. Wow. Hello, my lovely little guild. Welcome, welcome. Yippee! Yippee! Gaming day today. Awa, awa. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Hope you're doing amazing. Oh my gosh, I feel like my ears are ringing. Welcome, welcome in. Hope you're doing amazing. These are still kind of soft. The hours are kind of soft. They're kind of soft. Welcome in. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Happy Monday. Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. About to be Tuesday soon, TM. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did you heed the warning? Did you see all the stuff? I didn't make any of it. I put it on my stream and I was like, well, this is a good introduction, isn't it? Heed the warning. This game gets a little crazy. Also, I thought it would be kind of cool to transition into the main menu screen of the game. But I wanted to open it on stream because I wanted you guys to hear the intro music. I don't know. From the beginning. I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool. It's someone's birthday. Let me say hi to you guys real quick. Hello, hello. Hi, Vegeta. Welcome in. Hi, Misha. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Fedister. Welcome in. Hi, Waveborn. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Hi, Baryon. Welcome in. Hi, Beast. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's your birthday. Aw, happy birthday, Beast. Hope you're doing a great... Hope you're having a great day. Hope you had a great day. Today, Monday or today, Tuesday? Today, Monday? Monday, Tuesday? The day. Hi, Jackie. Welcome in. Howdevers soon. Wave, thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh my god. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Welcome back. Hi, welcome in. Hi, Fiend. Hope you're doing well. Hi, Fines. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Hi, Neko. Owa, owa. Hope you have a good eepies. Hello, JRO. Southern. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Hi, Ninja. Hope you're doing well as well. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the head pass today. Welcome in. Hi, Sauron. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Hi, Kazuma. Hope we're all doing well. Hi, Tomoko. It's Tuesday. I see. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Indeed. Should I pin it? Ooh, this. Yeah. I'm gonna pin it. Because I feel like, as the game itself, I feel like... Because Twitch has, like, when you set a game, it's like, okay, some viewers may not be, like, you know... They may not like this content, so we're gonna set you as, like, age appropriate. But I don't think this game... I don't know. So I'm gonna pin it. Yes. I guess I'll add the face. There you go. Be warned! I'm gonna sing happy birthday first for you before we start the game, because I feel like there'll just be too many things going on. So, oh my gosh, Tuesday, so it's like, it's gonna happen. Well, depending on what time zone you're in. Like, it's just starting or something like that. So I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Tuesday and wonderful, wonderful birthday. I like to sing happy birthday to anyone who pops in and is like, it's my birthday today. And I'm like, well, yeah, I want to celebrate. So we're going to sing a little happy birthday. Wow, what a special occasion. Today is all about special occasions because today we're also celebrating us reaching 4.5k. Yeah, yippee! Yippee! So it's a day to celebrate all kinds of things. Yay! Can't have too many celebrations. Yippee! Alright, happy birthday, Beast! And... Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear beast. Happy birthday to you. May you have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Yay! Woo! And I hope to start your day, if it hasn't started yet, I hope you have a wonderful sleepies. And then you wake up, and you're like, oh my god, birthday! And then you like eat something awesome, and then you do something cool, and then at the end of the day, you're like, yeah. How to go to retirement home. What? That might be pretty chill. Alright. I think we're all set up. I hope everything works. Let's start the game. Just to start the game so we can like sit on the main menu screen. Don't mind the Steam thing. There's a line at the top. Oh, I had a window capture it. Because it wasn't working before. Let's fix that. There we go. Hi, Kodama. Also, so this is gonna be, I went through it through my head yesterday or this morning. This is gonna be the fourth time I've seen this game, third time playing it. I first played this game, I'm pretty sure, like, the year it came out. So, you know, whenever it came out, I think 2018. It was pretty ole. That was before, you know, anything, you know, and streamy or anything. I watched someone play it afterwards, like a year or two later, like 2020, 2019 or something like that. It still hit me. I played it again, this time on stream a couple years ago for celebrating 500 guild members, followers on Twitch. And now we're doing it again. We're doing it again. I have no idea if I'm gonna play this again in the future. I don't know. Maybe I could. Well, I don't know. But this is the fourth time I'm looking at this, third time playing. And it's still probably gonna be a doozy. How is you do happening? I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing amazing. I'm happy to share this game with you guys and to play the sequels afterwards, because I think when I played this a couple years ago before, I think the sequel came out, but not the one after it. There's two other games other than this. So, yes, we're going to be playing this today all the way through. The goal is all the way through. So, it's going to be many a time. So it's gonna be a few hours of just Lumi reading. So, you know, don't feel forced to like sit and like watch, because this is a visual novel. I'm gonna be reading. So like, if you want to do anything else, I don't know, go ahead. It might be the best time to do so. Did I miss the first time? I don't know. I didn't actually check when I played this last time. Probably could check real quick. Last time I did play this on stream, audio got a little weird. So if audio does start crackling, let me know. Exactly, story time, basically, yeah. I can't heckin' search. You can't heckin' search on mobile YouTube. Well, 1 to 10, how hard will I cry? I mean, I don't know. It depends. Hello, Chiaki, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hi, Spider. What is up? Hope you're doing amazing. Hi, good girl. Hello, PogChamp. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Starting this game and hearing this again makes me happy. Or Twitch tracker? I know I definitely streamed it before. I know I definitely did. I definitely did. I know I did. 500. Maybe not 500. Yeah, we did two celebrations. Maybe I didn't save the VOD. That'd be really sad. Hi, zombie cat. Well, you might also... Okay, heed the warning as well. Let me go back to it. Heed the warning, heed the warning. Ooh. I guess a little... I guess, you know, this game gets a little serious. This game is split into 2 acts. You know, like play. The first act, generally fine. Towards the end, it gets a little, you know, warning. The second act, in basically its entirety, is really wow. So, I'm gonna show this warning again when we get to it. Just, you know. I'm serious. It gets a little crazy, you know? So, be careful, okay? And like I said, you don't have to sit here the whole time. Of course, this is gonna be on the VOD, you know? And so, I mean, I hope I don't get rid of this one. But yeah. Whew. I'm kind of nervous to read for a very long time. But we're gonna do our best. It gets a little intense. And I'm sure the sequels are also just as intense. I'm kind of nervous. My heart, my chest. Alright, well. We ready? Okay. Absolutely. So if you know, it's also in the our pinned message, so just in case, if you're uncomfortable at all, don't feel, you know, let it alone. You don't feel forced to stay here at all. Hi Annie, welcome in. Hi Spud, hope you're doing well. I have a drink. It might not be water, but you know, I have a drink. We'll probably take, you know, a couple of breaks along the way. I have no idea how long this is gonna be. Before, I thought it took a very long time. The game in itself can be finished in about 3 and something hours, but that's if you're reading in your head, I'm assuming. But if I'm reading aloud, it's gonna be a bit, you know. Hi, Happy Cow! For League ranked win streaked. Amazing. Awesome. I hope this streak keeps going. Waka. Alright. Fallstreak. Let's begin. And hope you have a wonderful sleep, Spud. Oh my god. Hello. Hi, you Metamoy, welcome in. I hope... I'm pretty sure... I don't know, I guess we'll see. I hope no text shows up here because I don't want my tail to be blocking anything. If it does, I'm getting rid of my tail. I'm like gonna sit on it. I'm getting rid of my tail. Okay. Let's read. I'm kind of nervous to read. Oh goodness. Thank you for the 12 months, you man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Holy guacamole. It's been so long. Thank you so much. Gonna be a lot of voice reading. Right, I guess I'll put my mouse over here so you can't see it. Alright. Peering down from the sky above, a golden eye strains to remain open as sleep tugs at his eyelids. I hope my voice is ready and prepared to read. I just gotta pretend it's Deltarune. A solitary house lies draped in its fading warmth, nestled in the land like an egg waiting to hatch. At its side stands a weathered old tree. The swing that hangs from it rests in utter stillness, lacking any wind to stir it. Maybe. Within the house, silence settles softly around the figure of a sleeping young girl, like the downy feathers of a newborn chick. Her eyes flicker and shift as she begins to awaken. The first breath of awakening escapes my lips as the world fades into view like after a dream. A ceiling different from the one that belonged to my bedroom could be seen, dappled in golden light. I see, upon falling asleep, I had returned to this place, a timeless realm that existed somewhere between the waking world and the world of dreams, a place where one never went hungry and the sun never moved from its spot in the sky. Once again, I was back at this place. Though time wasn't an issue in the golden dream, sitting around became unbearable rather quickly. Let's go outside. The vivid golden light of an eternal sunset fills my vision as I exit the house. With no particular destination in mind, I start moving my legs towards the horizon. Eventually, the house behind me shrinks to but a tiny dot in the distance. But even then, green grass is the only thing that stretches out before me. I had done this many times already, so I knew. The golden dream was a wrapping world. No matter what direction you went, if you continued in a straight line, you always ended up back at the house. Isolated and closed off, it wasn't wrong to think of the golden dream as a prison. But if so, the waking world of Sakatrin was just as much of a prison. It's gonna be a hassle to walk a full loop around back to the house. You're here. A presence had appeared at my side during the aimless wandering. Though calling it a presence was a bit of a stretch, seeing as I couldn't see, hear, or touch it. How then did I know it was there? Well, let's just say there's a lot of things that don't make sense in this place. Good evening, Tubby. Tubby, a childish name I had given the immaterial being a long time ago upon noticing it for the first time. Since Tubby didn't exactly have much to work with in terms of characteristics, I had never been able to come up with a better name. Oh well, you like the name Tubby, don't you? Though Tubby appeared at my side during my stays in the Golden Dream every now and then, it was hard to say it offered much as in the form of company. Though there are things I can only do when you're around. Lowering myself to the grass, I start to visualize a bicycle in my head. I try conceptualizing every aspect of the bike that I can, from its metal frame to its air-filled tires. I even go the extra mile and imagine a cute little bell perched on the handlebars. Concentrating deeply, I shut my eyes. With a slow inhale, I bring my contemplation on the image to a peak. Oh. Upon opening my eyes, I find the very bicycle I envisioned standing before me as if it had been there all along. Wow, it came out pretty nice. Let's give it a go. I try mounting the bike. But the poor contraption immediately falls apart under my weight, sending me plummeting to the ground with a heroic faceplant. I turn it down a little bit. Ah, ow! I don't know why, but whenever Tubby is with me, tinkering around with the fabric of this world becomes possible. There are limits to what I can do, though. Anything I try to instantiate possesses completely fidelity to my vision, so complications arise if I don't truly understand what I'm trying to conceive. though I understood the general theory behind how a bike worked, when you get down to the nitty-gritties, it's a complex machine that requires many parts to work together in harmony to perform its function. Oh well, not planning on being a bicycle mechanic when I grow up anyways. Disheartened, I detach the bell from the broken down bike and give it a ring as I resume my journey on foot. But it only creates a dull and pitiful sound like clapping wood before crumbling to dust in my hand. Well, it looks like we can cross building bells off our list of ambitions, dreams, and wow, ambitious dreams. Upon returning to the house, I stop and ponder the motionless swing under the tree. Several hours had probably passed. Not that it really mattered. Before I knew it, the tree was creaking and groaning overhead like a grandpa cajoled into giving a kid a piggyback ride. As I sway through the air, my thoughts stray on a particular avenue. I wonder if God has woes. The nature and veracity of such an existence aside, it was the implication of being all-knowing that interested me. Omniscience, in a way, it could be said I possessed a certain degree of it when it came to the golden dream. Hello. Hi, Vinny. Wait, I think I also missed someone. Hi, Honey Blossom. Welcome in. It's reading time. Welcome. There's nothing that ever happens here without my knowledge after all, because nothing changes in this place unless I dictate or define so. I wonder if it's the same. I wonder if, from God's perspective, the universe doesn't change unless they dictate or define so. If so, I can't think of omniscience as anything more than a curse. If my time in the golden dream has taught me anything, it's that experiencing new events beyond your control is an irreplaceable treasure. There's a beauty in having things happen even when you do not will them to. But looking forward to a hopeful tomorrow full of seemingly endless possibilities is a privilege of the transient and unknowing. For an omniscient being, nothing is random, nothing is unexpected, and nothing is unknown. Tomorrow would only hold the promise of a predetermined eternality. It would be like being trapped in the golden dream forever. Just imagining it feels suffocating. Anyways, your turn, Tubby. Bringing the swing to a halt, I take a seat on the grass and cover my ears. Darkness fills my vision as I shut the everlasting sunset from my eyes. If there's one thing that kept my mind from breaking in this golden purgatory, it was that I had Tubby by my side. Even though Tubby never acts on its own without my input or prompting, the fact that his presence allows me to believe in the will other than my own is my lifeline. When I let go of my ears and open my eyes, I briefly hear the sound of creaking. Looking back, I catch sight of the swing gliding through the air. Ow! I flop gracelessly onto my back as the swing crashes into my forehead. You're such a bully, Tubby. Though everything had transpired according to my design, putting the blame on Tubby instilled so much needed color to the bleak reality. It'd be nice if we could play together. Playing on the swing wasn't as fun when there was no one to push you. I always end up finding myself here, don't I? My cradle and my cage. The Celestial Library. That was the name I had given the sprawling room painted over with stars. Space was distorted in several rooms in the Golden Dream, but it was only here that it felt like the heavens itself were spreading out before you. What should I read today? Books that couldn't be found in the waking world, and books that spoke of the universe beyond Socrates' closed realm. There was nothing in this garden of knowledge I had left unread. But it wasn't like I had anything else to do. Picking out a book at random, I settled down on a comfy alcove on the second floor. Go ahead and read too, Tubby. I shut my eyes for a bit as I addressed Tubby. When I reopened them, an open book can be seen lying on the floor by my side. Now, what do we have here? None of the books in the Celestial Library had an author or title, but all it took was a quick glance at the first sentence for me to discern the book's contents. It's been a long time since I've read this one, or perhaps it hasn't been that long at all. A world of only one. It was a story about such a world. As if reflecting the heart of their sole reader, it was the theme that many of the books in this library shared. Now then, take me away once more. Let me slip and fall between the pages, the lines. If only for a moment, I shall dream. Once upon a time, there was a world that had lost all but one to time. A lone girl who did not know the warmth of others, yet longed for it still. One day, she beheld her reflection in the water and had a thought. If the person on the other side were to come over here, I would no longer be alone. It was a simple and childish wish. Yet the girl poured everything into that wish. Seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, years, decades, centuries, millennium. The girl created many selves as time tick-tocked away. One made of wood, one made of clay, one made of porcelain, and one made of plastic. She crafted those selves without end. Dolls that were her very splitting image, that even moved as she might. Yet it was not enough for the girl. For while the dolls could move, it was only when she manipulated them to do so. A self that had her own thoughts and moved on her own will, the girl labored without end to bring such a self into that world. Into the world. Until at last, she was finally able to fulfill her wish. A beautiful doll created in the girl's own image and dressed in trim of 7 colors. Upon seeing its eyes open for the first time, the girl voiced the first greeting in her life. Hello, dear dreamer. However, the doll could only stare in silence, for it did not know of words. So the girl smiled deeply and widely from the bottom of her heart. For even if the doll did not know of words, it should know of smiles. That's what the girl thought, or rather wished for. You must have so many questions. So let me show you. You're not nil, my all fulfilled. Taking the doll's hands in hers, the girl turned to the water surface where 2 reflections rippled like the turning of Tale's pages, the jostling of an upended bookmark. Myself, monochrome of 7 colors. I am you, you are me. The puppet, the puppeteer no more. I am you, and you are me. Words spoken with a smile, they carried meaning the doll could not grasp. Yet somehow the doll felt it understood. This beautiful world I've always longed to share with someone. Won't you come and play with me? The world had not changed by the doll entering it. Yet to the girl, it felt like the world she has known for time immemorial had been reborn. It was a time the girl had only been able to dream of. She showed the doll many things, teaching it and blessing it with old experiences made new. Laughing, playing, they collected precious treasures together. Memories, dreams, the 2 held them in their hands. Warm little stones plucked from the sky and placed in a bucket of water and sand. Then one day, as they gazed over the sprawling fields of a world that belonged to them, the girl asked the doll a question. Is it fun? A simple and straightforward question, when the doll should have been able to answer. Yet in the end, it could only cock its head. What is fun? I understand, but at the same time, I do not. That's a good enough answer for me. Is it? Yes. The reason you're not sure what fun is because it's all you know. Having never felt its absence, you are unable to fully grasp its presence. Huh. Winter's bite gives form to summer's light. The cold of night makes the sun bold and bright. Strawberry. Ooh, wait, I want strawberry juice now. Oh, I'm thirsty. Oh, I think I get it. The girl's words made the doll wonder about something. Will you show me unfun things as well? Of course. It's important to experience all colors of life. Even sadness isn't necessary sweet pain, because it lets you know what happiness is. Is it not enough just to be happy? Even if one knows the utmost of happiness, it is but a hollow construct in a vacuum of not complemented or contrasted by the other colors of life. Hollow. A coin with only one side is meaningless. Coins only have a definition and value because they have two sides that can be judged relative to each other. You can't flip a coin and call heads or tails when there's only one side, can you? You can't. The girl giggled when the doll nodded in understanding. Though she was playful like this, she was very wise. There was never a moment when the doll was not learning something from her. Listen well, dear dreamer. A monochrome happiness has no value. Pleasant tints, painful shades, and tones that meld the two together, they're all treasures. It is for that reason that you are adorned in 7 colors. Even things that are painful and sad should be wished for. That was what the girl said. But if so, if all colors must be, is there something that must not be? If a canvas graced by all the colors of life is what is sought, is a blank canvas what is not? As if reading the doll's thoughts, the girl shook her head. A canvas that is blank can be simply painted over. No, what must not be allowed is a canvas that is never shared. Something changed about the girl in that moment. Yes, no matter how many canvases teeming with color you paint, if they are not shared, they are never truly complete. A voice that has always been full of brightness and warmth, it was now dyed a cold and distant shade. Did you know, dear dreamer, no matter how much I wish to, I can't create a story? Because a story is a world, and the minimum amount of people required to create a world is 2. Hello, Yuki. Welcome in. Hope you're doing amazing. Welcome to Fallstreak. A writer can pen through books to circle the horizon, but without a reader, a story can never be born of it. Without a reader, a book is nothing but a one-sided coin. Hi, Autumn. No matter how much the author wishes for it, no matter how much they pour their soul into it, a story cannot be realized alone. Bitterness, frustration, sorrow, and despair. It was an expression the girl had never shown the doll before. The image of a stranger and someone familiar overlapped, making the doll afraid to reach out. I'm doing all right. Excited. Oh, so excited for this game. Ow. Hope you're having a wonderful day. But more than anything, it did not want to see the girl make such a face. So it spoke up, giving voice to its deepest desire. If it takes 2 people to create a world, then let me be that second person. let me be your other half. The girl wanted to see the girl's smile again, because without it, it was lost. Please, I don't know what to do, but I want to help you. Won't you let me? But the doll's heartfelt plea, no, was only met with rejection. Words that carried the doll's earnest wish, they fell to the ground unvoiced, unrealized. You can't. You can't create a world with me. Why? Why can't I? Because you do not possess a will of your own. What do you mean? Am I not here? Am I not speaking with you at this very moment? That too is just a lie. The words you speak are not your own. They are but the product of a script. The girl's eyes were alien, foreign. They were the eyes of a stranger the doll did not know. The doll did not understand. The girl who would gaze upon it with warm eyes and caress it with tender hands. Not only coldness dwells within her eyes, a gulf that could not be traversed having opened up between the two. The doll could not bear it. It wanted the girl it held dear to come back. And so it asked of the girl, "Why do you forsake me?" "I do not forsake you." "You do." "No, it is myself who I forsake. Because there is no one else at all. There is no one else in the world but me. I am here. I exist. You are nothing but a doll." The doll could not accept the girl's words, and so compelled by a denial that neared desperation, it lashed out at the girl. This! But something unexpected happened when the doll's hand made contact with the girl. This is... With a clanking sound, it had fallen to the ground. The girl's arm. An arm not of flesh and blood. One second. I had a tickle. There is nothing left for me to hide, is there? Sinking to her knees, the girl cradled the arm lying on the ground. Her hunched figure seemed incredibly small to the doll. Most of my body had already been replaced with doll parts. I am almost as much as doll as you. The girl has spared nothing, not even her own body in her yearning to create another self. It is for that reason that I know. The strings that attach the body and soul are the same as that which control dolls. Dolls like you don't have any will of their own. They are simply being inhabited by mine. Strings that bestow life and movement upon the girl's creations. Those very strings were the girl's chains. The dolls under my control cannot do anything beyond what I dictate. Even when they laugh, cry, and sing, those actions never stop being my own. Even you, dear dreamer, you cannot move unless I command it. You are incapable of disobeying the script I write for you. But most importantly, you are incapable of writing your own script. The doll did not know what to say. It did not know how to feel. Perhaps it was shock. Or perhaps it was because the girl had not yet determined what the doll might feel or say. You understand now, don't you? You can't create a world with me, because I am you and you are me. A spell to break the glass seal. It left the doll's mouth unbidden. Bidden? Bidden? I am all alone in this world. This eternally repeating present. I deceived myself, deluded myself into thinking it was finally over. After so long, my time has finally begun to move. After so long, I'll finally be able to reach the future. That was what I thought. But it was all just a hollow facade. As one, the doll and the girl spoke of cold truth that lay beneath gilded wonderland. Imagined warmth, fabricated color. In the end, I'm nothing but a lonely girl playing with dolls by herself. Something wet and clear began to stream down the girl's face. It was proof she was human, proof she was alive. And as the doll could not do the same, it was proof she was the only one in the world. A world like this, I don't need it anymore. I can't bear it anymore. A world of only one that continued to turn fruitlessly like a broken cog. I'm tired of it. So tired. I just want to rest now. So the last thing I will have you do, dear dreamer, is end this life of mine. At that moment it extended from the doll's arm. A terribly cold denial, an affirmation wrought of steel. The key is already in a silver lock. All that's left to do is turn it. With mechanical steps, the doll marched forward, just as the girl directed, just as her will desired. In the end, I knew exactly what I was doing, didn't I? The reason that I created you was to free me from this unending dream. As if guided by invisible strings, the doll's body moved forth. 1 step, 2, the doll advanced towards the girl, tensing, rotating its arm. Now then, this dream that has gone on for far too long. It's time to wake up. With arms spread wide, the girl welcomed the doll into her chest, embracing it sweetly, tenderly, as the doll's 7 colors turned to one. Red, the colorful canvas. Red, the monochrome canvas. Vibrant, vacant, it became overwhelmed with a singular hue. So dark, so cold. Is this death? It's scary, isn't it, dear dreamer? The doll answered, it did not. A tear running down its porcelain cheek. Red as a rose, it was not clear as like the raindrops that flowed down the girl's face. Alone, that's how I've always been all my life, but at the very least, I didn't want to die that way. With someone at my side, that's how I wanted it to end. Won't you grant that small wish of mine, dear dreamer? It was then that the doll's mouth moved, giving voice to one last gentle lie. I am here, by your side. We shall sleep together. For I am you, and you are me. And so the world of only one became that of none, as the last that remained slipped into eternal repose. When I come to, I find myself lying on a bed. Even before I opened my eyes, though, I knew. Still here, huh? Curling into a loose ball, I find the book I picked out by my side. I run my fingers across the book's nameless binding. Its blank roughness corresponds. A world where nothing is unexpected and everything is defined by you. A universe of only one. I wonder, what if people were to God as dolls were to the girl? Dolls cannot act on their own, and the puppeteer that controls them can never be ignorant of what they do. Because on an intrinsic level, their actions are the puppeteer's. In a similar vein, people can laugh, cry, and sing. But it is their laughter and lamentations the product of their free will? Or is it all simply the dictations of an unseen script? Me. Create an existence other than your own and breathing life into it, loving it with all your heart and giving it your everything. Yet no matter what you do, it will never be able to escape the intrinsic equality of being but an extension of your soul. The despair of knowing your creation can never possess free will or the capacity to grow on its own. It makes you question if you yourself have free will. It makes you question if even God has free will. For if an omniscient entity knows everything, even about its own decisions in the future, does that not forbid free will to that entity? Perhaps free doesn't truly exist. But even then, I think we should believe that it does. What do you think about that, Tubby? Musing to myself, I turned my gaze to the floor next to the bed. The book I had picked out for Tubby in the Celestial Library was laying there, with not a single page turned. What are you, a bumpkin? Don't doze off at the mere sight of a book. At least try to read some of it. When I blink and look again, Tubby's book, which had been on the first page, was suddenly on the last. You freaked me out. You're not fooling anyone into thinking you read all that in the blink of an eye. I'm quite conscious of the fact that everything in this exchange is merely part of the script I imagined, but spirited facades like this were important for keeping my sanity intact. I'm just like the girl in the story, aren't I? Life's most fundamental quality is that it subverts non-existence. Perhaps it could even be said that it was life's most intrinsic purpose to be something rather than nothing. Something, anything that defines nothingness, everything that fills the world with color and movement. It was the most base and pure of impetus. A blank canvas can be painted over, no matter what the means. But even the most beautiful canvases are as null as dust if not shared. I heave a heavy sigh as I rest my head on my book. Being left alone here for so long with nothing but your own thoughts gnaws at you. Since I never got tired here and there was no night, the only thing to dictate when I slept was whim. Entry and exit from the Golden Dream didn't seem to have any rhyme or reason to it. There had been times where I have wakened in the alternative after simply shutting my eyes for a bit. Good evening, Tubby. Mumbling something that wouldn't make sense anywhere else, I begin to doze off. As I'm fading away, for some reason I'm struck with the inexplicable conviction that Tubby would make for an amazing pillow. Tubby pillows for sale, buy one, get one free. No refunds will be issued if for some odd reason your product has no actual physical form. The sound of chirping birds, a song that brings me release so sweet I feel my entire body going slack with relief. As my eyes adjust to the warm sunlight flowing through the window, I let out a breath so deep one would think I had been holding it the entire night. A light breeze rustles the curtains, brushing against my cheek, the way one would tenderly caress someone to ease them from their slumber. It's probably something few others would ever think about, but the air of the world we live in is alive. It's full of movement, weight, and subtle scents. There is a texture that the Golden Dream's ersatz air can never compare to. I'm back. The sights and sensations of the waking world fills me with a maddeningly familiar hunger, like the desire to gorge on the rich stimuli surrounding me. Speaking of eating, something smells good. The appetizing aroma of breakfast being prepared tickled at my nose, prompting me to slip out of the comfort of my bed. After wrapping up my morning dailies, I descend the stairs to the kitchen where a bowl of chicken congee already awaited me. Good morning, Ed. Did you have a restful night? Yes, it was golden. Holding up the OK sign, I blow furiously on a spoonful of the hot rice porridge before guiding it into my mouth. I gave a little yelp as my tongue scorches from the unexpected heat. Careful, it's fresh out of the pot. Papa makes a troubled expression as he watches me squirm around my seat. Hot. Somehow the pain was not unwelcome. This too was one of the tiny treasures of ordinary life after all. You seem to be in high spirits today, Ad. Something happening at school? Papa pushes a glass of water over to me as he prudently wafts his own chow. Once liberated from the kanji's searing heat, I think back to the day before the golden dream. I believe we're having a bridge construction contest today? That'll explain why you were collecting all those materials last night. Will you be able to carry all that to school, though? Seems a bit heavy. Do you doubt my strength? With a swaggering smile, I flex my legendary textbook-toting biceps. Hey, Jagoro. I'm hungry now. Please get Noletta to help you. I promptly finish eating my meal at the expense of my tongue's outer layers. Usually I'm not too fond of Papa's cooking since he's rather conservative with what he makes. But for some reason his homely chow kanji was an exception. After washing up, I retrieve everything I need to go put on my shoes. Papa follows along to the door to see me off as he always does. It's okay if you don't win the contest, you know. Just try to have fun. Reaching down, he rubs the side of my head with the pads of his fingers. It was a familiar and comforting sensation, but somehow it made me feel a little lonely. If I don't win, how will I ever realize my long-standing dream of becoming a master bridge builder? As if to escape that lonesome feeling, something facetious escapes my mouth. That's the first I've ever heard of such a dream. Papa gives a helpless sigh as he withdraws his hand. Take care, Ed. Stay safe. Bye-bye, Papa. See you later. Running out to behold the clear blue sky in the morning was the best way to start the day. But that's not to say I don't love running out to an overcast sky. A rainy sky, a misty sky, a windy sky, a snowy sky, they were all lovely. They were all the best. I find her at the edge of the sprawling green field that makes up our property. A figure so still, they seem to be blending into the very landscape. Good morning, Ed. Her rubescent eyes fixate on me as she greets me with a blank expression. Wrong. Reaching out with both index fingers, I push the corners of her mouth up. Greetings should be done with a smile. Huh? Noletta inclines her head, causing her snow-white hair to tickle my wrists. Good morning, Ed. A giggle escapes me when Noletta tries again with the oddly charming smile I've shaped with my fingers. Good morning, Noletta. I beam a big smile at her to drive my point home. Noletta Rue, a girl shrouded in mystery to the point where even her age was unknown. She was clearly older than me, though, with an appearance that suggested around 14 or 15 if I had to guess. Despite that, she was very innocent, alarmingly so, in fact. One time when we set her on an errand at the bakery, she almost ended up stealing, utterly oblivious to the concept of exchanging currency for goods. That's why I like her so much, though. Her presence has the effect of making even the familiar and routine feel new and fresh, as if you were experiencing the world for the first time again. It's strangely liberating watching Noletta stare in awe at something as simple and mundane as someone kneading dough, for example. The world is full of ordinary treasures that lie unnoticed right before us, only we don't realize it unless it is framed in the eyes of another's innocence. Huh? Even now, Noletta was staring fixedly at the big bag of materials hanging from my back. Do you remember? We're supposed to bring in materials for a bridge construction project today. To build a bridge, you need materials. Noletta makes an expression of wonder, as if the thought had never crossed her mind. I didn't bring materials. That's okay, I've got you covered. I brought enough for both of us. Thanks, Ed. It'll be tasty. Disjointed conversations like this where it feels like you're not really on the same page with Noletta aren't uncommon. But that's just her way of thinking is unique. Because her way of thinking is unique. In this case, when I said brought enough for both of us, she probably immediately made an association with lunch. So food's on her mind right now, huh? A question vermicelli. Friend, got big words hard. Is Bressel already off smelling the flowers? Noletta pauses and stares at me for a moment before nodding. He went cooking with Mr. Dummler. Why am I silly? Wow, perfect score. Well, it may seem odd at first, Noletta's way of thinking is admirably fluid. Yes, something like this should be admired, shouldn't it? I knew you could do it, yeah. Bouncing on my feet, I reach up and reward her with a happy head pat. Though it is slight, my praise draws a smile from her. Playing with Noletta is the best. It's fun going along with her train of thoughts. Anyhow, Bressel was at Noletta's older brother. Both of the Roos siblings were quite unversed in the world for their age. It's something I've wondered about ever since they came to reside on our property around a year ago. Okay, let's meet up with the others. I often think about it though. Noletta's in a lower effective grade than me despite being a fair deal older. It's true that my physical age reflects little due to the time I've spent in the Golden Dream. But if I'm ahead of my time because of the Golden Dream, for what reason should Noletta be behind hers? I study Noletta's expressionless profile quietly as I walk by her side. Noletta! Ad! A voice that conjured the image of an excited puppy bounding up to you, its tail wagging, interrupts my scrutiny. Just when the voice's owner is about to spring on us, though, she suddenly freezes in place with a flustered expression. Oh, I forgot to try out the trendy new surprise greeting that's all the rage nowadays. It's a bit late for that now. Don't look, Noletta, you didn't see me. Huh? Though she clearly doesn't follow, Noletta obediently complies with Larona's instructions. Alright. Romping behind her, Lorona throws her hands over Noletta's eyes. Who is it? It went dark. Guess who is it? Guess who is it? Oh, I don't know. Object permanence is something you develop when you're an infant, Noletta. I'll give you a hint, Noletta. It starts with an L and ends with an A. And you love eating it. Starts with an L, ends with an A, and is yummy? Lasagna? Don't turn me into a pasta casserole. Lasagna. Playing Larona no heed, Noletta takes hold of one of the hands covering her eyes and stuffs it into her mouth. Nom. Don't eat me! It's Larona! Larona, I tell you! Larona flails in panic as Noletta latches on with her teeth. Meet Larona. Though she might strike you as the type of airhead that gets lost tottering after butterflies, she's quite responsible, though not necessarily reliable, individual. Despite being only 15, she's a talented textile artisan that helps support the orphanage she calls home with her earnings. It's a wonderful she has. Don't just stand there narrating, do something, Ad! Any time to sleep between helping care for her children, her craft, and school. If I were to describe her in a short title, it would be Unreliable Moral Compass. Pretty in the beginning, actually. Very beginning vibe. What kind of title is that? Doesn't taste like lasagna. After coming to the conclusion that Lorona was indeed not lasagna, Noletta finally lets go. Trying to eat people is bad, okay, Noletta? Okay. Anyways, good morning, lasagna. What? It's Lorona, not lasagna. You're confusing her, Ad. Good morning, lasagna. I'm having an identity crisis. There. I give lasagna a pat on the noggin as she curls up and cradles her head. If it makes you feel better, you go pretty well with garlic bread. Oh. With a sad sound like air escaping a balloon, lasagna deflates into the ground. Oh, nothing to see here. Though Noletta seems curious about lasagna's newly acquired two-dimensional state, she follows after me as I make to leave the scene. Together, the two of us enjoy a nice, relaxing stroll to school. Don't just leave me behind! Let me know if you think I should move things over. Wow. Or also tell me how the audio is. As the three of us travel alongside the stream that winds towards our destination, we happen upon a dead wayfarer. Come on, Trish. Canoodle the ground some other time. A displeased girl could be seen impatiently tapping her foot beside the corpse in question. It was easy to see why he had succumbed. An absurd amount of project gear was strapped to his back, enough that it practically buried its prone figure. Oh, poor Triss. You shouldn't rush him since he's carrying all your stuff too, Kalia. He's just carrying my usual bag. The rest is junk I told him to leave behind. He always brings a bunch of garbage that we never actually use when we have projects. Jeez. As Lorona begins liberating Triss from his burden, Noletta crouches down to his body and stretches out her hand. Her hand halts as the body in question suddenly stirs and rises to its feet. It's alive. Watch out, Noletta. It's a zombie. Zombie? It's a reanimated corpse that likes eating people's brains. Trying to eat people is bad, Mr. Zombie. Faced with Noletta's inexplicable admonishment, Triss seemed at a loss. Hope you enjoyed your nap. These two were the 11-year-old Lyrit twins, Kalia and Tristan. Though we make an effort to walk to school together, the Lyrits were habitually late, making today a rare occurrence while all five of us were present. As for Triss was carrying Kalia's bag in addition to his own load was simple. Kalia had no arms to speak of below the elbows. Wounds from the fire of collapse that befell 9 years ago, there were many in Sakatrin who bore similar disfigurations. Triss as well had not remained unscathed. The smoke from the prismatic flames of the day had stripped him of his voice, rendering him mute. They were heavy scars, yet they never seemed to weigh down on the Lyric twins. Always on the move, with new things happening in their presence all the time, it made me want to continue watching them to see where they go and where they might take me. Wow, spring's really showing its full colors early this year. Wandering over to a wayside willow, Lorona marvels at the bed of flowers nestled under its eaves. I know. Over here, Noletta. Lorona waves over Noletta after picking several flowers from a particularly bountiful batch. I'm going to teach you something nice, so listen up. Oh. Thank you so much for giving a sub to Chiaki. I appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you. I hope you enjoy your munch, Chiaki. Let me get a sippy real quick. So nice. Taking Noletta's hand in hers, Lorona threads a flower between her fingertips. One way to show people you care about them is to place a flower in her hair, like this. Gently handling Noletta's hand, Lorona guides a flower up and through her carroty locks. Get it? After examining her newly changed appearance for a bit, Noletta nods. If you understand, then show me. Lorona entrusts the rest of the flowers to Noletta with a smile. After gazing at the flowers for a while, Noletta seems to come to some sort of conclusion. Kalia, Triss, I care about you. Oh, you don't have to listen to everything Lorona tells you, you know. In contrast to Kalia's flustered expression, Triss expresses himself with a heartfelt bow, as if he had been graced by an angel. Guess it's my turn next. As Noletta reaches out with the last remaining flower, though, I'm cast with the spell of whimsy. At the last moment, I tilt my head to the side, causing her to miss. Huh? Noletta attempts to place a flower in my hair again, but I pull away once more. You won't let me? Nope. Let me. Undeterred, Noletta tries to put a flower in my hair again. Noletta can be quite stubborn at times, but I just don't feel like letting her have her way. The last remaining flower, Okay, fine. With a shrug, I stop moving and keep still. But just as she's about to thread the stem through my hair, I pluck it out of her hand, reaching up and setting it upon her snow-white tresses instead. Ah! Put a finger to her lips, I stick my tongue out at her. Gotcha! I smile and wink triumphantly. Oh, she looks pretty upset. A pale white flower suits you far more than me anyways. After puzzling over my words for a moment, Noletta nods quietly to herself. I need to find a flower that suits Ad. How sad. It seems there aren't any flowers left around here ready for picking. That delicate flower. I'm going ahead. Wait, Triss still needs help carrying his stuff. But Noletta doesn't seem to hear. Ad, Kalia, could one of you lend us a hand? Exchanging a glance with me, Kalia dangles her empty sleeves with a shrug before skipping off ahead. This calls for immediate evasive action. You got this, big sis, Lorona. Snapping my index finger as I heard, I turn on my heels and bolt. Hey! Don't only pull the big sis card when it's convenient. Upon catching up to Kalia's side, I slow to a stroll. As if in agreement that we had just witnessed nothing, the two of us mosey along in silent solidarity. Although I have to say, it's pretty funny how good of a mood Noletta's simple act has put Kalia in. You know, it's not just Noletta. Bending forward to get a good angle on her face, I gaze into Kalia's eyes. Interesting, I don't think I knew that. I care about you too. What? Shut up, I'm not stupid. You're just trying to tease me again like you always do. You're such a little troll. How dare you? I'm a sweet young girl. Still though, I wonder why this always seems to happen. Up ahead, Noletta was poking through the bushes in search of flowers. Far behind, Lorona and Triss were floundering around under the weight of their cargo. Under the promise of budding trees, we once again failed to travel to school as a proper group of 5. Despite our morning antics, we somehow managed to arrive at school early. Upon entering the one classroom building, an array of empty desks meets us, save for one. Amidst the illuminating light of early morning, she was there. A young woman whose presence held a mysterious allure to it. With immaculate form and perfect posture, she sat unmoving at the far side of the desks. Good morning, Erwina. Hey, Erwina. Hello, Kalia. Angling her head in our direction, Erwina returns our greeting with a vague nod. While I knew Irina was the oldest student at our school, it was difficult to get a good read on her age, with how her eyes were always bandaged over. A flower that suits Ad. I couldn't find one. We made it. Noletta, Lorona, and Tristan as well. As if taking his cue, Triss similarly keels over and kisses the ground. Don't mind him. That's just Triss being a usual drama queen. I see. Something felt different about Irina today. She felt absent-minded, her responses subdued and lacking their usual self-possessed weight. Is something troubling you, Irina? Now that I think about it, wasn't it odd she was sitting back here in this back row desk? Feel free to tell us about it. I love to meddle, you know. You're quite perceptive, aren't you, Ad? With a slight chuckle, Irina traces her fingers across the face of the desk before her. It's true I have something on my mind. As you may know, none of the desks in the back row are currently in use. Everyone occupies some spot in the world in terms of space and resources. However, it is not as though the school is lacking in those. Even though the possibility of filling these vacancies exists, it remains unrealized. Irina's idle hand motions comes to a stop, her voice taking on a mysterious tone. It's a strange feeling, this feeling that where someone could be, there is no one. Where someone could be, there is no one. Irina's words conjure a certain image in my mind's eye. An image of her sitting here lost in thought all alone, thinking perhaps of the absent warmth of someone who would have been here with us today had the cards fallen differently. Sorry, Irina, but there might be less space in the school than you think. If you look at the desks back there, you might find they're all stuffed to the brim with books. Seems like the hoard of some hopeless bibliophile. So yeah, we might not actually have any room for new students. The heck? If we don't get any new classmates because Ad's such a bookworm, I'm gonna be mad. Ow-ah. At least my books don't sell me out. I suppose it would get rather cramped given how lively it already gets around here. I will probably have to report the troublemaker using school property without permission, though. Take me away, officer. I jest, of course. Schools are for learning after all. It's senseless to hit the hen for laying eggs. Now that I think about it, though, the 5 of you are here quite early today. That's right, we're real pumped up for today's competition. Is Mr. Naru not here yet? It seems Lorona's attempts to resuscitate her fallen comrade has not been bearing fruit. Worry not, Father will be arriving shortly. That's right. Though a student in name, she was more accurate to say Irina taught alongside her father, if anything. Oh. Long have I waited the day to see my students arrive early, such is their enthusiasm to learn. Mr. Naru, an eccentric individual who had constructed this school using his own fortune in the wake of the fire collapse. The fact that he even personally taught was a testament to his dedication to the next generation. I still remember his baffling self-introduction upon meeting everyone at the beginning of the school year. Naru can be interpreted to mean white wings of learning. It is difficult for you to understand. If it is difficult for you to understand, you may refer to me as Mr. Naru for now. White wings of learning. Just like on that day, our enigmatic teacher was casually toting around with a gargantuan valise. I doubt anyone has my morning lark over here and beat in terms of getting up at god-awful hours, though. Parting with one's bed sheets isn't a Herculean ordeal for Herculean ordeal for everyone, Mr. Not Hour. Not Hour. Smiling wryly, Arena rises to assist Mr. Naru with unpacking the valise's contents. Though she generally relies on a retractable rod to navigate, I notice that sometimes she just doesn't seem to need it. Hercules! You me! Hercules! Sorry. I wonder how she does it. That thing sure is living up to his reputation as a bottomless black hole, isn't it? We watch on as the Valus palpably shrinks as it is released from his bulging payload. Is this for the construction competition? Would look like a disassembled table and the components of a board game had been laid out before us. I read that wrong. About that, I have decided to postpone the bridge building contest until tomorrow. We'll be having a lecture on the history of Sakutrin instead, with these materials serving as a visual aid. No, it can't be true. It was all in vain. Letting out a strange cry, Lorona sinks to the ground with a soft whoop. The floor seemed to be quite the popular resting spot today. Ed, don't have to use your materials. Though she probably means to say something along the lines of, "It's good I don't have to impose on you again," I decide to misinterpret it. I see. I knew this day would come. You've finally grown sick and tired of me and my shoddy materials. I understand, Noletta. I'm just not good enough for you anymore. Even then, I never imagined it was hurt this much to get discarded and forgotten. Wiping my eyes, I sniffle and lower my gaze. It's not like I want you to use my materials or anything. I'll use your materials, so don't be sad. She looked like she was about to cry. There were actually tears in her eyes. You're so devoted, Noletta. Unable to contain myself, I giggle as I reach up and pinch her on the cheek. She makes some weird noises, but doesn't try to resist as I play with her face. We will wait for several more students to arrive before commencing class. Our class had around 12 regular students in total. Since it had such a wide age range, lessons could fluctuate from learning basic language one day to advanced science the next. Fortunately, the school was well equipped for dealing with this unique circumstances. I guess that's just one of the perks of being funded by a wealthy teacher. Those of us still standing kill some time poking at Lorona and Triss before class finally begins. Now then, without further ado, let's begin the lecture on Sakutrin's history. The entire class was gathered around what could only be described as an oversized board game. Mr. I'm failing! Mr. Naru's always had an unorthodox style of teaching. Conventional teaching tends to lead towards fixed message and rote memorization, but Mr. Naru was fond of something he liked to call divergent thinking. Hey, Frup. Hello. As much as he tries to dress it up, though, I'm pretty sure he gets bored easily. I'm falling. Lemmy. Is this a map of Socatron? Indeed, it's far from accurate in terms of scale, but this board game has been laid out to simulate Socatron's basic layout. Overall, Socatron can be divided broadly into 5 areas. The Kohole, the Kaiorntera Plains, the Urban Core, the Greater and Lower Patavelt Highlands, and the Muted Forests of the East. With a wave of his pointing stick, Mr. Naru redirects our attention to the blank boundary surrounding the hexes. One of the Socatron's most distinguishing features is the dense wall of navigable mist that surrounds and separates it from the outside unknown lands. Mr. Naru, what are the board game pieces supposed to be? You could think of the boxes as population concentration indicators and the cylinders as major industrial centers. The big piece in the center represents the heart of Socatron's infrastructure, the capital city of Socatra. Socatra? And where do we live? Probably around here somewhere. As for the school, it's likely near here. And maps are really amazing? What do you mean? They show the world like you're in high in the sky, even though nobody's been in the sky before. That's not true. I've been in the sky before, you know. Really? Wow. You shouldn't believe everything Ad says, Noletta. This is the year 195, right? I was born in 194. That is correct. The current board state reflects the state of Socatron 15 years ago when it was ruled by the old Socrates. I'm losing it! Aristocracy. Hole. Socrates was in the process of recovering from a period of famine and plague when the Master's Revolution occurred. This is important stuff, though. I gotta read it correctly. The Master's Revolution was when people from the unknown lands came, right? Yes, Socrates had long been aware of the existence of the unknown lands from artifacts that washed up on Evnit's northern banks. Evets. However, 195 marked the first time that actual people came from beyond the mist. In 195, a convoy of people describing themselves as refugees from a devastated land sailed down the river Evet, and made contact with Socrates for the first time. Though the old aristocracy welcomed the refugees at first, they eventually began to suspect that the convoy would attempt a coup. Mustering all of Socrates' military might, the old aristocrats attempted to preemptively capture the refugees. However, they were soundly routed by the refugee convoy's elite combat unit, the Lost Children. In what came to be known as the Master's Revolution, the old aristocracy was overthrown and the leader of the Lost Children and refugee convoy, the Valoran Master, was installed as Socrates' sovereign ruler. Is it true? Is it true that the Valoran Master was a girl? The Valoran Master was indeed female, though it would be more accurate to call her a woman than a girl. I heard she was a genius swordmaster that took down the squad of Socrates' finest all by herself. There are rumors her unit annihilated entire armies back when she was in the unknown lands. Sounds like she's pretty good at bashing heads. But was the Valoran master a good ruler? In regards to that, let's jump ahead to the year 200. Mr. Naru takes an opportunity to make adjustments to the board state before continuing. The 5 years that followed the Master's Revolution are often considered a golden age in Socratrina history. Drawing from the advanced technology, expertise, and knowledge the refugee convoy brought with them, Socratrine underwent a period of rapid innovation and reform. Mortality rates plummeted as contemporary medical science made its debut, and birth rates skyrocketed as socioeconomic living standards improved. However, that all came to a stop when the Fire of Collapse happened. A solemn silence took over the room as Mr. Naru set about making major modifications to the board. I had been born shortly after the fire collapse, so I had no memories of the event, but there was no doubt it had been a dark time in Socratrine's history. In August of 200, for reasons that are not known, the shroud of mist that usually only surrounds Socratrine's borders warped and covered the sky. Hey, Scoop. Prismatic flames of unknown properties rained down from the mist, laying waste to major swaths of Socratrine's landscape. The area below Evet's southern banks suffered serious damage in particular, transforming into unrecognizable wasteland. Look at all the boxes that disappeared. I remember if you got burned by that rainbow fire, you had to get special treatment or else. The refugees of 195 had experienced a similar disaster in the unknown lands, so they were able to provide limited care, but there were too many victims to avoid a great loss of life. The Fire of Collapse did not mark the end of 200, though. In 195, the Valoran Master had taken on a single Socratrini pupil following her rise to power. Shortly after the Fire of Collapse, that pupil challenged the Valoran Master to a single combat, defeating her and claiming the title of Socratrine's sovereign ruler as his own. He continues to rule Socratrine to this day. We know him now as Lord Cecil Cotard. Ad, that's your daddy, right? Yep, that's my pops, alright. He must have been crazy strong to defeat the Valoran Master. I've always wondered what kind of relationship Papa had with his master. I just don't understand. For what reason did Papa feel compelled to usurp the Valoran Master? Unfortunately, there's not much insight I can offer on that matter. It is true, though, that Lord Courtard had largely carried on his master's legacy in terms of policy. That just made things more confusing. The pieces simply weren't lining up. Naturally, there were some that opposed Lord Cotard's succession, unconvinced that the inexperienced young Cotard could lead Socratrine in his weakened state. The remnants of the old aristocracy took the opportunity to attempt an uprising. However, having also inherited the leadership of the lost children, Lord Cotard crushed the uprising, scattering his opposition and consolidating his rule. There's some things I gotta look up pronunciations for. It is now at last that we arrive at the current day of 210. Socratrine's reconstruction had been a slow and steady process, but it had been helped along by several unexpected boons. Yeah, I like reading. Oh, the final D is silent because the name has French origins. Oh! Cotar. I did not know that. Though I mentioned before how the Fire of Collapse had mysterious properties, one particularly unusual effect it's had can be observed in what used to be the southern wastelands. It is believed that the ashes of the rainbow fire nourished the soil somehow, as the land has recovered at an alarming rate, blooming into what is now known as Evanet's Garden. Wait, let me look that up too. Evanet's. Yeah, Everget. G in the middle can sound more like a soft H. Everget. Everget. Aristocracy. Aristocrat. Everget. Many townspeople avoid it because they're afraid of the unfamiliar types of flowers that blossom there. Coop is like, who? What? No. Dang it. I should go back to school. I don't want to. In any case, that concludes my lecture. Erwina will now take over for any questions that you may have. Passing the helm to Erwina, Mr. Nara retreats to his desk for a breather. I've been curious about this for a while, but don't the refugees from the unknown lands have a name for the place that they come from? That is a delicate topic. It is something of a taboo for the refugees of 195 to speak the name of their homeland. It is believed for many of them the name of their homeland is synonymous with atrocity. As such, they are often simply referred to as ULs. In that case, what about the Valoran Master? What was her name before she assumed her title? The Valoran Master is Enigma even today. Her real name is likely something only members of the Lost Children know. I see. Perhaps I should ask Papa or Mr. Dommler sometime. That's all the questions I have for now. Surrendering the floor to the other students, I wander over to the classroom windows, lost in thought. Socrates closed... Let me sure. It's the whole place that they're in. I might as well check if I'm pronouncing that right too. Pronunciation. Socrates. Yeah. Socrates. Yep. Closed world dilemma. There had only been one recorded instance of anyone successfully traversing the boundary of mist that encircles Socrates' borders. The Valoran Master. How does she lead the refugee convoy to Socrates? I couldn't help but feel it was a key piece to the puzzle, a puzzle that I've yearned to solve for as long as I can remember. Not long enough, but... What? I mentioned a word that was not there. Not enough. It's still not enough. When I come back to myself, I find the class in midst of a lunch break. Wandering over to our usual group's islands of desks, I met with a pleasant surprise. Irina had pulled her desk over as well, bringing our count up to a total of 6. Irina usually eats with her father at its insistence, but it seems our capricious teacher was taking a nap, having gobbling up his lunch during our Q&A session. I take my seat amidst an already continuing conversation. That's right. Me and Trish are turning 12 this month. I see. Are you and Trish planning to do anything special for your 12th birthday? Newfound respect wells up inside me at Irina's ability to comprehend Kalia's incoherent gabbling. Kalia wasn't very fond of being fed by other people. As such, it was not uncommon for unintelligible garbling to leave her mouth as she went about stuffing her lunch with her face. Even after the Second Great Food War, may the casualties of that dark time rest in peace, we only ever gained the right to clean her face after a meal. Huh. While not as animated as Kalia, watching Irina eat was also an interesting experience. The manner in which she confirmed the position of her lunchbox, selected an article of food by its relative remaining proportion, and brought it levelly to her mouth was like clockwork. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll visit Everett's garden? The garden? Jeez, Gallia, don't I always tell you to not talk with your mouth full? Everett's garden, though, huh? That's a wonderful spot to go for your birthday. Could it be somehow I'm the abnormal one for having no clue what Gallia's saying? As she alternates between chastisement and casual conversation, Lorona picks out a tasty-looking morsel from Tristan's lunchbox. Since the five of us always share our lunch together, we had a habit of taking from each other without restraint. It was something we did even without thinking about it. So it wasn't hard to understand why our guest Irina froze in shock when her spoon suddenly encountered Tristan's fork scrounging around her lunchbox. Huh? Huh? What are you doing, Trish? Don't just go poking through Irina's lunch without permission? A brutal kick from Kalia to some undefined location under the desk caused Trist to spray a mouthful of his lunch all over the unfortunate Lorona. What is happening? You'll have to forgive us, Irina. We're all accustomed to sharing our food with each other. I guess Triss couldn't resist upon seeing how tasty your food looked. Is that so? Irina pauses for a second and considers my words. In that case, allow me to sample what you've brought as well. Hi, Jessamo. Welcome in. And thank you for all the stream streaks today. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Welcome in. A well-meaning smile rises to her lips as she pushes her lunchbox forward, signaling it's fine to take from her. At her invitation, the five of us, who had always been curious about the palate of rich people, eagerly dig in. Wow, it's so delicious. I didn't know you were such a good chef, Irina. Hey, Trish, stop stuffing yourself and give me some of that bourgeois? Bougie. Goody. Bourgeois. Naturally, Kalia didn't seem to have any issue accepting aid when it came to jacking the best parts of a meal. Come on, Noella, open up. You can't just eat nothing but pasta all day. Say I poke at Noella's mouth with a spoonful of Irwina's lunch as she reluctantly parts her lips. Getting this child to eat something other than pasta could often be quite the struggle. After ensuring that Noletta would be safe from malnutrition for another day, I have a sample of my own. So this was what Irwin ate. Though it was certainly tasty, something seemed a bit off about it. Just to clarify, I didn't make any of this. It gets a bit chaotic when I'm in the kitchen. As if recalling a silly memory, Irwina shakes her head. 1 second. Of course, Father didn't make it either. With measured movements, Irina probes through the lunchboxes we had placed in front of her for easy access. How do you fancy the dishes of commoners, my lady? Refreshingly proletarian, if I may say. Oh, I simply must have more. I really am fond of your lunches, though. How do I describe it? It feels like they were somehow made with warmth. I much prefer them to my own. Indeed, though the taste was on point somehow, Irina's lunch didn't feel very filling. It was strange. I'm glad you like it. Feel free to eat again with us sometime. If you ever find your pop snoozing through lunch again, you're welcome to hang out with the cool kids. Me and Trish, if I was... I guess. Meanwhile, the Lyric twins try to play it cool as they rapidly clean Irina's lunchbox of its contents. You have my gratitude. Let's rendezvous in the future once again sometime. Okay. The simple act of sharing one's food with others makes it tastier after all. Can't wait until tomorrow though. Me and Trish spent all night yesterday studying up on bridges. There's no way we'll lose. Perhaps it was meant to be a declaration of resolve or something of the sort. But with how her face was innocuously smeared with food, she looked more like a bib-todding toddler with a bold competitor. Unable to stomach the yucky sight, Trish immediately butts in and starts wiping Kalia down with a handkerchief. Jeez, Trish, can't you read the atmosphere? Atmosphere. I can read it. Forget about what I said before, Irina. We're not cool kids at all. We're pretty lame, actually. With an inquiring tilt of her head, Irina listens on the rest of us break out into a laughter. She probably didn't fully understand what was going on, but she smiles warmly at the good cheer we surround her with. Meals really are the best when shared in the company of others. Hasn't lunch break been over for a while now? Yes, but it appears that Mr. Naru has more pressing obligations to attend to. Our ever-dedicated school teacher was currently in the process of revising today's lessons plans with his face drool. He fell asleep again. How many times must he be punished before he learns his lesson? With a grin that proves he's up to no good, Trish taps on Kalia's shoulder and gestures shadily at Mr. Naru's defenseless figure. Comprehending his intentions with ease, Kalia snickers impishly. Hey, Irina, would you turn a blind eye if we decided to play a prank on your dad? Gaffs. I suppose it can't be helped. Just don't let things get too out of hand. Gaffs everywhere. Alright, good. So Irina's in. What should we do now, though? The Lyric's repertoire of pranks was quite expansive, but the usual antics wouldn't cut it if they wanted to do something Irina could appreciate. Scanning the room for ideas, my eyes catch on Noletta as she plays around with Susie, a younger classmate. The little one was teasing Noletta in a saccharine voice as she floated a balloon in and out of her reach. The scales have fallen from my eyes. We'll give him a helium voice. With a grand gesture, I direct everyone's attention to the enlightening scene before us. In the highest form of approval, Trish spontaneously produces a white cat from somewhere and begins stroking it like an evil mastermind. I'm really feline it. Firing off a clawful pun, Kalia and Trish set off to procure the balloon. Father with helium voice, I cannot say the prospect is without appeal. We shouldn't do bad things to people who are sleeping. Remember last time when you tied my sleeves together when I was sleeping? That was so mean. T-Rex Lorona is best Lorona. Likely due to her overloaded schedule, Lorona had a habit of switching off whenever she was rendered even remotely cozy. Naturally, that put her on the receiving end of countless pranks on our part. But it's also really bad to fall asleep in class as a teacher. Well, I don't know, I can't stop imagining Mr. Naru squeaking like a cute little mouse. With our moral compass compromised by internal conflict, there was nothing left to stand in the way of our schemes. Upon successfully persuading the owner, the Lyrit twins returned with Noletta and Balloon in tow. Alright, so who'll be the lucky soul carrying this out? Trissa's good at being quiet. As if he'd been shot through the heart, Triss slumps to the ground, cat scampering from hand. This isn't even gaff territory anymore. This is just plain harassment. Triss is KIA, not suitable. I'm not suitable for the job, because of reasons. And Noletta and Lorona are Noletta and Lorona. Therefore, I nominate to add to bear the torch. I will seize the scepter of victory. Roused by Kalia's flawless reasoning, I branched the balloon with steel resolve. Oh, nice. Well written. If what you need to do entails ensuring that father stays asleep, I can also be of service. He has a particular habit of sleeping deeply when his head is scratched a certain way. With uncanny composure, Irina discloses shocking intel to us. He's like a kitty cat. So it's decided then. Let Operation Philium begin. With a grand sweeping motion, I announced the commencement of our mission. I'll be counting on you to disable the dragon while I sneak into his lair to loot the gold, Irina. Today's the first time that we've involved Irina in one of our missions. As such, no matter how fraught with peril this undertaking might be, failure cannot be allowed. Mission start! Ducking to the shadows of one of the front row desks, I stand by as Irina moves into position. With the wisdom of a weathered sage, she works her magic, chanting forbidden verses from a world beyond her own. Meow, meow, meow. These verses, of course, had a mild resemblance to the mewing of a kitten, but I digress. The slumbering dragon's dangling glob of drool expands in size as the great sorcery takes effect. When Irina signals in my general direction, I rapidly commence my infiltration. Posturing myself next to the throne, I look back to see that all of our comrades are watching with bated breath. Everyone is counting on me. Reveling in the sensation of pressure, I carefully undo the knot keeping the balloon shut before bringing it to my quarry's mouth. Doing this properly was a delicate balancing act. Too little, and it would have no effect. Too much, and our harmless prank could veer into dangerous territory. It's now or never. Gouging the rhythm of his inhalations, I wait for the perfect window to release the balloon's opening. The dragon's eyelids twitch in discomfort as his lungs abruptly fill with helium. Fall back, fall back! Pulling away, I whisper as loud as I can to Irina. The two of us swiftly withdraw, taking our seats just as Mr. Naru stirs and shakes his head in disorientation. Noticing the room full of diligently waiting students, he opens mouth to apologize. He's trying to apologize. Oh dear! My apologies for keeping you all waiting. His squeaky voice issues a series of snicks and what from the kids. What? I'm blind. From the kids with less restraint. Is there something on my face? I can't read. Faced with his clueless impression, even the students with greater willpower were beginning to waver. What's going on? At the classroom full of children on the verge of cracking, Mr. Naru could only look on in confusion. Irina, what did you guys do? Whatever do you mean, Father? The students are merely amused by the squeaky persona you suddenly started acting out. The dam finally breaks at Irwood's feign of ignorance. Unable to hold it back anymore, the room floods with bouts of laughter. Huh? Now that you mention it, my voice does sound unusually high-pitched. Who did this? Mr. Naru's attempt to menace us in his harmless, mousy voice prompts several kids to fall out of their seat. The sight of everyone rolling around on the floor as they held their stomachs was quite the spectacle. Mr. Naru's eyes sweep over the classroom angrily for a while before eventually coming to rest on a certain desk. Didn't you bring a balloon here for your birthday, Susie? Mr. Naru presses a palm to his face as he pieces it together. You mischievous little cretins. That's it. Outside right now. 10 laps around the schoolyard for all of you. Even the dispensing of our punishment only goads more laughter out of us because of its delivery in a shrill, innocuous voice. When I look over at Irina's seat, it pleases me to see that she is laughing her heart out alongside the rest of us. Even after carrying out our penance, the only thing anyone had anything to say about the whole ordeal was worth it. Stoic and detached, that was the kind of air Irina always seemed to carry about her. I'm glad we were able to close the distance and see her smile wholeheartedly for once. Mission accomplished. Yeah, like dang, he like ate that helium. After grumpily instructing us through the remainder of the afternoon lessons, Mr. Naru dismisses the class for the day. With Triss leaving the bulk of his materials at school, we had considerably lighter load to bear as we forayed into town. I know I'd said I'd tag along, but I can't really stick around for anything too lengthy. Due to her talent and unique aesthetic, there was a generous demand for Larona's hand-woven products. Balancing school and work must be surely taxing, but you never guess it looking at her ditzy smile. Yep, we're just stopping by the Morella Bakery for a bite. I assure her as we make a final turn that places us squarely at our destination. Placing my hand at the door, I stop and exchange a glance with the Lyrit twins. I wonder if they're thinking the same thing I am. With puckish grins on their faces, they nod back at me. Newfound determination lights inside me as I open the door to a familiar reception. Welcome to the Morella... Awa! 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 The docile voice that greets us quickly transforms into squeaks of terror as 3 silhouettes dash forward with impeccable speed. It's me! She kinda looks like me. There's no dog stuff. Hooray! Super spontaneous! Tickle attack! With the coordination of a seasoned wolf pack, Triss and I brutally close in on our target's flanks as Callia circles behind for the takedown. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Hi, Pogoose, waka waka. Isn't this so wholesome? Oh, the ears are under the bonnet. That's me. I went acting before I started streaming. This was my first debut. Uh-huh. Numb. Stop, Alouette. Can't take it anymore. After biting into the spoils of our successful hunt to our heart's content, we finally relent to let Alouette catch her breath. Can't believe we were all on the same page. The Lyrit twins exchange a painful-looking forehead 5 to celebrate our clean kill. Oh, not so hard, dummy. Not everyone is as blockheaded as you are. Triss dances out of the way as Callie attempts to avenge their collective loss of brain cells with an angry knee. A joint maneuver from 3 directions at once to pincer the target. Double envelopment, a classic tactical stratagem, topped off with a rare blindside to seal the deal. All executed perfectly with minimum of communication. Ooh, we really... Woo! We really were breathing in sync. Yay. Though she doesn't really seem to get why, an enthused Noletta joins in our cheering. You guys are so scary. After regaining control of her breathing, Alouette finally recovers from her trouncing and manages to get back on her feet. You really surprised Alouette. Alouette Basia, a young woman with a stilted style of speaking who worked here at the Morella Bakery. Although she was twice my age, with change to spare, the impression gave off like she could be likened to a small woodland animal. Why is Alouette so irresistibly huggable? This calls for further investigation. Patapyon. In the name of science, I press my cheek up against her and start nuzzling her. Pachi pachi. Hi, sleepy babu. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Isn't this heckin' wholesome? Wholesome as freak. Alouette responds with a similar nonsense noise as she caresses my head with serene expression. Hey, me too! Pet me too! Pooba. The Lyric twins push and shove as they struggle for the right to be spoiled by Alouette as well. Owa. Owa. Alouette only has 2 hands. While Alouette had 2 younger siblings she was used to pampering, 3 at once must have been beyond what she was accustomed to. You look like a sunbathing kitten, Alouette. There are ways of reaching out and connecting with others even for those who are poor at expressing themselves through speech. It was through interaction with Alouette, through such a method, touch, that we've come to understand how much of a sweetheart she truly is. Hey, can't you see you're imposing on Alouette? Seemingly interpreting Alouette's monopoly of her noggins as an infringement on her territory, Lorona tries peeling us away. Big sis Lorona can dole out wicked pats too. But though she does her best to emulate Alouette, it simply is not meant to be. It doesn't feel half bad when you're brushing my hair, but you suck at giving your head pats out, Lorona. With a solemn shake of his head, Triss extends a disapproving thumbs down. I don't get it. How hard can it be? Lorona, my friend, the art of head pats is a path that can only be pursued when one has cleared their mind and heart. Thank you for that, pats. Origin story? Nah. Isn't your anxiety and jealousy bleeding into your movements? Unable to be sated by Lorona's ham-faced malarkey, we abandon her in favor of Alouette's seamless strokes. No, where did I go wrong? Where did I stray from the light? It was no exaggeration to say Alouette was a master at this haptic form of communication. The way she gradually adjusts pressure from delicate to firm, migrated at perfect intervals from spot to spot, and mixed up between her nails, finger pads, and palm was simply superb. But even more important than her peerless form and technique was the calming aura and pure intent her movements projected. Whenever she touches you, it feels like your heart connects with hers for the briefest of moments. Noletta too. Alouette will pat Noletta too. Noticing Noletta standing off by herself, Alouette tries reaching out to her. However, Noletta doesn't budge an inch. Without a word, she stares on silently at Alouette's outstretched arm. Unsure how to interpret Noletta's response, Alouette tiptoes into range and bashfully runs her fingertips against Noletta's snow-white tresses. Meep. Meep. Alouette has such soft, poofy hair. Yeah, that's no good, Noletta. You can't get head pats unless you make gibberish sounds too. Nah. Well, you sound like a constipated cat. You have to put your heart into it, Noletta. However, Noletta steps back from Alouette in a show of unmistakable rejection. Though she seems confused and distressed, Alouette's attention is quickly diverted by the needy Lyrit twins. What's the matter, Noah? Noletta? Noletta? Sidling up to her, I whisper to her in a hushed voice. Alouette smells. Who is that? What it is? I'm pretty sure she knows how to bathe on her own, unlike a certain someone at first. My banter doesn't seem to lighten the mood, though. She smells like mist. It's different, but also the same. Is that so? I don't know what you mean by that, but she's a good-hearted person. Always has a smile on her face. Smiling all the time, it's the same. The same as never smiling. The ad's right. Alouette's not fake. Fake. What meaning did that word hold to Noletta? Regardless, it didn't seem like she disliked or distrusted Alouette. I'm not sure I get it then. But Noletta merely shakes her head. I don't know. There are many questions I want to ask, but I decide to stop pressing Noletta for now. Sorry, we're not trying to force you to do anything you're uncomfortable with. I'll make it up to you later with those special ad brand behind-the-ear rubs you like, okay? Meanwhile, judging from the salivating maws, it seemed the Lyrit twins' minds had already moved on to something else. That smell's got me hankering to sink my teeth into something already. You're like a teething puppy, said Kalia. The aroma of baked sweets was certainly enticing enough to justify the obscene growls coming from Tristan's stomach. Though judging by his dreamy expression, he had already skipped ahead of us and ascended to confectionery heaven. Looks like my valuable taste testers are finally here. With a thunderous entrance, the person we've been waiting for emerges from deeper within the building. The owner and principal baker of this establishment, Mr. Morella. He was a heartily built man whose laughter made buildings tremble in their foundation. It was something of a routine for us to taste test samples whenever he came up with a new recipe, hence why we were here today. Been tinkering with the nitty-gritties of this batch for a while now. Come, you'll be the first to try it out. The big man smiles jovially as he hands out a tray of cake and begins portioning it out with a knife that seemed comically small in his massive paws. While free treats wasn't anything to sneeze at, the most rewarding part for me was how Mr. Morella used our feedback and pushed the limits of his work. It's fun being a part of the process and of iteration refinement behind creating a new dish. Strawberry and lychee cake is in the name of the game this time around. Lychee, yummy. Tris, you dirty rat, don't go nibbling the corners off my piece when handling it to me. Kalia berates Tris nosily as he smears crumbs all over her nose and cheeks. But Tris just shrugs haughtily in response, as if only rightfully taxing someone for his services. Nobody asked for your help in the first place. With a ferocious lunge, Kalia knees her supposed benefactor in the gut, causing him to spew his mouthful all over Lorona's nearby figurine. Why me again? It's all over Lorona. Look what you did, dimwit! There are better ways to tell a girl you like them, Trish. Mr. Morella guffaws at the lively scene as Alouette and I help pick pieces of cake out of Lorona's hair before remorsefully kowtowing Kowtowing? Tristan. Collateral damage. That's what my Sachirin would have called it if she were here. Sachirin was Mr. Morel's cutesy way of referring to his wife, which never ceases to amuse me considering how powerful and influential she is. A UL refugee well-versed in technology, Sachi Morello was one of the principal forces behind the development of Socratrine's economic sector throughout its golden age and reconstruction. Her union with Mr. Morella had been a celebrated moment in history, marking the first time a native of Socratrine and a UL refugee were joined in matrimony. I haven't seen Sachi around lately. I hope Papa's not foisting too much of his responsibilities on her. All I see of Sachirin nowadays is her sulky face when she comes here for a tea break to fetch about work. I'll have to scold Papa for her when I get the chance. I'm sure she'd appreciate it. I've seen this before, this phrase before, but now well, that's her name, and then Lady French. Per Socratrine custom, was a polite term used in conjunction with a shortened version of the name to address children. That was considered endearing. Ciao. There's so many different words that are pronounced ciao. Though it's considered endearing, family members and friends rarely use it since it's somewhat formal. Seems like we've got a bit left over. I've decided. Dorota, take the rest home and make sure those little ones snarf it down or something good. You sure I can really take all this? They don't get to eat sweets too often, do they? It's a cardinal sin for kids not to have any sweets. Giving the Rona no leeway to decline, Mr. Morella packages up the remaining cake and thrusts it into her hands. You're always looking after those orphans as if they're your own children. It's like you're their mom. Mommy Lorona. No, it's nothing like that. If anything, I'm more like their fussy big sister. Make sure they eat up and get nice and plump. Now I want cake. Thank you, Mr. Morella. Well, I guess a bite or two on the way back wouldn't hurt anyone. Yum, 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 yum. I'm struck by an ominous premonition as Lorona idly chips away at the cake entrusted to her. Optimistic estimates project only a handful of crumbs surviving the journey home. Perhaps a dab of frosting if we're feeling generous. So what's the verdict on the trial, children? Mr. Morella's eyes glitter in anticipation at what they have to say. Having carefully considered the dessert for a while now, I open my mouth to give my evaluation. Contrasting the floral, honeyed flavor of lychee with the tartness of strawberry is a pretty neat idea. I'm not so sure about the execution, though. The consistency of the cake is sort of heavy. I don't think that's the direction you want to take with this kind of dish, though. Instead of pound cake like crumb, I think a looser and fluffier texture will help showcase the lychee's strengths better. I'm really fond of how you use the strawberries, though. They're like little acerbic checkpoints that reset your taste buds to keep the sweet parts fresh and free from staleness. Overall, I'd say it's tasty and has lots of potential. It's good. It's sweet. Morella nods in deep thought at the comprehensive input we provide him. Who knows? If pushed to the limit, perhaps this one could even become a regular section of the bakery. Oh, a regular selection of the bakery? To hear such words of praise from Chow, Ad. In his excitement, Mr. Morella slams his hands down on the nearest counter with such force. The resulting mini-earthquake causes our feet to leave the ground. As always, your feedback helps immensely. You can do it. Yeah. Practically bringing down the ceiling as he skips away, Mr. Morella returns to the kitchen with renewed zeal. It's a nice feeling helping someone pursue their passion. Ed's so smart. She always knows what to say at times like these. Ah, Ed knows so many big words. That's because she's inhaled books like some sort of brain slug. Hi, mixed boy. What cheek? That reminds me. Pretending to have business elsewhere, I slip behind Callie and jump her. Hey! Haven't fulfilled my daily quota for brains yet. Don't down my head like that! Stop! That feels so weird! Not one to be left out, Triss joins in and begins grinding his teeth against her scalp in a bout of brain-sucking of his own. God, they're heating me! Please stop, whatever you're doing. It sends shivers down my spine. Trying to eat people is bad, Triss. Anyways, we should be going now. It'd probably be best to wrap up things for now for Larona's sake. We'll resume our inquiry into your huggability at a later date, Alouette. Could be. That would do. Alouette gives us some final parting scritches before returning to man the counter. See you, Alouette. Play with us again sometime. I'll return the tableware next time I drop by. Have a nice day, Alouette. Bye-bye. Waving goodbye to her, we depart from the Morella Bakery. After going our separate ways with Lorona and the Lyrics at the stream's bend, Noletta and I spot two figures in the distance as we near the Rue cabin. It was Bristle and Mr. Damalure, Papa's proverbial right hand. As they draw nearer, I take note of the big pot in Bristle's hands. Bristle, I'm back. What's in the pot? Oh, it's empty. It's not. Uh-huh, how did you know? Who would lug an empty pot along like that, Bristle? Bristle? Me? I can smell it. Did you make pasta? Yeah. But you can't eat it. Why not? Faced with Noletta's inquiring gaze, Bristle shifts uncomfortably. Well... Seeing that he's struggling, Mr. Damalure chooses then to speak up. Your brother is still learning, Letta. He made several errors with this batch and therefore does not wish to share it. I believe he wants to make sure it's perfect before sharing it with you. Oh. You'll make something as good as Mr. Damalure? Yeah. It might take a while, but look forward to it. Okay, I'll wait for you. These two have such a cute relationship, it makes me a bit jealous. You offer to take Bristle on as an apprentice in either the sword or the culinary arts, right, Mr. Damalure? I think it's nice he chose to go with cooking. I am of the same opinion. With how transparent Bristle is, anyone could tell he chose the path of cooking so he could cook a lot of pasta to keep his sister happy. Though I hope he branches out eventually, Noletta really needs to start eating her veggies. By the way, Mr. Damalure, why do ULs even use swords in the first place? One would imagine much deadlier weapons could be produced with UL technology. Quite observant of you, Chel-Aad. As the oldest member of the Lost Children, I remember a time when our homeland used firearms known as guns to fight. They enabled you to kill someone with the simple pull of a trigger, a finger, even making children deadly combatants in war. When the calamities overrode the laws of our world, many of the projectile weapons we depended on lost their effectiveness. However, that did not end our wars. Our homeland simply took up the sword to continue its bloodshed. Do not be mistaken, though. UL arms and armor are produced from state-of-the-art technology. Our weapon theory had been forged in the flames of countless wars. For example, the Lost Children's signature weapon, the Reaper Blade. A peculiar double-edged curved sword that enables the user to deliver crippling low-lying cuts from unconventional angles. Oh yeah, this came up in class, but do you know what the Valoran Master's name was? Master's name? Huh. Mr. Dommler makes a difficult expression at my question. She didn't have one. Huh? I was like most people in the war, someone who was dropped into the battlefield. But Master was different. She was born on the battlefield. The closest thing she had to a name was her call sign. I see. Names don't seem like the hottest trend in the unknown lands. A name is something that should be treasured. I have come to understand that after serving under one who has never known that simple blessing. Something we take for granted, something we should take for granted. Yet it could not be said everyone possessed that small, ordinary treasure. In any case, the young master will not be returning tonight, Ad, so allow me to prepare your dinner for today. Oh, leaving me all by my lonesome again. What an awful papa. On the contrary, it's because the young master is thinking of you that he sent me here. I do have some business to attend to beforehand, though, so I shall be taking my leave for now. With that, Mr. Dommler melts into the shadows of the sunset, leaving the three of us behind. You can go ahead and play with Ad, Noletta. I'm tired, so I'm gonna go in and rest. Why? You'll get lonely. Well, no I won't. You will. No. You will. Why don't you play with us too, Bristle? Then no one will be lonely. But I need to find out why I messed this batch up. Mr. Dommler said I had to figure it out. I had to figure it out. Is that so? Let's do it together then. I'm pretty good at critiquing food, you know. Okay. Ad's criticizing is... criticizing? It's scary though. Don't worry, if you cry for over 10 minutes, I'll stop. Why only if it's more than 10 minutes? Having persuaded Bristle, the three of us set off towards my house. It must be nice having a big brother that looks after you, Noletta. Bristle looks after me? Noletta makes a mystified expression as if I had claimed pigs were flying through the sky. No, I'm the one that looks after Bristle. If I don't make him eat, he goes hungry without saying anything. If I don't hold his hand, he can't fall asleep. He gets lonely and cries easily. He has trouble opening jars. Noletta, what are you telling Ad? Don't worry, I already know most of those things. That's not all. Noletta always chases away anyone that bullies Bristle. Isn't that right, big brother Bristle? I tease Bristle in a sing-song voice, causing him to pucker up like a sad puppy. Are you bullying Bristle right now, Ad? Yep, so you better chase me away. Okay. Don't chase her! In a comical turn of events, Bristle starts chasing after Noletta, who is chasing after me. Hey. Too slow. It was true that Noletta always seemed to be taking care of her awkward older brother. But having someone to look after like that was a treasure in its own right. Being an only child, it made me a bit envious. Why you like this, Noletta? It was a peaceful scene, being pursued by a pair of silly siblings beneath the evening sun. This ordinary daily life full of tiny miracles. The hope that tomorrow would be just as golden is what allows me to accept today must end. Every book always ends in the exact same way. Vasat? What's that? Not vacation. What's that? Vacate. No, I did not mean the word vacate. I mean, maybe something only in the world. Do you think they misspelled? I'm wrong. Vacant? Vacate? Visat? Vacat? How do you pronounce it? Latin. Latin word. Page. From 0 back to 0, huh? The blank pages found at the end of a story never failed to fill me with a gaping sense of emptiness. Vakot. Vakot. The end of an adventure, the freezing of time in the world encapsulated by the book. It made me feel lonely thinking the author's pen had stopped, leaving the characters trapped in a limbo of unwritten inaction. The characters in a book cannot move without a writer's conception and a reader's acknowledgement. Hi, Weekon. Forever bound by the unseen script of a god they can never know of, they exist as nothing unless imbued by the will of that god. I really shouldn't read another. Though it's getting quite late into the night, I don't want to stop reading. The feeling of emptiness that a book's end instills can be filled by starting a new book after all. Just like a thin finger turning back a page, or perhaps taking a second volume into one's hand. So long as the sorrowful reader continues to reject reality, the story will go on forever. A nursery rhyme from the New World where the lonely me fell in love with a book. Characters she'd been with throughout their lives, entire lives, dear companions she had come to form a bond with. Yet at the book's end, they can no longer stay by her side. So the lonely me asked of the sorrowful me for another dream, another meeting, and another parting. A cruel poison, a sweet necessary pain. That's what stories are. I rub my tired eyes as I gaze out the window into the quiet night. The illuminating warmth of the sun had faded long ago, draping the land in an uncertain darkness. Everything is cozier in candlelight. When the real world goes fuzzy, the world on the page grows sharper. Nothing eases poison down the throat better than emptiness. An empty, unchanging world so much like that of the Golden Dream. It always filled me with uneasy restlessness being alone like this. Now it was many hours later, and I was still up in Mother's room. That's right. Whenever I read the books my mother left behind, a warm feeling always wells up inside me, a feeling I'm always reluctant to let go of. Though this wasn't actually her room. When she died, we moved away from the house when she once lived. This room merely held all the books that once belonged to her. Papa had brought them along, not wanting to leave them behind to gather dust in the old house. The Golden Dreams archive dwarfed it, but it lacked the soul that laid in Mother's private collection. Pages that carried a distinct scent, bindings worn by the passage of time. Within the crinkled sheets there laid a certain feeling. A wistful kind of despair, one that denied a reality that was far too cruel. Hey, Mother? The lonely me? That person was you, wasn't it? I've always wanted to ask about her, but whenever I do, it hurts Papa. With a pained expression, he would go silent and look down as if gazing at words too shattered to pick off the ground. All I knew was that the day we commemorated her death was the same as my birthday. My 10th birthday coincides with the 10th anniversary of her death. In other words, she had died on the same day I was born. Mother's story ended when mine begun. A face I did not know, but one I've always longed to touch and behold. Sometimes I want to imagine her face coming alive, laughing when reading something funny, or crying when reading something sad. But I can't, because to me, she doesn't have a face. Even Papa is afraid her face is fading from his mind's eye. For me, though, Mother did not exist as a person. Having never known of her, she was nothing more than a nebulous concept, a vague warmth that I couldn't give form to, no matter how much I wished to. The only form of connection I had with her were these books. Why? Why won't you tell me anything, Papa? I heave a heavy sigh. It's about time I call it a day. I'll sleep here tonight as well. Sometimes I wonder if the blankets and pillows here see more use than the ones in my actual bedroom. Extinguishing the nearby candles, I retreat under my covers and stare up at the dark ceiling. I guess Kalia was right about me being a book-inhaling brain slug. With a chuckle, I boop an imaginary Kalia on the nose before shutting my eyes to the world. Thank you for the water. What? Sometimes I feel like I'm so fluent in reading, maybe just because they don't have big words. But like, even when it's like easy words, I'm like stumbling over myself like about I can't talk. But then sometimes I'm like, maybe it's like when I lock in and I'm like, and I'm also imagining it, kind of like how like if I'm reading to myself. Hydration. Maybe. All right. This is helping me train for further reading we may have in the future. I don't know. A certain restlessness always pervades the air the day of school before the weekend. But today was even livelier than usual. Ah! Yay! Bridge breaking! My bridge finally broke! You're not supposed to want your bridge to break, dummy. Looks like we'll have our last two contestants, Adelis and the Lyra twins. That's a pretty gutsy design, Ad. Suspension bridges are tricky to build. I guess you've done your fair share of research too. Indeed, though the tension cables that suspension bridges utilize were known for their highly efficient weight to load-bearing ratio, working with them had been a great source of headache throughout the day. Looks like you went with a truss bridge. Pretty safe choice for the risk-taking Lyra twins. It's all about the fundamentals when it comes to this kind of thing. It's already clear at this point who the winners will be. I wonder what kind of prize we'll be receiving. You sure you want to declare victory so prematurely? I'll make your upcoming loss sting much more, you know. Just as the two of us square off and start laying down the trash talk, Triss suddenly belches loudly, completely ruining the mood. Oh, Triss. Could you be any more uncool? Kill that guy. Mods, kill that guy. In the final stage, we will simultaneously add weights to each bridge at regular intervals till we get to the last bridge standing. Are the finalists ready? The class cheers as the promised time arrives at last. Let's do this. Me and Trish will be the one... Triss will be the one taking home the win today. The only thing you'll be taking home is the remnants of your truss. Who will be the one to claim today's prize? Special prize. Will it be the lucky, plucky Lyra twins or the cunning Adelis? Adelis. The time has come to determine the winner of today's bridge construction contest. This is it. The final showdown. The three of us watch over our bridges intently, as intimidating new masses are added to their already bulging payloads. Each time they successfully withstand the mounting pressure over our breaths of relief resound through the tense classroom, which had fallen unnervingly silent compared to its previous commotion. Methodically, slowly, our bridges are placed under such duress, their frames begin to deform under the strain. Time seems to slow to a crawl as the foreboding feeling that the upcoming weight would be the moment of truth grips me. Then, just as the weight in question is added, the sound of splintering wood echoes through the air as someone's bridge finally gives in. Shocked silence welled up within the room at the deciding instant. A single voice spoke. A conclusion has been reached. The winner is the Lyra Twins! The room explodes in cheers and cries at the declaration of the victor. No, it can't be true. I gaze down in disbelief upon the remnants of my sweet toil. Creation and destruction, such transient beauty. I knew it could have come to this, and yet it still wounds me. With the swagger of an undisputed champion, Kalia utters the ultimate words of victory. Good game. Easy. As the decisive winners, would you care to elaborate on your success to the class, Kalia? What do you think was the most important thing to keep in mind in regards to design decision? If there's one thing that should be the center of focus, it was the rule that all bridges must be on a certain weight limit. Though your bridge really did have a sturdy weight to load-bearing ratio add, it didn't approach the weight limit that was given for the contest. I noticed that as well, but it was difficult for me to do anything about it. That's because suspension bridges are tough to reinforce after their first build. It's hard for you to do much with the wiggle room you end up if it doesn't reach the cap right away. I see. Then can you tell us why you two chose the design you did? Triss and I decided that the truss bridge was the best design for taking advantage of the limit. Truss bridges are made almost out of all triangles, which are the simplest and strongest shape. Triangles are strong because they're hard to deform. Like if you push on a corner of a square, you can easily turn it into another shape, like a rhombus, right? But if you put a single diagonal bar inside the square and basically turn it into two triangles, it becomes really hard to change its shape. Also, since triangles are the simplest shape with only 3 sides, it's easy to reinforce a truss bridge. The triangle is indeed a central building block in construction. It appears you are learning much from your father, Atun, Lyrit. Triss did a good job trimming the weight off parts that we didn't need. We used a lot of smart tricks, like using the smallest amount of glue possible to connect the bridge parts. This was done by using a dab of glue and binder clips to make sure it attached strongly. At the end of the day, the project was all about milking as much as you could out of the bridge weight limit. Wow, you two make such a good team when you work together. It's definitely why you won. As much as it pains me to concede defeat, I can't deny their groundwork is impressively well thought out. Guess my bridge couldn't handle the suspense. Well played, you two. I'm pretty sure our bridge could hold even more if we wanted to. Perhaps wanting to test our point, Triss reaches out and gingerly wraps their bridge with his knuckle, causing it to instantly collapse. It broke. Not even close, baby. Edging over to block the scene with her body, Kalia gives Triss a stomp to the foot as for good measure as he stands dumbfounded with his hand still suspended in midair. Somehow, I feel really tired all of a sudden. While losing on the cusp of glory makes me somewhat salty. While losing on the cusp of glory makes me somewhat salty, I have to admit their methods were on point. Just goes to show the value of being taught by someone with experience over simply reading about it in a book. As promised, I will now award you two your prize. With the light movements characteristic to handling something delicate, Mr. Naru unveils something from his valise and lowers it to Tristan's hands. Murmurs of awe could be heard as the class hurriedly crowded around the object in question. This is an ornamental hair clip created from the blazing orange feathers of the phoenix oriole, a species thought to have gone extinct since the fire of collapse. It's like it's on fire, burning up. Mr. Naru always gives the coolest things. But while the class was clearly enraptured, one person alone seemed detached from the clamor. A person whose reaction you'd expect to be yelling at Triss to let her see it already. But instead, she gazes on wordlessly from a distance. However, Triss does not fail to notice this. Taking the feathered adornment in hand, he sidles up to his sister and with a discreet motion, clips it onto her head. What are you doing all of a sudden? But Triss just smiles dumbly in response. Do you remember, Triss? The bedtime story she once told us? The story of the rainbow crow? Without a hint of hesitation, Triss nods. You know, right? Even though it wasn't the truth, she wanted to let us know of a happy ending. That's why we have to. With all we've got, we have to. A girl who couldn't take hold of anything, even as it lay right before her, and a boy who couldn't make his unspoken heart heard. It was a scene that captured the essence of the relationship between the Lyrit twins. Just as Kalia acted as Triss's voice when he could not voice himself, Triss acted as Kalia's hands when she could not reach out. It was a nuanced bond one would never guess at how they were always messing around with each other. We did it, Triss. Don't get too smug though, this is just the beginning. Smiling faintly, they lightly bump heads for the forehead 5. Not so hard, dummy. But somehow it's really heartwarming. Me too! It appears that her enthusiasm to join in the forehead 5 session, the Lorona missile had knocked the Lyrit twins out of commission. Why don't you ever give your big sis Lorona forehead 5s? It's not fair. I think the answer to that question is self-evident. Sibling love is not something to be underestimated. Kalia, Triss, they make me proud. They've come such a long way from the dark place they were in 2 years ago. Alright class, though it's been an eventful day, it's not over yet. We have quite a bit to clean up. Everything has to be squeaky clean if you want to get to the real fun. An air of unrest pervaded the room as students ran about tidying things up to the best of their ability. But the reason was far from being because everyone was anticipating being let out for the day. Rather, everyone was looking forward to staying as long as they possibly could. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. With Irina at his side, Mr. Naru gestures over their iconic valise. Games Day! Everyone shouts out in chorus as Irina flips over in the valise. A flurry of balloons flood out all at once, blanketing the floor of the school. Not even the ceiling was spared as dozens of helium-filled ones flew into the air. That thing was really living up to his reputation as the hole to another dimension. For today's game, we'll be playing a special version of Capture the Flag inspired by an event yesterday that none shall speak of. The class will be divided into 2 teams of players. Each player will have a balloon tied around their waist that signifies their life. If that balloon is popped, such as by an opposing team member, you will be counted as being slain. After your balloon is popped, you cannot rejoin the game until you return to your team base and acquire another balloon from your team's allotted stockpile. The objective is to force the enemy team to deplete their balloon supply while projecting your own. Additionally, each team base will have a special flag that can be recaptured by the enemy team. A successful capture means that the opposing team must pop 10 of the balloons in their stockpile. Is there anything else you'd like to know? What do we get for winning? More rapt at attention than any other lecture he could ever hope to give, the class screams out in unison. First off, a team will be counted as losing if all the balloons worn and stored on its side are popped. A losing team must accept the punishment of inhaling helium until the voice becomes squeaky. Once that is done, the other team gets the exclusive right of dictating what must be voiced during that duration. Everyone quivered at the possibility of being forced to endure such humiliation. Yet at the same time, there was no denying the tantalizing prospect of reveling in the shame of the defeated. I will now announce the teams. After Mr. Naru finishes assigning the teams, I quickly survey what we have to work with. On my team, the blue team, were Tristan, Lorona, Noletta, along with Lemmy and Annabelle. I vote to make Ad our team captain. The moment we assembled, Lorona immediately makes that suggestion. Looking around, I see everyone nodding in approval. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. It's about Lorona. Sorry. I nod back, emboldened by everyone's unwavering confidence in me. Foremost of my thoughts were how to deal with the red team's aces, Kalia and Erwina. One might think our team would be at an advantage against the armless Kalia and unseen Erwina, but they would be far from correct. You would be far from correct. Owie. Kalia was an unmatched speed demon that could run circles around us without getting caught, with her mobility allowing her to switch between attacking and defending quickly. The only thing that gated her was that she needed team support to secure objectives. As for Rowena, I was convinced she was a bat or something because when she got heated up, she moved more like someone who could see an additional dimension rather than nothing. Rowena's physical capabilities were also out of this world, with there being little doubt she could take anyone in a straight one-on-one. That being said, she was the other extreme from Kalia, being unable to maneuver around the battlefield too well with her vision impairment. Though her anti-personnel was peerless, she lacked offensive presence in regards to win conditions like raiding stockpiles or capturing flags, meaning we'd likely find her on the base defense. As for our team, we had Triss. A slower but more prudent departure from Kalia, whose aggressive nature and quickness made him ideal for blitzing. No currency. Noletta, on the other hand, was cool-headed and resilient, with her sluggish speed making her more suited to holding down the fort. Lastly, Lorona didn't have any noteworthy strengths on her own, but her aptitude for working on a team was difficult to overstate. She always seemed to have a good nose for covering teammates when they got themselves in a pinch, which made her synergize well with risk-takers like Triss or Kalia. After breaking down our strengths and weaknesses, I assembled a strike team of 3 consisting of Lorona, Triss, and me, with Noletta, Annabelle, and Lemmy making up the base defense team. Everyone knows their roles, right? Let's get out there and do some damage! Ungi, you have like 10 minutes to order like a burger if you want. They close soon. Yeah, it's 32. Do you want something? There's 20 minutes left. Do you want a chicken burger? And do you want... Oh, you can order? Of course I want food. I also want a smoothie. I really want a smoothie. Food and smoothie. Food and smoothie. You have 20 minutes. Oh, fine, let me get in. Fine. 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 Ketchup. Do you want a smoothie too? Tenders. Which one do you want? You want jole guacamole? You want burger or you want tenders? You gotta pick with speed. You want tender? Chicken tender and fry. You get 4 is 4 chicken tender. Oh, you don't get a drink with it though. You don't get a free drink with it. Oh. Unless, I mean, I can add one. But it's, I mean, I can add one for $1.50. Do you want a Mountain Dew? Oh, okay. No drink. No sauce. Raw sauce. Okay. Jole guacamole. I'll text you when they're here. Raw sauce. And a little heckin' food break before we get started on this epic game in the visual novel. Okay. You guys ready for the heckin' game? Everyone knows the rules, right? Let's go kill him. Breaking from our huddle with a battle cry, I look over at the red team to see how they're faring. Huh? Just to confirm, the balloons are positioned around everyone's lower back, correct? That's right. Just give it a nice kick and it should pop. A toothy grin could be seen on Callie's face as she warmed up by kicking the air around what would be around someone's eye level. Well, that's something to look forward to. Who's ready to win? Turning back to my team, I stretch my hand into the air to rally them. We are! Morale was already skyrocketing through the roof. Unable to contain our energy any longer, we rush outside the school building to set up base for an upcoming clash. As we do, I begin to give out more detailed directives regarding our lineup. Tactical command of base defense will fall on Noletta. Noletta, the flag and stockpile are separate locations, so make sure at least one person is guarding each at all times. Assign the quickest person to pressure relief should one location get focused down. Okay. This measure was necessary since I'd be concentrating my attention on directing the strike team. Tell us what to do, Noletta. We won't let him through. Triss, I want you to be the strike team's vanguard. Don't make any attempts on the objectives unless I order it. Just concentrate on picking someone else of their base defense. Once you poke a hole in the enemy's defenses, I'll direct how we push in. Triss shivers with excitement as he takes a deep breath and nods. The lyrics thrived under the high pressure of spearheading assaults, jumping on opponents the moment they show the window of vulnerability. It was very much high-risk reward form of approach, which is why the support savvy Lerona was invaluable for the safety of securing any leverage regenerated. Lerona, be sure to stick close to Triss. You can follow up on his takedowns and back him up if he gets blindsided. Okay. Be prepared to commit a full-on assault on my signal. After going over defensive contingencies, should our base be overrun, I turned to survey the battlefield. Our strike team was a highly concentrated one. Rather than spreading out our attackers, it aimed to overwhelm and spill into one section of the enemy base. As such, it was good for surgical strikes and maintaining offensive momentum, should even a single defensive rampart fall. The main reason I selected this team composition was because it was well equipped at avoiding Irina and attacking the areas she wasn't defending. This comp did have its share of weaknesses though. It was easier for the enemy to surround us, and had a weak ambient battleground presence for deterring attacks or relieving pressure on our own base. A lot depended on Aletta's base defense to hold the line for this strategy to be successful. Upon completing our preparations, we line up to face the red team's camp. Seeing that both sides are ready for action, Mr. Naru lifts his hand to announce the commencement of the game. One last thing before we begin. There is a trump card hidden somewhere on the battlefield. Before his hand descends, though, a devilish smile plays over Mr. Naru's face as he inserts a sudden addendum to the game. Whoever discovers this trump card will be granted a powerful advantage. If you find your team on the verge of defeat, search for this trump card to turn the tide of battle. That's our teacher for you, adding a wild card right as the game is about to begin to generate the maximum amount of hype. Your only hint is as follows. Look through the sky to find the true purpose of this school. The tension saturated battlefield stirred at Mr. Naru's cryptic words. Now begin! Cutting that tension with a grand arc of his hand, Mr. Naru releases us at last. There's no time to dawdle on Mr. Naru's riddle. Almost immediately, Triss explodes into action, with Lerona and me following close behind. Crossing up the opponents that I had advantage to attack, he weaves an oblique pattern through the enemy formation and crashes aggressively against their defenses. Tripping up one of the defenders that moved towards him to meet him, Triss opens up an opportunity for Lerona to follow up, and pop their balloon. One defender left manning the red team's flag while the stockpile appeared to be unguarded, an unwise choice. Though the name of the game is Capture the Flag, in this version, a flag is only worth 10 balloons. Given enough time and personnel, you can pop all of the team's balloons if you attack their stockpile, making it far much valuable objective. Oblique. Don't worry about it. Charge the stockpile! I order an audacious charge to take advantage of our lightning-fast breach of the enemy's defenses. Diving deep into the heart of the enemy camp, we eliminate the final defender by drawing him into a pincer as he hastily rushes to intercept us from his post on the flag. Pop as many of the stockpile balloons as you can. Just as Triss reaches for an enemy balloon, though, something strange happens. A rod extends from the cluster of red balloons, lightly tapping Triss on the side. Like a sprung trap, a hand erupts from within, scattering the balloons in its wake. Catching and redirecting his momentum with practiced ease, it drives Triss straight into the ground. It was Irina. But just as she lashes out to finish him, Lerona manages to heave him out of the way before collapsing to the ground herself. Crap! I predicted Irina would be on the base defense. Why hadn't I considered the possibility of an ambush? Our offensive momentum had stalled completely in the face of our veritable opponent. You shall not pass. With a declaration conveying absolute conviction, Irina pounds her cane into the ground. A light touch with that thing was all she needed to confirm your position and take you down. That Triss had to have survived was a miracle. No matter how I looked at it, we were thoroughly unmatched. Taking Arena head-on wasn't an option, and it wouldn't be long before the other defenders acquired new balloons and reinforced her, turning this into a losing battle. Retreating, go for the flag! Recalling we had eliminated his guard, I shouted our team to redirect our efforts. But Arena was the first to react to my order. Dashing forward to chase us, her rod chases after Triss and Lorona as they desperately try to scramble around her. They can't get away without help! Ow. Eyeing Arena's movements, I circle around to get an angle on her back before lunging forward with a deliberate loud stomp. Bah! Reacting with lightning speed, Arena swivels around and checks my motion, her rod hovering mere inches from my chest. It was no exaggeration to say the radius around Arena's person was in no man's land. If I had misjudged the distance and stopped any shorter, I'd be a goner right now. Realizing Triss and Lorana had used the distraction to peel off, I promptly disengaged as well and make a run for the flag. Ruby 1, now! Interpreting Arena's cry as a panic signal, I hastily grab the red flag and start to fall back with the rest of the strike team. Watch out, Ad! Before you can even clear the enemy camp though, a blur of movement flits in the corner of my eye. Thanks to Lorana's warning, I managed to duck just as foot sails through the air and threatens to lop off my head. It was Kalia with her customary lack of chill. Utilizing her trademark speed, she had rotated back to defend in the blink of an eye. Woo! As Kalia advances to follow up on her whiff, Triss jumps in to intervene, tumbling to the ground with her in the process. At that moment, 2 red team members swoop in from behind to try and finish Triss off as he grapples with Kalia on the ground. Lorona cuts in to shield him, but it's clear she's outnumbered. The red team's base defense had recovered and was attacking from behind. With the red's defense cutting us off from the front and the red defense pressing us from behind, we were completely surrounded. Go, Ad, we'll hold them off. Grasping that we can't avoid taking casualties, I abandon my teammates and take off with due speed. I keep my eyes peeled as I approach our flag, holding ground where the capture can be solidified if I manage to make it. That's when I perceived 2 people closing in on me from both flanks at once. It was the rest of the team's assault squad. Judging that they'd catch me before I made it back home, I juked to the side at the last moment, causing them to skid off course. They quickly regained balance before resuming their pursuit of me, though. There's no way I can outrun them while encumbered by this flag. I'm still far too away. I'm still too far away. At this rate, my comrades' sacrifices will be in vain. Just as the duo leaps at me, though, a strong gust blows past my face. A figure had placed itself between me and the encroaching enemies, utterly laying one out and stomping the other dead in their tracks. It was Noletta. The opponent in her grasp crumples spectacularly as she overpowers him, allowing the 2 under her command to neutralize the arrested enemy's balloons. It looks like she made the decision to abandon base defense and converge and secure the flag. Lorona and Triss are down! The red team is mobilizing to launch a counterattack. We'll hold them back. Hurry, Ad. Nodding quietly at Noletta's back, I waste no time in leaving my companions behind, placing my trust in them as they stand their ground. Upon arriving at our flag-holding era, I plant the enemy flag into the ground and shout out, "Red flag capture complete!" The blue team has successfully captured the red team's flag. As stipulated in the rules, I will now proceed to pop 10 of the balloons in red team's stockpile. As I turn back to confirm the situation, I feel my jaw dropping in disbelief at what I see. Kalia was hurling down the battlefield at breakneck speed, which wasn't unusual in itself, but it was the fact that a certain someone was tailing behind her that defied all expectation. Ruby 1 convincing delivery of the package! Aqua at 2 o'clock, get up, Arena! Woo! Planting her feet, Kalia uses her body as a fulcrum to pivot and swing her package out ahead of her. With one hand gripping Kalia's dangling sleeve, Arena reaches out with her rod to confirm Lemmy's location before sweeping his legs out from under him in blinding swiftness. Then after pulling Kalia in to land the killing stomp, Arena lets Kalia propel her to the next target in a deadly stance. deadly dance that rapidly mows down the rest of Noletta's base defense team. It's like something lifted straight out of a nightmare. The freedom that Kalia's slack sleeve offered in conjunction with her blazing speed had allowed for a scenario I never imagined, the rapid deployment of Arena in the front lines. Capturing the flag and resetting to neutral would have granted us a war of attrition, where the red team would be pressured to commit a disadvantaged offensive. Sorry, I'm checking. Honestly, our order might get cancelled. But we had expended too many resources in pursuit of that objective. They were employing their most powerful asset at the optimal time, while we were still weak from our Blitz Gambit. This Kalia Arena delivery combo was the perfect counteroffensive for punishing our overextension. Looking over at our stockpile, I catch sight of Triss and Lorona attempting to tie on new balloons. But the two red defense members from before had followed them and were popping balloons left and right as they attempted to revive. We're getting camped! With a yelp, Lorona dives out of the way as Callie and Arita arrive to capitalize on the red team's stalling. As the only one alive, I can only watch on powerlessly as the red team ignored our flag and went straight for the throat. When Noletta and her team returned to try to revive, Lorona and Triss managed to slip out with balloons and rejoin me, but even then we don't have forces to retake our lost ground. Contending with the unstoppable Kalia Arena juggernaut was daunting enough, but we also had the numbers disadvantage. What should we do? The hope seemed to be fading from Lorona's eyes, but giving up now wasn't an option. We're abandoning base. Wipe out their stockpile. If we can't defend, we'll just have to strike back. Red had committed all their resources to an all-out offensive, so their own stockpile was wide open. Responding to a crippling counterattack with a counterattack of our own was a desperate measure, but it was the only option we had right now. Nodding at me grimly, the Blue Strike team takes off to clean up the rest of the balloons in Red stockpile. On the way, we encountered the two Red offense members that Noletta had previously subdued, but they wisely keep their distance, opting instead to regroup with the rest of their team. When we arrived, we managed to finish the job quickly, with 10 having already been eliminated from our flag capture, but even then the situation looked bleak. With both stockpiles exhausted and all objectives rendered obsolete, the red team turns their fangs on us. The odds were an overwhelming 3 versus 6, with the red team being at full power. Taking full advantage of their numbers, the red team spreads out in fan formation, seizing comprehensive control of the battlefield as the game enters its final phase. Slowly but surely, they press our diminutive group into a corner with safe and systematic skirmishes, giving us no chance to fight back. Though we were managing to ward off the combined attacks of Callie's offense team and Arena's defense team, we were growing tired under the continued harass. We had no relief options compared to the red team, who could alternate fresh bodies to keep up the siege. It's useless, Ad. Your team's morale has fallen too low. You cannot win. Callia taunts us as we gradually run out of space to back up. But surrender was not an option. Even if we have to crawl, we'll never give up. There's still a way. We just have to find the trump card. I tried to rally my comrades behind the final shard of hope, but exhaustion was beginning to creep even into my voice. Find it if you can. Even if such a thing actually existed, there's no way to save you from these odds. Laughing like a despotic tyrant, Kalia continues to constrict her forces around us. Gah! Lorona cries out in fatigue as she barely manages to escape with her life after warding off a pincer attack on our flanks. One last thing before we begin. There is a trump card hidden somewhere on the battlefield. Whoop! Heaving deeply, Triss drags himself off the ground after being driven back by a vicious 3-man charge. Whoever discovers this trump card will be granted a powerful advantage. If you find your team on the verge of defeat, search for this trump card and turn to the tide of battle. Isn't there anything we can do? Your only hint is as follows. Look through the sky to find the pure purpose of this school. Time seems to slow to a crawl as I close my eyes, letting the tension leak from my body with a slow exhalation. An unending cycle of being broken down over and over again, no matter how many times I tried to stand back up. Giving up before this hopeless situation would be the natural thing to do. There's no way out of this. Nobody would blame me for succumbing to those powerful thoughts. But even then, there is a way. I choose to struggle. A heat begins to build behind my shut eyes as I voice my belief with unwavering conviction. Amidst the darkness stretching out before me, a single golden light was shining. Reaching out, I seized that golden radiance in hand and forced my eyes open. I see it! The moment vision returns to me, I perceive the blue team stockpile at the far left of the battlefield and the blue flag at the far right. The path forward was clear. To me, blue team. Bah. I figured out what the trump card is. Bellowing in the firmest voice I could muster, I motioned to our left in the direction of the blue team stockpile. Break through to that location at all costs. Hope flickers in the eyes of my comrades as there's shown a light beyond the edge of despair they've been teetering on for so long. Bah! For the motherland! Summoning every last ounce of strength they have in their bodies, the last remaining blue team members charge forward with desperate ferocity. What? Stop them! Don't let them get there no matter what! Surprised by our sudden fierce resistance, Kalia orders the red team to pull back and tighten their formation to prevent us from slipping through. Woo! Barreling through the outstretched arm of multiple red interceptors, Triss penetrates deep into the enemy territory before finally being snuffed out. Rah! With a valiant cry, Lorona scatters the resulting pileup and carries us even deeper before succumbing to the ravenous hordes. However, for me, instead of continuing down the path we've carved, I make a sharp right and beeline for the blue flag. A feint. Though it pains me to use my comrades as a decoy, there's no better way to deceive your enemies than by deceiving your allies. Catching on to my diversion, Kalia, who had been laying off to serve as a sweeper, breaks out into an all-out sprint to cut me off. At this rate, she'll block me off from the flag in no time, if only barely. But that's fine. Just when our paths are about to overlap, I abruptly make another sharp right, letting her skid out of control by herself in front of the blue flag. A double feint! Mustering all of my remaining strength, I race down the sideline to my true objective, a bystander watching over the game from the midfield. I figured it out, Mr. Naru. Panting heavily, I double over and rest my hands on my knees as I try to catch my breath. Hold, Kalia, stand down. Mr. Naru gestures behind me as the sound of footsteps belatedly converge on our location. Ad, you said you figured it out. In that case, what is the trump card? Sorry. After taking a moment to gulp down some air, I open my mouth to speak. Look through the sky to find the pure purpose of this school. Taken as a whole, it leads to nowhere, but when broken down, it all comes together. First, purpose of the school. I try to think of something unique to this school at first, but when it comes down to it, the purpose of every school can be boiled down to one thing. That is learning. Indeed, it is as you say, sometimes the closer you look, the less you see. After having the first of my thoughts confirmed by Mr. Naru, I continue. Next, look through the sky to find. On a representational level, what would you need to search through the sky? The first thing that comes to mind is wings. With those two conclusions, deriving the final clue from pure comes naturally, something that symbolizes purity, for example, the color white. Naru can be interpreted to learn white wings of learning. It is difficult for you to understand. You may refer to me as Mr. Naru for now. White wings of learning. The meaning of your name, Mr. Naru. The trump card is you! With not a change in expression, Mr. Naru closes his eyes at my answer. I must say, the stunt you pulled to concentrate and displace the red team's formation was impressive. But instead of confirming my answer, he slowly circles around behind me and begins untying my balloon. Could it be I was mistaken? With a crestfallen murmur, I drop my gaze to the ground. Rather than answer me, though, Mr. Naru poses a question of his own. Tell me, my child, do you know what a deus ex machina is? Puzzled, I tried to recall when I had read about it in my mother's collection. God from the machine. It refers to a plot device in which an inextricable situation is solved by sudden intervention. Could it be? I felt my eyes widen as I looked back up in time, just to see Mr. Naru tying my balloon to his back. Call for me, and I shall come. With a flourish of his arm, Mr. Naru casts his coat to the wind and steps into the battlefield. Rejoice, Blue Team! I have come to avenge your fallen! With another otherworldly roar, Mr. Naru surges forward at demonic speed. In a blink of an eye, he sheds 2 of the Red's offensive balloons to pieces before turning to bear down on Kalia. What in the world? Fall back, Kalia, you can't take him! Quick on the uptake, Irwina orders Kalia to turn tail. But before she can get far, Mr. Naru catches up and ruptures the fragile air vessel signifying her life with an impossibly swift and accurate strike. To think he could outspeed Kalia to such a degree, even reading her attempt to juke him off, it was unbelievable. Go, Mr. Naru! Woo! There's still hope. Bah. It's time to tip the scales. Mr. Naru. No longer was the blue team quailing at the prospect of imminent defeat. Emboldened by the grand reversal, we cry out in jubilation as our fighting spirits are restoked. This is for my teacher's pride! Letting loose a blood-curdling howl, Mr. Naru sweeps through the bewildered red team as they scramble to stay alive. By introducing a new element, we had completely turned the tables and regained the initiative. Was this the fury of the teacher who had been forced to endure helium-induced humiliation in front of his own class? An irrevocable death spiral, utter decimation. Before long, only one red team member remained standing. Father, you are acting childish. Irwina's stoic figure stood as the last obstacle before Mr. Naru's ceaseless advance. Come and strike down this childish fathers of yours, then. If it's you, there's no need to hold back. Coldly informing him she will not back down, Irwina manipulates a mechanism on her iconic rod and smashes it into the ground. With a sliding sound, the rod abruptly extends to length exceeding her full height. Dauntless and unmovable, Irwina brandishes the uninhibited tool before her, adopting a honed stance of a seasoned lancer. What's going on? It can do that? Everything rested on this duel between Irwina and Mr. Naru. Dripping suspense, bleeding tension, as the two hardened combatants squared off against each other, a climactic gust blew through the battlefield, rustling the chilled air. The moment the frozen air is disturbed, Mr. Naru lunges forward, precipitating the beginning of an end. Ha! Irwina was quick to react, bringing her rod to bear with breathtaking speed. With a flurry of strikes, she walls off Mr. Naru's advance, forcing him to step back and block with his shins and forearms. Pushing Mr. Naru off balance, Irwina lifts her rod high into the air and brings it down with a deafening force. but he manages to spin away at the last moment, barely escaping the devastating attack. The ground! Where Arena whiff's strike had struck the ground, there was a massive gash in the earth, as if it had been plowed by a cannonball. The class could only gape in disbelief. Nope, nope, nope. Content to sit safely on the sidelines, I shake my head gravely at the ongoing clash. Considering she had just ripped Mother Earth. The amount of control I would have taken to lightly nudge someone like she'd been doing until now was inconceivable. Mr. Nar was blocking it barehanded. Go, Rowena, you can do it! Believe, we believe in you! This is seriously on another level. Moving like coiled lightning, Mr. Naro slips through a gap in Rowena's zoning, closing the distance with a vicious roundhouse at the temple. But with a reed bordering on prescience? Rowena steps precisely one half step to the side, striking the blow off course with a brisk adjustment of her rod's back end. Woo! A flurry of punches, a squall of kicks. Mr. Naro follows up with a ground-shattering advance. If Mr. Naro's assault was unstoppable, though, Irina's poise was unbreakable. She slowly retreats as she deflects and evades Mr. Naro's attacks, with measured movements, maintaining a fixed distance the entire time. Then, sensing an opening, Irina abruptly releases her rod, lunging an off-center strike and plunging her hand into Mr. Naro's gut with a counterattack that sends him skidding. She's one hell of a brawler, too. Rather than using her superior... Oh, I got a dasher. Sorry. Rather than using her superior range as a crutch, she was using it to limit Mr. Naro's options, setting the terms of close-quarter combat in a way that favored her. Those of us standing on the sidelines could only look on in a stunned silence of what was unfolding before us. Our humble game of Capture the Flag had escalated to something far beyond the scope of our imagination. What we were witnessing could only be described as an epic fight to the death. It seems you're quite motivated today. Though he could not flinch or clutch at where he sustained damage, beads of sweat could be seen tracing down Mr. Naro's face. You have violated the integrity of the children's games by choosing to partake. I will not allow such an infringement to pass. I know you were a prank collaborator in yesterday's prank. I'm not that heavy of a sleeper unless certain incriminating conditions are met. Do not think you will be awarded any claim to righteousness. You shall know the same indignity you brought upon me. A final clash, a dictate of certain defeat. Could his calloused hands grab the fruit of victory from the jaws of defeat? Hopeful prayers ran through the minds of the blue team as they gazed upon the form of the one who had shown them light in the sea of darkness. It seems you wish to suffer the same humiliation of yesterday once more, Father. Allow me to grant that wish. The promise of certain victory, a decree of absolute penance. Could her unseeing eyes capture a vision of salvation amidst the despair of sudden upheaval? Yearning pleas ran through the minds of the red team as they gazed up upon the form of their last standing bastion. Light footsteps, regulated breaths. Adopting a vastly different approach from before, Mr. Naro stealthily circles around Irina. Futile. In response, Irina proactively seizes the attack with a broad, crouching sweep. Forced to evade or risk being struck, Mr. Naro pulls away with a distinctly loud hop that restores the sensory information being deprived from Irina. With his position now ascertained, Irina pivots with her residual momentum, following up with a strike at Mr. Naro's unanchored knee. But with impossible deftness, he twists away, causing the attack to whiff by a small margin. Suya! Battle cries full of spirit that rang out to the beat of his footsteps like a war song, in what seemed to be a last resort of producing disruptive sounds to throw Irina off. Mr. Naro weaves in a bleak pattern around Irina to strike at her flank. But Irina parries and counters the attack with relative ease. Rather than misdirect her, it was only giving her more to operate with. Shoya! I'm sweaty like frick! Oh my god, holding my phone. Oh my god, it's so hot in here. Even then though, Mr. Naru does not cease his cries. Mr. Naru should be aware of Irina's aptitude in processing sensory information more than anyone else. So why was he employing this strategy? Shoya! Over and over again, Mr. Naru continues to enact the same cycle despite its proven ineffectiveness. Then suddenly, Saya! Mr. Naru abruptly changes his cadence, catching Irina in a moment of vulnerability. Bah! Realizing he had slipped into her defenses, Irina tries to bring her rod to bear, but Mr. Naru pinions it mid-strike and whirls powerfully, sending its slender form flying high into the sky. He had conditioned Irina into unconsciously following a rhythm he established, switching up at the last moment for the punish. It's over! Committing his entire being, Mr. Naru launches deep into what had been Irina's strictly controlled space. He wards off Irina's attempt to parry, reaches around and under her exposed back, plants a decisive killing blow to her balloon. All movement ceased as a deafening little burst resounded through the air. Not a single breath could be heard as we stared in awestruck at the grand conclusion. It's my win. Mr. Naru smiles thinly as he lowers his hand that had dealt the finishing blow. 3 steps ahead of you. With the shrill sound of air being pierced by something descends from the sky and impales the ground behind Mr. Naru, rupturing his balloon in the process. It was Irina's rod. When I knocked it away. Allow me to quote you, Father. After your balloon is popped, you cannot rejoin the game until you return to your team base and acquire another balloon from your team's allotted stockpile. Since I launched my rod into the air before my balloon was popped, it counts as a valid kill, since I was still in the game when the action was completed. No way! Simultaneous checkmate! Is that even possible? Faint. Even that feeble parry was just to move me into the proper position, wasn't it? Calculated. This means we both lose, Father. Do you remember the rules you recounted to us? First off, a team will be counted as losing if all balloons worn and stored on its side are popped. A losing team must accept the punishment of inhaling helium until their voice becomes squeaky. Once that is done, the other team gets the exclusive right of dictating what must be voiced during that duration. The rules never stated there could only be one loser. Therefore, Irina extends her hand to point slightly offset at her father. Accept your punishment with the rest of us. We could do nothing but gawp in astonishment at the end result that Irina had brought about. That means both teams lose. But that also means both teams win in a way, doesn't it? So everyone has to do the punishment? No way! Foolishness. I'd gladly relive yesterday if it grants me the gratification of watching you do the same. Boldly accepting her scenario of mutually assured destruction, Mr. Naru proceeds to retrieve the helium balloon set aside for the purpose of punishing the losers. Nobody could have foreseen that everyone would end up losing, though. Are you ready, class? This is now a showdown of coming up with the juiciest things to make the other side say. What shall we make them sing? A roguish suggestions and raucous chatter was had. But ultimately, eyes come to rest upon Triss as he imitates a chicken pecking at the ground. What about animal sounds? Hey, let's make them mimic chickens. Cows too. I want to hear them bark. Look, Noella, you can do your favorite, constipated cat noises. Remember to put your heart into it, Noella. Noletta. Bully. Now then, Mr. Naru returns back at Arena after completing his distribution of helium balloons. Prepare to recount the most shameful things conceivable, child. You will be groveling on the ground when I'm done with you, father. Such familial love. Even after their duels end, their competitive spirits were still burning as bright as ever. Let us begin then. Inhale your helium, everyone. You shall recite everything the opposing team dictates for you as long as your voice is affected. With unprecedented enthusiasm, everyone ungoes the fastening on their balloon and inhales the gas with heaving gulps. And just like that, our festival of nonsensical noises began. Boop, boop, boop. Meow. I can't hear you. Look how funny they sound. Do it louder. Everyone was cracking up as much as their own voice, at their own voice, as they were at the ridiculous stage they were forcing the other team to vocalize. Ruff, throw me a ball. Moo, I'm a cow. In a twist of irony, the two teams start competing to see who could make the louder and more outlandish noises. The food is here. Roar! What abomination is that supposed to be? Can't you tell it's a dragon? Sounds more like a chihuahua in its death throes. It was a tumultuous ruckus, complete with thigh-slapping, cackling, and mirthful crying. Amidst it all, Triss seemed to be having the time of his life, enjoying everyone's inanity without having to participate himself. Hey, that's not fair. Triss gets to hear everyone say humiliating things without doing anything himself. Indeed, it's not fair that he can't join in on our fun. His carousing comes to a glum and abrupt stop as he's smacked in the face by harsh reality. Can we act out the animals that we're imitating as well? So Triss can join us. Hey, Lorota, you really want to get on all fours and start licking your butt that much? In that case, I'll take you up on that. Oh, so cruel. The mental image of Lorona curling up and whimpering at an abusive owner was so real that I could practically see the tail between her legs. That sounds fun, actually. Let's do it. This is really potent helium. The rest of the class followed suit. Triss quickly finds his calling, wiping the floor with his best impressions anyone could manage. His reproduction of crab in particular was disturbingly spot on. Lorona, your sacrifice was not in vain. It ended better this way, didn't it? A sense of calm fulfillment settles over me as I survey the two teams mingling and playing their hearts out with each other. A short ways off, Calliot was imposing command after command on a tormented Lorona. You know, you can dictate commands back at her, Lorona. Meanwhile, Triss was defending his position as best mimic through four-legged horse races against several challengers. Amusingly enough, Noletta seemed to be giving him a run for his money, all while yelling, "I want to eat cavallari." If it's pasta we're talking about, I think you mean cavatelli, Noletta. Furthermore, Arena and Mr. Naru were squaring off with severe expressions on their faces. They were in another caliber, being able to exchange fighting words with such wacky voices. It was quite surreal how out of place they looked amidst the goofy animal noises and chortling. Yet there was no doubt their presence belonged to the complete picture painted before me. A rising cacophony of sounds, everyone's voice, a contribution. It all blends together to create a special song of our very own. A song of silly laughter and dumb smiles, gilding the minutes and hours. A happy world where everyone wins isn't really possible, is it? I gaze up at the vivid blue sky with its big meandering clouds. In that case, let's treasure this fleeting world where everyone happily loses together then. An ending like a transient dream. everyone is given the gift of departing with wide smiles and stories to tell those awaiting their return back home. The peaceful sounds of cooking. Enveloped in the fading rays of sunset, I rest my head against the kitchen table. Though the enticing aroma tickled at my empty stomach, fatigue was also hitting me at full force. What?
They're not even tenders.
No.
They look like chicken nuggets.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love you. Did you see what I sent you?
Yes.
Would you rather have $1 or $2?
I love you. Dang, it's heckin' hot in here, bro. It's heckin' hot in here, bro. Ugh. Foo. My breath slow as my consciousness dwindles into a comfortable darkness. Have an eventful day, Ad. The darkness disperses at the sound of plates heavy with food being placed before me. The sun was now barely clinging onto the horizon's edge. Eventful, that's one way to describe it. Today was fun in a lot of ways, but I'm spent. On a different note, did you really make cauliflower again? Can you switch it up and make broccoli or something? You know this isn't a broccoli house, Ad. I gaze on dubiously as Papa shovels mounds of the puffy white veggie onto his plate. How come we never have snow peas or string beans or something? I scrunch up my face as I push the plate of steaming cauliflower far away from my own. What's wrong with cauliflower? Unperturbed, Papa pushes the plate back to its original location. It tastes like water in solid form. Unwilling to entertain Papa's unusual dietary proclivities, I repel the plate with the vigilance of an Ubermensch goalkeeper. Ubermensch. I like cauliflower. Tastes like water in solid form. Papa falls silent at my remark with a gaze that suggested he was recalling a far-off memory. I once told your mother that exact same thing. You know what she told me? I believe that's called the ice dummy, though I suppose you would know best what tastes like water in solid form, considering how uninspired your cooking is. Youch! Hope Papa has some actual ice lying around for that sick burn. Eating cauliflower goes against my beliefs. As its name might indicate, cauliflower is a flower, and I'm a staunch pro-flower activist. Even as I utter the words, a memory of our group gleefully plucking flowers by the stream not one day ago flits across my mind. Whatever, he doesn't know that. Learning to like it wouldn't hurt. Papa pushes the plate back again, causing a strange sense of passion to well up inside me, like the desire to liberate an oppressed people from their subjugation. The working class refuses to budge to your demands. We have nothing to lose but our chains. I push the plate away once more and prepare to block its expected return. But our game of tug-of-war abruptly comes to end. Papa hadn't pushed the plate back, leaving it to sit forlornly at the edge of the table. I used to think little of eating cauliflower too, you know. But after seeing how much your mother loved it, somewhere along the line I began to enjoy eating it as well. It was always the strangest things that seemed to make her happy. A somber ambiance took hold of the room as Papa reminisced. A glorious revolution seems to have fizzled out. Pulling the plate of cauliflower back to me, I scoop a modest portion to my plate. Anyways, it wasn't like I disliked cauliflower. It was just dull if you didn't defy and rebel against authority every once in a while. Why did Mother like cauliflower, though? Munching away heartily, I raised the question of why she was so passionate about such an oddly specific thing. Papa watches me gobble down food with a healthy appetite for a bit before speaking. To explain that, it's important to understand the nature of our Socratrine. The reason it is closed world is because the veil of mist that envelops its boundaries has the dangerous property of distorting reality. It causes you to lose your mind to madness, such that no matter how far you travel into it, in the end you'll always end up coming back the way you came. That's why it's a mystery how my master led the UL refugee convoy to Socratrine. Before that, there was only one way for us to learn about the lands beyond our own. Socratrine's main river, Evahet. Papa nods. Your mother was an infinitely curious woman that was very fond of collecting the unknown land artifacts that flowed down Evahet. Her eyes would always light up, in particular whenever we discovered UL tomes. The reason she loved cauliflower had to do with one of those writings. I remember her words. Cauliflower has a deep history to it, carrying symbolism in a prominent UL religion. It represents the mythical tale of a virgin mother and a huge white star that guided the people to her child's crib. Your mother always seemed to be talking about things I could never make heads or tails of. Whoa! Livy. Mustering a meager smile, Papa drops his gaze to the ground. Speaking of Mother, it clearly strains his heart. But I can't stop now. Why was she so obsessed with the unknown lands? That probably had to do with her upbringing. Your grandmother was a powerful duchess known for her cunning brutality. Her ambition and influence was such that many feared her rise to power. However, in a plot believed to be orchestrated by a rival old aristocrat faction, she was assassinated by your grandfather and your grandfather succeeded her. Grandfather did not kill Grandma. As the spouse of a political marriage, he had the ambitions of his own that ran contrary to your mother being the next in line successor. So he locked your mother away under the pretense of trauma and mental instability at your grandmother's death. Sequestered in her chambers from a young age, unable to ever leave. Your mother was made a prisoner in her own home. Her yearning for freedom was such that even when released from that burden, she was not sated, always longing for more. It's not enough. Those were the words she told me, as if the closed world of Socratrine were just another cage. She wanted to escape Socratrine to see what lay beyond. Maybe it's because I've grown up reading her collection for all my life, but... Did you know, Papa? That's my wish as well. Papa? This tangled knot rooted deep in my chest. I can't bear it anymore. Papa, will you tell me? If I don't ask now, will there ever be another chance? Or will I live the rest of my life carrying this aching emptiness inside me? How? Stealing my beating heart, I forced the words out of my throat. How did Mother die? My desire to know felt all-consuming, like a maddening hunger that could not be sated. It possessed me, pressing me forward despite the crushing dread. You've kept it from me from all these years, but I can't accept that anymore. Please tell me. It felt like I was suspended in time, unable to advance, retreat, or even breathe. But even then, I don't back down. Tell me. Your mother was killed. I killed her. The words hang in the air, a heavy weight. I stare blankly at them. Blankly I stare. A dark shadow eclipsed Papa's face, fake a tear-stained mask. Its stifling coldness paralyzes me. I killed her. I try to speak, try to say something, anything, but I falter. Hollow. That's all my words would be. Unable to voice myself, I let the suspended words fall from my lips unspoken. Gone. It was all gone. The clinking of silverware, the warmth of a family peacefully sharing a meal. In its absence, an oppressive silence constricts the room. Leave the plates in the sink when you're done. Without ever meeting my eyes, Papa turns away. Something aches inside me as I watch him go. Gazing at the fleeting image of his back in the doorway, I sit there for a very long time. The shadows of the night's passage sink into their deepest shades before I finally rise from my seat. Hunched over a candlelit desk in my mother's room is where I find him. The candle's flame seems to waver in concert to his rhythmic breaths, casting shadows upon the weathered books that had once been someone's pride and joy. Papa. Though his consciousness was no longer in the room, I call out to him, reaching out to touch his cheek. The false smile from before had fallen from his face, revealing a haggard, hollow countenance. Was remembering her that painful? Even then, he had returned to his room, unable to let himself forget. You're a weakling, aren't you? But no matter how weak you may be, I know you loved her more than anyone in the world. Pulling a chair up beside him, I rest my head on the desk and gaze at his sleeping visage. Distressed, defenseless, it looks so much like the troubled sleep of an anxious child. I want you to tell me more about her. My words do not reach him, he cannot answer, but I want him to listen. Her favorite foods, the little things that peeved her off, whether or not she was a morning person. My consciousness begins to flicker wearily as the day catches up with me. Even if it's little things like that, I want to know all about her. Why, even though I was sitting right next to him, he felt so far away. Serafalsen, Versen, Fansen, Felsen, Felsel, Seraphin, Faincel, Seraphincel. Hi, Kribo. Faincel. Fighting against fluttering eyelids, my eyes find Papa's upturned hand. What kind of person was she? I rest my palm in his, noting absent-mindedly how soothingly cold it feels. My hand's so small compared to his. And what happened on that day? For some reason I was certain. A golden dream waited for me beyond the encroaching darkness. This closed world, I'll break it and behold what lays beyond, for her sake as well as mine. The sound of fallen rain. Its rhythmic patters seep into my consciousness, coaxing my eyes open. My bedroom ceiling. However, something seemed off. The right side of the ceiling looked blurry and out of focus. Huh? When I bring my hand to my right eye, it comes away wet. Tears. Perplexed, I tried digging through my memories. Last night I fell asleep in Mother's room. Papa probably carried me to my room afterwards. I remember being gripped by a strong conviction that I'd returned to the Golden Dream, but that couldn't be right. I always remembered what happened in the Golden Dream as clearly as my waking hours. But right now, I couldn't recall a thing. A gap in my memories. Distraught, I twist and turn in my sheets, trying to breach the thick clouds swirling in my head. But in the end, I couldn't produce an inkling of insight into what happened. There's no point in going around in circles anymore. Slipping out of bed, I wander over to the window and place my hand against the cold glass. The mellow atmosphere of a rainy day usually soothed me, but today it felt strangely oppressive. As one that relished the feel of this rain's kiss on my face, it mystified me how much the light patters unsettled me. The rain outside wasn't too heavy, but somehow it felt like the earth was drowning under the downpour. I should get going. Descending the stairs to an empty house, I don my rain gear and set off into the falling rain. A little rain shouldn't be enough to deter us. We always met up to play on Saturday mornings. Today should be any different. The thought helps lighten my mood as I proceed down the puddle-lined path. I want to see everyone's faces. Before long, the Rue household fades into view, emerging from a curtain of mist. Something was wrong, though. Standing before the cabin's dark outline under the falling rain was a solitary figure. The figure so still they seemed to blend into the very landscape. Hi, Strat. Oh, said Strander. Oh man, I can't read anything. Cool. A knot of deep unease sinks to the bottom of my gut. It was Noletta. Unblinking, unmoving, she stood there. Noletta. Upon drawing closer, I find her clothes to be completely soaked through. How long has she been standing out here utterly exposed to the elements? Noletta, it's me, Ed. One heartbeat, two, passes by breathlessly before my voice seems to reach her. But the eyes that turned to face me, they were unrecognizable. I did not know them. Vacant and unfocused, they stare through me, looking at something far away, like the glass spheres of a discarded doll. Noletta, aren't you cold? I reach out and grasp her hands. Cold, clammy. Her skin had chilled immensely from being exposed to the fallen rain. Noletta. A sharp throbbing within my chest. I realized it hurt. It hurt to see her like this. Let's get you inside. Gently tugging on her, I lead her back into the cabin. Inside, I found Bristle huddled up in the corner of the room, his head cradled in his hands. Noletta had fallen into a catatonic state, but unlike her, she was trembling uncontrollably. Unlike her, he was trembling in an uncontrollable state of spell of mania. While I was concerned about him, I needed to prioritize treating Noletta. I had no idea how long she had been out there. Stripping off her wet clothes, I wipe her down thoroughly with a towel and drape a blanket over her. As I go to light the stove, though, a stifled scream makes my heart catch in my throat. Reacting to the stove's glowing embers, Bristle presses his body against the wall. Unable to retreat any further, though, he lashes out frenetically at the nearby furniture before slipping and slamming against the ground. That's when I notice. From the arms he was cradling desperately against himself, something dark was dripping onto the floor below. Illuminated under the stove's flickering light, his fingernails produced a wet, squishing sound as they scrape out more of the dripping dark fluid. He was gouging out his own flesh. Stop, Bristle, you're hurting yourself! Unable to think of any other way to stop his hysterical self-mutilation, I grab at his wrists and desperately try to restrain him. My efforts only caused him to panic further. Stars begin to swirl in my vision as I'm knocked to the ground with such force I momentarily black out. Undeterred, I get up and try once more to hold him down. But unable to bridge our size difference, I'm blown away like an errant leaf. I have to stop him. He's already lost so much blood. Rising on shaking legs, I stumble forward again. But before I can reach out, my legs give and I crumple to the floor. Bristle! At that moment, something happens. A pale white hand extends from the darkness, wrapping around Bristle's hand and covering his eyes. I'm here. Noletta, I'm here. Weakly, feebly, Bristle collapses to his knees. But Noletta does not let go. I'm here. Where are you, Bristle? I'm here. I'm here too. Reaching down with her right hand, Noletta touches Bristle's trembling fist. As if cast with a spell, the shaking stops, and the two intertwine hands, his bloody, clawed hand and her frigid porcelain hand. The darkness is nibbling at me again. It's biting me. It never stops biting. It's okay. I'm here. We're both still here, so it'll be okay. As if grasping for a lifeline, the two tightly clasp hands. Perhaps because I hit my head too hard, it takes a while for me to come back to my senses. Pulling myself off the ground, I take the opportunity to douse the stove flame while Bristle's eyes are shielded. When I return to check on them, I find the two sprawled out, fingers still entwined as they slumbered. With a sigh full of many different emotions, I crouch over Bristle with the first aid kit I had recovered from the kitchen. That's when I hear the sound of the cabin door opening. Huh? It's you, Mr. Dommler. It's as I feared. Looks like I was particularly nasty. It was particularly nasty this time as well. Though his timing could have been a bit more ideal, I was relieved he was here. Could you give me a hand patching Bristle up? I'm having some trouble here. Your hands are all smeared with blood, Choletas. Bleeding on young girls is a bad hobby, Bristle. Mr. Dommler shakes his head in disapproval as he washes, disinfects, and dresses Bristle's wounds with practiced ease. Wow. Something like this must be child's play for a seasoned war veteran like you. His composure and expertise were on an entirely different level. I am more impressed at how calm you are staying, Joad. I think wary describes my current state better than anything else. In any case, Bristle should recover from his injuries without any lasting damage beyond some scar tissue. It's been difficult to tell in the darkness before, but now that I was able to take my time, I realized there was a lot less blood in the room than I initially thought. Mr. Dommler and I spent some time cleaning up before carrying the Rue siblings into bed and making them comfortable. Talk about high maintenance. Even now, they were both stubbornly clinging to each other's hands. In order to leave their right hands connected, we had placed Bristle in a pretty awkward position on his stomach. It was almost unfair how comfy Noletta looked, all curled up under the sheets. Oh well. Letting the tension leak from my body, I settled down next to Noletta and watch on as her chest rises intermittently in concert to her breaths. Mr. Dommler, I have some questions I'd like to ask about these two. While I had refrained from prying too much before, things had changed with this last incident. I'm not certain if I can give you any answers, but continue. I take some time to gather my thoughts before proceeding. Before, you were talking like you knew this would happen. You know the cause behind these episodes, don't you? Indeed, you are not mistaken. Will you tell me why this happened then? Mr. Dommler goes quiet as he mulls over what to say. To explain what happened, I will have to go into their past, which I'm afraid I cannot do. You don't think I have a right to know after this experience? My apologies, but the young master has explicitly instructed me not to tell you anything. I'll have to get creative if I want to parley with Mr. Dommler. Let me approach this from a different angle then. Noletta spends just as much time under my care as Brussels does under yours. Any information you withhold is that much less I'm equipped to deal with should a crisis arise when I'm with her. It is true that you're the closest one to Ciauletta after Brussels. Well, Brussels might have you around if something goes amiss. Who can Noletta depend on if something happens during the day? For the sake of Noletta's well-being, I insist that you tell me what you can. I make a point of staring firmly into Mr. Dommler's eyes as I assert my position. While your reasoning is sound and your proposed course of action is indeed the most prudent, I cannot disobey an order by the young master. There's no need to worry on that front. Papa's already decided to stop hiding things from me. He told me last night he was the one responsible for Mother's death. Mr. Dommler falls silent. With cold eyes, he scrutinizes my face as if gauging the will behind my words, but I don't let a sliver of weakness show. I see. Very well. I shall not disclose any details on your mother's death. It is not my place to tell that story. But I will tell you what I can about the Ruse siblings. Having successfully negotiated a favorable outcome, I let myself relax a bit. To understand what the Ruse went through is important to understand certain bits of Socratrine's history. Are you aware why the Master's Revolution occurred? I learned in school that the old aristocrats suspected the UL refugee convoy would attempt a coup. The preemptive strike they launched against the UL convoy was the trigger for the Master's Revolution. While it is true, it is not the full story. Relations between the old aristocracy and the UL convoy were congenial at first, but the situation became strained when the two parties were unable to come to a consensus on one issue. That is, Socratrine's closed-world dilemma. While the old aristocracy had several factions with different ambitions, they were all united in one desire alone: a way to break the cage of the mist that encircled Socratrine and expose the land of what lay beyond. That was what they wished for more than anything else. Is that so? It echoed a desire that I carried in my heart, a desire Mother once held as well. The true catalyst behind the Master's Revolution stems from the old aristocracy's obsession with breaking Socratrine's closed-world dilemma. The Valoran Master's refusal to assist in this endeavor, despite having led the UL convoy to Socratrine, was a point of great contention. However, even after the Master's Revolution, there remained influential factions in Socratrine, and even the UL convoy wished to resolve Socratrine's closed world. Under heavy pressure, Master maintained her hardline stance, but was eventually forced to capitulate on one front. A research endeavor into the properties of the reality-distorting mist that encircled Socratrine. Its name was Project Benaire. Its primary objective, investigating the effects of Socratrine's mist on the human body through extensive testing. The ramifications of Mr. Dommler's words strike me with an almost painful clarity. Are you telling me Noletta and Brussels were subjects of human experimentation? Subject O.N. Blanc and Subject 1B Schwartz. As the original test subjects of Project Benaire, Noletta and Bressel were subject to inhumane experiments from a very young age. They are the only survivors among the pool of children Project Bonaire drew from. Mr. Daimler's reveal puts me at a loss for words. Their innocence, the reason they seem to know so little about the world. It all made sense now. I run my hand through Noletta's snow-white tresses as she lies before me in quiet repose. When the UL researcher supervising Project Bonaire perished in the fire of collapse, an emergency containment contingency plan was enacted. Noletta and Bressel were isolated in empty underground units filled with the reality of distorting mist. They stayed confined there without outside contact for years before finally managing to escape. It was fortunate they ran into the young master when they did, as he promptly placed them under his protection upon learning about their plight. Noletta and Bressel only started living on our property about a year ago, meaning they've been trapped in this nightmarish experiment for nearly a decade. I had no idea. Sensing that her lips are faintly trembling, I brush my fingers across against Noletta's cheek, as if to whisk away the memories, the bad dreams. It's not completely known what triggers their episodes, but sometimes they become convinced they're still trapped in that underground space, that everything around them is just a delusion they've invented to run away from reality. Noletta, to think she's been bearing such a burden for all this. I could get the pizza. Well, since I got heckin' interrupted, I'm gonna take a sip of my smoothie. Yeah, I did a sticker cover on it. A mango one. Mango. Dairy Queen's not open. Now open. Wow, that was nice. This smoothie's nice for my throat. Alright. We're not gonna do a break yet, though. This is probably gonna be a long stream. Don't feel forced to stay. It's okay. It's okay. We're getting close to the end of Act 1. Okay. 2. Just 2. Aristocracy. I keep saying it like both ways. Aristocracy. What do I keep saying? And then I say aristocracy. I'm like, well, I might as well say both of them just in case. Alright. Rain is something I've started keeping an eye out for, but be careful of anything you think might trigger a relapse. If one does happen, don't leave her side. Stay with her and do anything you can to reinforce that the world around her is truly a reality. You know what might be pretty good? If I save. Let's save. I haven't saved yet. Okay, for the full first row. Okay. Boop. Okay. Understood. Leave it to me. Sorry. I won't let Noletta bear everything by herself. Oh, good answer. Charlotta is blessed to have such a formidable friend. You rarely smile, Mr. Dummler, so it's pretty refreshing when you do. I suppose. Mr. Dummler quickly reverts back to his usual iron mask in response to my comment, and made me recall something. A dear treasured memory of mine. Do you remember when Noletta and Brussels struggled to eat anything when they first came here? We couldn't figure out what it was that was the problem. So the four of us held a pasta party where we made everything from scratch. Do you remember? We made a big mess and called you Grandpap the whole day. It was so fun and so delicious, so much that these two never had a problem eating ever again. And it was all thanks to Super Master Chef Dummler. I suppose that did happen. Hey, Mr. Dummler might be po-faced all the time, but he's actually very good at taking care of people, isn't he? Well, I've lived a long time after all. Suddenly, unable to maintain eye contact, Mr. Dummler drops his gaze to the ground. A reflection laid within those averted eyes, a glassy mirror of one's regrets. It was a gaze I was intimately familiar with, a gaze that often lined Papa's features. The gaze of someone chained by the past. I think it's okay, you know. It's okay to find a sense of family in us. You're not turning your back on the dead by doing so. Shallade. Add. For a moment, Mr. Dummler's iron mask breaks, but he quickly regains his composure. Thinking of me as family, isn't that going a bit too far? Isn't it fine? I think of Noletta and Bristle like family, and I've only known them for a year. But Mr. Dummler's been here for as long as I can remember. And that is only because the Kotar household does not properly employ house servants. There's no one as trusty as Mr. Dummler, right? No, well, the young master has always been adverse to the idea of employing house servants. But for a brief period of time, the Kotar house actually did try employing one. While they were cleaning, however, they made the grave error of tampering with the books in your mother's study. I do not know if you remember, as you were quite young, but you threw a terribly fearsome tantrum. Ever since, the young master has absolutely refused to entertain the prospect of a house servant. Is that so? Well, I don't regret it, because that tantrum's one of the reasons you're always there for us, right? From my perspective, you are someone who has supported Papa and me for all my life. It's only natural for me to consider you family. Or are you gonna try and say a young girl's heart is wrong? No, but tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and think of you as family, and you'll do the same back. Because that's how these kinds of things work. You don't overthink them. Okay? You can be quite unreasonable at times, Chelite. But your words do not ring hollow. I shall take them to heart. So it's okay if we call you Grandpapa from now on, right? Gah. While we're at it, you should try smiling more. You ask too much of me. There's nothing to be embarrassed of. Nope. So show us those pearly whites, Grandpapa. Please stop. I do not know how to deal with situations like these. Grandpapa. In any case, I will cook up a meal for these two and keep an eye on them. So feel free to take your leave. Hey, you kicking me out? How mean. No, but if I'm not mistaken, you usually meet up with your peers on Saturday mornings. It would be prudent not to keep them waiting. That's true. If I kept them waiting any longer, they'd probably start to worry. I'll leave these two in your capable hands then. Leaning down, I kissed Noletta lightly on the head. Sweet dreams, Noletta. Her skin had warmed up considerably since I first found her. I look forward to a big tasty pasta banquet when you wake up. Parting with her, I donned my rain gear and prepared to head back into the rain. Make sure you take good care of them, Grandpapa. I'm not responding to that. You just did, though. Winking mischievously, I set off into the falling rain. When I'm a good distance away, I stop to look back at the misty cabin one last time. All of it. For the sake of breaking Socratrine's closed world. I shake my head lightly to dispel the unwelcome thoughts that filter into the back of my mind. What should I tell the others? Though I wanted us all to be there for Noletta, perhaps it would be best to hold off for today. Noletta was resting right now, making everyone anxious to check up on her wouldn't do. And it would also be a big help to have some time to digest everything myself. Tired. My footsteps faltered to a halt almost immediately after I start walking again. The adrenaline from earlier had long worn off, leaving my body in an achy half-daze. Too much had happened. It was wearing me thin. Hear me, Ad? Ad? Huh? As I tricked through the rain, I belatedly realized there's someone at my side. Good morning, Ad. When she finally gets my attention, she swells with such a delight I can't help but imagine a wagging tail behind her. Oh, it's Lorona. A familiarity of Lorona's greeting brings me such ease my legs almost buckle beneath me. Huh? Burying my head into her chest, I wrap my arms around her. Do you want a hug? I don't want to get you all wet, though. It's okay. Kind-hearted as always, Lorona lowers down and returns my embrace. What's the matter? Does something... Yeah. When she's least expecting it, I blow a puff of air into Lorona's ear. Hee. You're so sensitive, Lorona. Anyone would react like that if you just blew into their ear all of a sudden. You're such a bully, Ad. That was a close call. Anyways, let's be off. We're already running pretty late. Wait, is Noletta not with you today? She's sleeping right now. Huh? I spent all morning trying to drag that sleepyhead out of bed. It's a shame. I had a great prank planned for her today, too. You shouldn't tease Noletta too much. She's so innocent, she'll believe anything, you know? Though I know it's an offhand comment, I shudder at her words. The reason behind Noletta's naivete was heart-wrenching to think about. Well, if you insist. Standing on my tippy toes, I whisper into Lorona's ear. I can always reserve my teasing just for you. Why are you being so mean to me today, Ad? You should be grateful. People are like onions. They need to be shaken up occasionally or else they'll go transparent. No, I think the phrase is people have layers like onions. The nice thing about onions is they become sweet when you cook them. Don't cook people. Anyways, bullying Lorna is fine because she likes it. In fact, I think I'll start charging you for my company. You're charging me a friendship tax? Also, I'm not a masochist. Seeing Lorona's panicked face really calms me down. Her presence has a soothing aura to it that makes you feel like you're doing your best. Thanks, Lorona. Are silly. Ta-ta. 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 Had helped me gather the drive to brave the day. Did you say something? Mush. Mush? Mush, mush! There's no time to waste. Why are we running? I don't understand. The revolution waits for no one, Lorona. Charge! I'm so sore. Slowly taking off into the rain might have been a bit ill-advised. Are you hurt, Ad? You're limping a little. Just a pebble in my boot. Don't want to take it off right now since it's raining, so I'll wait until we get to Miss Faye's house. Okay. Upon making it to the usual place, we spot a pair of rowdy twins splashing around. It seemed they were putting their rain boots to good use to make most of the occasion. Noticing our approach, Kalia kicks one last geyser of rainwater at Triss before returning to us. You guys are late! You know how long we've been waiting here. And where's Noletta? Triss grudgingly wipes off his dripping raincoat as we're instantly barraged with a series of complaints. Noletta's not joining us today. She's glued pretty tight to her pillow at the moment. Her loss, Miss Faye said she had a special new story lined up for us today. I hope it's nice and cheery one this time. Nope, she told us to bring a pack of tissues so you wouldn't soak her nice furniture with your bawling again. Is it too much to ask for a happy ending? Well, off to Miss Faye's place we go then. Yeah, enough dawdling. We've already wasted enough time. Go, go! Our destination locked in, Kalia skips ahead and urges us to start moving. Gotta go fast, huh? Gotta go fast. If one were to behold our group from a distance as we went, they'd probably see a bit of a strange sight. While Lorona and I strolled along the path like normal people, the Lyrit twins had other plans in mind. Kicking up streams of water everywhere they go, they hop to and fro like overactive bunnies. No, don't splash me! Naturally, we'd end up getting caught in the crossfire. I wonder, if Noletta were here, she'd probably be stomping up water spouts alongside the twins, dwarfing anything they made. Always imitating people, always so curious. That she was not here together with us, it felt surreal and a bit hollow. Laughter, cries, shouts. I watch on from the side, a lighthouse on a far shore. Under the cold rain of a dreary, overcast sky, they danced, lively and carefree. They danced in opposition to stagnancy, coloring over the monochrome world with their vibrant acts of life. But I was not there with them. My heart was in a different place. Sitting in a dark room by a certain someone's side, watching as they slept. Wait for us, Noletta. I breathed in air in my throat. Triggered by the doors opening, a little bell chimes out to signal that guests have arrived. Miss Faye's abode was not a normal residence by any measure, a fact any entering visitor was immediately made acutely aware of. The first thing one ever beheld upon stepping a foot in her home was the breathtaking sight of towering bookshelves sprawling out before them. It was no overstatement to say that the Pharaoh House owned and administrated Socratrine's largest library. The large central room we were in easily dominated the majority of the building, containing everything from recently bound novels, novels to dusty tomes that spoke of ancient history. It was a place that bled an otherworldly sense of mystique. Hello? Ooh. Kelly's announcement of our arrival reverberates throughout the massive room. A sound like something hitting wood, followed by the racket of collapsing books. Rounding the corner, we discovered Alouette, swaying amidst a pile of fallen books with stars orbiting above her head. Awa! You're surprised, Alouette. Are you okay, Alouette? Didn't you hear the bell? Alouette had her head in the book's case, so she didn't hear. Awa! Taking care not to step on any books, I pat Alouette on the head. Patapyong, pain, go away. Oh, thank you, Ed. Aside from her job at the Morella Bakery, Alouette also held a job working here under Miss Fay. Dealing with such a hefty workload day to day, she's quite the workaholic, isn't she? They're out of order now. Turning to the nearby shelf, Alouette begins the painstaking task of reorganize the books in the proper order. You want us to help out? It'll go faster if we chip in. But Alouette shakes her head. No, can't lend a hand. If not in the right order, Belly will scold Alouette. Scold. A voice speaks up from behind us as Alouette rather humorously impersonates an angry Miss Fay. I do not sound like that. Also, don't make it seem like I bully you all the time, Alouette. Miss Belisaria Pharaoh, the influential heiress of the old aristocracy, House of Pharaoh. A crisply dressed woman with roseate eyes. She was childhood friends with Papa and the Lyrit's dad, Atun. She was also Mother's cousin, being one of the few that shared a close relationship with her. After we're done here, I'll stay behind. There were questions I wanted to ask her in light of what I've learned yesterday. Isn't it true you bully Alouette all the time, though? Bullying's a crude way to put it. There's more than one way for someone to express their love, you know. Belly loves Alouette, right? Yes, I do. Smiling wryly, Miss Fay ruffles Alouette's head. The books. Alouette is fixing the books. You can leave that for later. We have guests to accommodate now. They'll likely find tea and treats agreeable after their voyage through the rain. Asking for a friend, but who made these treats that are coming? I did. What of it? Guess we're playing the lottery today. How rude. They're ordinary pastries, I'll have you know. I think Miss Fay's cooking is tasty sometimes. Miss Fay was an enigma when it came to the kitchen. While some of the best meals I've ever had were made by her hand, she also holds the title of serving one of the worst meals I've eaten in my life. Probably because she has a tendency of getting bored and turning her recipe into an experiment, adding insane things that'll make the food bubble, change colors, or even explode. I guess that's just her nature as head of Socrate's Chemical Research and Development Department, or Royal Alchemist, as she seemed to prefer despite its datedness. Tea and treats. Alouette will bring tea and treats. After stacking the books up in neat piles, Alouette disappears deeper into the building. Shall we retreat to our usual haven then? With a wave of her hand, Miss Fay beckons us further in. A cozy alcove on the second floor, lined with cushions and dominated by a comfy carpet. It was Miss Fay's favorite spot, reserved for her personal use. Upon arriving, Miss Fay settles into her iconic reading chair at the head of the carpet before surveying over our group. I just realized, but is Noella not here? Noleta. Noella slept in, so she won't be joining us today. Is that so? Miss Faye? It's nothing. Was just thinking that you seem to be limping a bit, Nothing escapes those piercing rose eyes of hers. It's possible she knows more about Project Benair. I should take the opportunity to inquire later. I guess we did go pretty ham in the capture of the flag yesterday. So it wasn't a pebble. Are you actually hurt after all? Let me take a look. That really tickles, Arona. Perry... Riposte? Don't tickle me! Are we tickling Lorona now? Me too! No! Miss Faye gives a little sigh at the scene playing out before her. Anyway, before we settle down for story time, why don't you children give me a rundown on your week? Kalia quickly takes point, chattering on about our construction project, games day, and other hijinks as Triss acts out the key events in tune to her narrative. Occasionally I interject, usually to contribute a different perspective from Kalia's mildly heavy, biased account. But for the most part, I watch on from the side as the Lyrit tag team covers our bases. Eventually, Alouette reappears with a teapot and tray of sweets. But while the others dig into the provided treats eagerly, I can't seem to work up much of an appetite. Curling up on the carpet, I snuggle against Alouette's lap. She had taken a seat alongside us, at Miss Faye's insistence that she take a break. For that I was grateful, as Alouette's caresses were a welcome reprieve from the day's melancholy. I can't say I anticipated it, but Mother Nature has been kind enough to set the mood for today's tale. Once we conclude our weekly report, Miss Faye begins leafing through a weathered-looking book, causing the lyrics to shift giddily in anticipation. Much like how Alouette was unmatched in the art of headpats, Miss Faye had no equal when it came to narration. There was something about her intonations that evoked and immersed a universe within you. Like a shepherd herding dreams, she never failed to capture and captivate our imaginations. The story I've selected is a bit darker than what you're used to. I have some reservations on whether or not you're ready for it. If you'd like, I can always choose a spritier piece. Spriter? Is that supposed to be a challenge? You'd better not underestimate what we can handle, Miss Faye. Asking us if we want to bail out after dangling bait in front of our eyes is in poor taste, Miss Faye. It can't possibly be as sad as last week's story, right? The curiosity of youth is a lovely thing. Very well. I'll be expecting a good discussion afterwards then. Our attention fully at her command, Miss Faye clears her throat before beginning. Today, I'll be recounting to you a story that speaks of the origin of rain. Oh my god, Pie's here. He's just cleaning himself. There was once a village in a faraway land. Its people lived harmoniously off the land, leading happy and fulfilling lives. Life was vibrant and full of color, and children played freely amidst chirping birds. But one day the clouds disappeared from the sky, and rain stopped falling upon the land. The rivers running through the fields dwindled and dried up, leaving nothing for the people to drink. Soon even the crops began to wilt and shrivel away, causing the people to despair as food ran short. Eking out everything they could to make it to the next day, the villagers managed to endure. But no matter how long they held on, the rain did not come. No matter how much they entreated the heavens, the sky did not hear their prayers. It was when all hope seemed to be lost that whispers of a heavenly savior began to spread throughout the village. Somewhere in the nearby forest, where the foliage had remained green and healthy, there was rumored to be a goddess with miraculous powers, a goddess blessed with the ability to produce streams of pure, unadulterated water. Families with no options left clung to this mysterious rumor, searching the forest desperately for the fabled goddess. Then one day, a mother whose son was on the verge of death finally encountered the goddess of the legend. However, she was no divine goddess with the heavenly aura. She was but a little chipmunk of a girl whose head barely peeked above the shrubbery. "Please, save my child," the mother begged to the girl with all of her heart. "He won't respond to me. He hasn't had anything to drink for days." But no matter how much she pled, the girl could not fathom the mother's words. Having lived in the forest for all of her life, she did not know of language. However, when the girl saw the boy's wasted body, she was overcome with great sorrow. He was suffering and in pain, and so, wishing that the boy wouldn't die, the girl leaned over him and began to cry. Big, beautiful tears began to drip from the girl's eyes in unbelievable amounts, trickling through the boy's parched lips, letting him drink tears as clear and pure as the rain that had once fell upon the land. The girl pulled the boy back from the boundary of life and death. The smile of a young girl whose face was still wet with tears, that was the sight the boy opened his eyes to upon being saved from certain death. Meanwhile, having witnessed a miracle, the mother cried out in gratitude and implored the girl to come back to the village so that she might help others in need. Unable to comprehend anything, though, the girl could only let herself be taken away from her tranquil garden. Her first exposure to the outside world deeply affected her. The village she was brought to behold had become but a wasteland of death and decay. Immense sorrow filled the girl's heart at the sight of so many people suffering. Spreading word of her miraculous life-saving tears, the mother took the girl into her home as if she were one of her own. Countless came to her doorstep in search of salvation from their undying hell. The girl wept for each and every one of them, forsaking none in her boundless compassion. By drinking up her pristine tears she shed, the people managed to recover from the brink of collapse. For several weeks, the villagers managed to stave off their deprivation, but though the tears she wept were enough to quench their thirst, their neglected hunger continued to grow by the hour. People whose lives she had poured her heart out to save began to perish from starvation before long. In their desperation to survive, the villagers were forced to break an unspeakable taboo. That taboo was cannibalism. Those that were unable to defend themselves were the first to go. The young, the elderly, the infirm. The girl watched on as a baby was ripped from its mother's arms and devoured by villagers that had lost their minds to hunger. Neighbors that had stuck with each other through thick and thin began to turn on one another, painting the landscape sickening shades of scarlet. Those scarlet visions tormented the girl, bringing her such anguish that blood flowed from her eyes as she wept before the village's withered fields. It was then that, from the crimson tears that touched the cracked soil, flora began to spring up wondrously from the earth. Upon witnessing this miracle, the villagers tried to use the girl's power to nourish their fields. But though the girl wept torrents throughout the day and night at the villagers' plight, it was never the tears of blood that they needed. It was in that hopeless situation that the villagers came to a terrible conclusion. If the girl would not cry tears of blood, they would have to take it from her. The only way to garner the blood they needed was by cutting into her body and draining it. a stone shrine atop of a hill overlooking the village. The people locked the girl up there, driving her to a state of perpetual near death as they extracted her blood over and over again. It's the only way we can survive, was how they rationalized it. Whenever it seemed like the girl was becoming numb and crying less as a result, the villagers had no choice but to devise crueler ways to hurt her. It was a wretched state of an existence in which they could only subsist if the girl's blood and tears flowed freely. But even then, the girl never forsook the villagers. With a smile that grew weaker by the day, she continued to cry, thinking only of their sake. However, her smile did not ease the villagers' hearts. They feared it, were afraid of it, afraid of what that smile meant, of what they had become. And so they began to chant it, a curse or perhaps a prayer to absolve them of their sins. A witch. She's a witch. She's the reason the rain stopped falling upon the land. An incorrupted smile that not even layers of blood and tears could blemish. It was the smile of a witch. And while there were none that could turn a deaf ear to the girl's sobs, which trickled without end from the top of the hill, no one spoke of it. Their throats quenched and their bellies full, the villagers chose not to see, not to hear. For the land had begun to flourish and regain its color under the nourishment of the girl's blessed blood and tears. At long last, the people had regained a semblance of their peaceful days they once knew. But there were those who could not accept it. Back in the house the girl had called home since coming to the village, the young boy whose life had been saved in the forest asked of his mother, "Mother, why don't you drink? Why won't you drink?" No matter how many times the boy brought a cup of water to her mouth, the mother would not part her lips. The family had been haunted by the girl's tormented cries for many sleepless nights now. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." As she lay in bed, she would repeat those words to herself without end. "I should have never brought you to the village." The mother had come to view the girl as her own child during the time they lived together. Unable to bear the thought of drinking her daughter's tears as she was tortured day in and out, the mother had gone without drinking for days. Now on the verge of dying from thirst, the mother spoke to her son for the final time. "Please grant your mother this one last selfish wish." "That girl? Do you mean Sis?" "Yes, your sweet beloved sister." The mother grasped her son's hand tightly as she spoke her final words. "Please be by her side." The boy waited until nightfall to carry out his mother's dying wish. Under a moonless, starless sky, he climbed the hill to where the girl was being held. Breaking into the temple, from which countless streams cascaded and flowed, the boy was met with a heart-wrenching sight. The girl's small figure that had once been filled with the vigor of growth, but now she was barely recognizable. From hollow eyes that endured the darkest of human despair, fountains of water were streaming unendingly, serving as the origin of the rivers running outside. Sis. The boy struggled to release the girl from her restraints, but it was no use. Hands the boy had held steady as he taught her how to write. They were now twisted from ruthless disfigurement. Wrists the boy had made little bracelets for from the floor the girl called forth. They were now melded with the blood-stained iron shackling her. The girl stared vacantly at the boy as he continued his futile attempt to free her, unable to understand. She didn't want him to be sad. But he was not hurt or hungry in any way. He had even grown healthier since the last time they met. So why? Why was he making such a pained face? Knowing that the villagers would be back soon, the boy fell to his knees and began to cry. He didn't want her to be trapped here any longer. He didn't want her to be hurt anymore. But there wasn't anything he could do. That was when he felt a light touch on his chin. clanking her chains as she reached out with what remained of her hands, the girl lifted the boy's head and began to weakly wipe away his tears. When his vision cleared, the boy saw that the girl had a beautiful smile on her face. A smile just like the time she first saved him. Even when the chains had stolen away her freedom, deprivation had wasted her figure, and abuse had dulled the light from her eyes, her smile had not been lost. More than anything, the boy wanted to protect that smile. And so, with trembling movements, the boy reached out and slowly wrapped his fingers around the girl's neck. Unable to stop himself from crying at the thought of what he was doing, the boy tightened his grip. But the girl's smile never left her. Even as the strength slowly left her body, she did not stop. Wiping away his tears, her hand continued to move. It was only when that hand fell back limply to her side that the boy knew it was over. Water was no longer flowing from the girl's eyes, which were loosely shut in a state of peace. Even now, it looked like she was smiling serenely as she slept. Easing her to the ground, the boy watched on as the artificial rivers lost their origin and began to run dry. Though he knew the villagers would return at any moment, the boy couldn't bring himself to leave the girl's side. Before long, countless people swarmed to the temple, enraged that their life-giving water had stopped flowing. They could not forgive the culprit that had destroyed the village's foundation and condemned them all to certain death. "You killed the witch! You killed the witch! She's not a witch!" To the villagers' outrage, the boy roared back with anger of his own. The girl had wiped away everyone's tears, stopping at nothing to help others in need. But who had been there to wipe away her tears? The villagers seized and beat the boy, dragging him outside and tying him to a stake. Lighting a fire beneath his feet, they threw rocks and cursed the boy as he burned. "You killed the witch! You've killed us all!" Even as his flesh blistered and blackened under the flames, the boy continued to cry out, "She's not a witch! She's not a witch!" In a broken voice, the boy repeated it over and over again. "She's not a witch." But his cries fell upon unhearing ears, until at long last, he stopped moving. It was then that something impossible began to happen. Something began to fall from the sky, wet and clear like the sky itself was crying. It was rain. A certain soul had been bearing witness to the tragic scene. It was the girl who had ascended into the sky upon being released from her cage of flesh. She had watched on as the boy screamed in tear-choked agony. Cursed by everyone, forsaken by the world, he died a great pain, his voice having reached no one. She had watched powerless to stop it, no matter how much she wished to. And so, with eyes overflowing with more tears than ever before, from heaven she cried. Clouds came and covered the sky, raining torrential swaths of water that swept away all in its wake. The girl wept madly, unable to stop even as her tears swallowed it and extinguished all life. She grieved alone in the sky for many years before her tears ran dry, flooding the land several times over. Many millennia passed before the waters finally receded. It was only after eons of solitude that the girl spotted life beginning to take root again. Overwhelmed by the moving sight, she began to sob once more, only to drown the fragile seeds of life. In a heartbreaking turn of events, the land became flooded again as she lamented her clumsiness. It was not until many more eons passed that the waters receded and life struggled once more to take root. Placing all of her hope in that fragile, blooming life, the girl vowed deep in her heart to nurture it with prudence. Resolving to cry just enough that it wouldn't wither, but not so much that it drowned. The girl directed her tears to fall from the sky in delicate equilibrium. Occasionally, she would commit an error, disrupting the frail balance and causing a drought or flood to devastate the blossoming flora. In panic and heartbreak, she would weep remorsefully, flooding the land once more. But every time the water cleared away, life always sprang back tenaciously, keeping her belief alive. Repeating that cycle over and over again without losing faith, the girl finally saw the day that people roamed the earth once more. For those people, she continued to weep to this very day, offering it without end so that they can live on. To this moment, that girl lives on, eternally bound to the sky. When clouds come and cover the skies, some people feel immense sadness at her tears. Others feel soothed, relieved that they have not been forgotten, and holding her timeless sacrifice dear to their hearts. Some innocent children pout, complaining that they cannot play. With a characteristic shift of her posture that indicated she was getting close to wrapping up, Miss Faye flips the final page. But even after being wronged so harshly by them, she continues to watch over and love people. In times of scarcity, when people suffer from the absence of her blessing, she witnesses their pain and cries so that they might eat and drink. In times of war, when people raise the land and commit atrocities, she beholds their sins and sobs so that the spilt blood may be washed away. And in times of prosperity, when people smile and laugh amidst flourishing fields, she admires their happiness and weeps in mirth so that they might continue to thrive. With a deep breath, Miss Faye concludes the somber story. Slowly shutting the book, she leans back into her chair to let the ending ferment in our minds. So what do you think? Certainly not the tamest of stories, huh? Miss Faye smiles wickedly as she surveys our speechless faces. You're so sad! Shedding tears that would give the rain goddess a run for her money, Laroda latches on to the closest person to her. With a hapless expression, Triss rubs her back as she bawls and blows snot all over him. Throw in a little asphyxiation, you two could reenact the temple scene for us. Knowing these two, though, our tragic narrative would veer straight into slapstick territory. After all she did for them, I can't believe what the villagers did to the girl. It was inhuman. It was perfectly human. Most people would do the same if placed in that situation. Even if I were to die from hunger, I can't imagine doing what they did. We can only say that because we don't know what it's like to be on the verge of starvation. It's not only about yourself as well. Each of those villagers had people they held dear, friends and family that were slowly dying alongside them. If the only way to save your kin is through forsaking an outsider, there's no question what you'll choose. The scale will only ever tip one way if you weigh the life of a loved one against the life of a stranger. Yeah. But the girl wasn't a stranger to the villagers. She saved each and every one of their lives and suffered beside them. I just can't accept it. How they turned on the very one who reached out to them when they needed someone most. She must have felt so betrayed, so alone. What I can't understand is, why did they start calling her a witch? What reason did they have to be afraid of her? When people brand someone a witch, it isn't really because they're afraid of the person in question. What they fear is something else. In the end, it's an instrument of dehumanization to protect and preserve their own humanity. It lets them do anything to their victim, free of blame, because you're not a monster if the one you're torturing is a witch. That's the part I hate the most. To brand her as a witch even though she devoted everything to them. It seriously pisses me off. That must have been how the boy felt when the villagers kept calling her that. He kept rejecting it until the very end. A solemn silence descended upon us as we recalled the scene in question. It's true, the term witch is more often than not a sin of the sayer. Regardless of how the villagers dressed it, though, what lays at the crux of the story is the concept of forsaking one to ensure the survival of many. It's classic utilitarianism. I hate that kind of thinking. The idea that humanity needs to sacrifice people for the greater good. I get how you feel, Kalia. But it can't be denied that much of the life we know has been built on sacrifices of others. Even so, people's lives aren't numbers to be plugged into some formula. Yes, utilitarianism is a philosophy for cogs, not human being. But it's not always the case that humanity takes lives for the greater good. There are times when people willingly offer it up. I don't think we have any right to deny them from doing so. It was a shaky belief. No, something more uncertain, like a hope. Mother's death on the day I was born, Papa's confession to killing her. The fact that I was here now, at this time, at this place, the fact that she was not. Was Mother's death a sacrifice? A sacrifice to bring me into the world? If so, I wanted to be brave. I needed to believe that she had chosen this path of her own will, that she had wished for it. Humanity will always need a sacrifice, even when it doesn't wish for one. Recall how there used to be a rain at the very beginning of the story? It follows to imagine there was previously another sacrifice that made rain fall from the sky. A role that is replaced over time, like a cycle that nobody wishes for, but everyone needs. Miss Faye adjusts her glasses and gives a small sigh. Listen well, children. All human beings hurt something simply by being alive. Just by continuing to exist, the choice to forsake something to gain something has been made. There's nothing wrong with that. It is no sin to be alive. There was no mistake. She was looking straight at me. Miss Faye. To tell the truth, it didn't matter what the villagers did. Even if the boy never killed the girl and the villagers continued extracting her blood, the village's fate doesn't change. No one can survive having their blood drained like that for long. Eventually, the girl would have perished, with the village expiring alongside her. No matter what anybody does, it'll end the same way. Something like that is just too hopeless. No matter how much they struggled, no happy ending awaited the characters in the story. Such was the script they were bound by. Rain is saddening yet soothing. Life is a child that cannot survive without drinking up the tears of the mother that gave birth to it. And yet in the end, people were drowned by the very life-giving water that nourished them. How poetic. Unfolding her legs, Miss Faye rises from her seat. Anyways, that's about all the time I have for you children. Turning to me, Miss Faye pulls a sealed letter out of her pocket. This is for your father, Ad. Be sure he gets it. And make sure you don't peek. I'll tell him he has a new stack of paperwork to finish by tonight. Let's just say the two of us have a long discussion to be had. Though I was curious about the letter's contents, I had no intention of betraying Miss Faye's trust. Thanks for telling such a unique story today, Miss Faye. It really made me... It definitely made you think. I think so. It definitely... You and I think. Yeah, It is something to remember that the oldest person here is 15 years old. Adelise is 10? Question mark? Callie and Triss are just a little bit older. Mercy Mrs. You better not pull any punches when it comes to the intense stuff like this, Miss Faye. The girl's devotion to people was so admirable. Admirable. Even though it was so sad, I really liked it. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to have a cheerier story next week. People fall in love with sad stories as well as happy stories. Compassionate yet cruel, we wish for happiness, while seeking sadness. Human beings are such a messy bundle of contradictions. But in the end, isn't that the way it should be? Oh, Miss Faye, Triss is curious what the title of the story is and who wrote it. Unknown. Though I can't conceive why. Everything but the text itself has been omitted. A book without a title, or even the author remains unnamed. Don't tell me this is some cliché development where you reveal yourself to be the author, Miss Faye. I could see it. Miss Faye is definitely the kind of person that would write a pitiless story like this. Such aspirations against my character. Aspirations. How rude. Miss Faye's sulky face is the best. Don't you think you should dial back on how much you tease people, Ed? As a wise old woman once said, there's more than one way for someone to express their love, you know. Oh, looks like she's serious about a pop of vein. Time for a tactical retreat. Dear heavens, look at the time. We better be off now. Good day, Miss Faye. Take care, you little rascals. As I don my rain gear and make to leave with the others, though, a sudden pain spikes through my right eye. Overcome with vertigo, I lose my balance and bump into someone. Oh, Alouette. You've been so quiet, I forgot you were here. Alouette just woke up. Menya. I'll see you're sleeping. Some reason her complexion seemed paler than usual. Alouette, something wrong? What's the matter? If you don't tell me with your words, I won't understand. Alouette had a bad dream. Tell me, Alouette. Drawing close, Miss Faye places her hands on Alouette's shoulders. What happened in your dream? What was it about? No. Alouette doesn't know. Alouette doesn't remember. I see. Go ahead and see the children off. If the rain doesn't get better, you're welcome to stay the night. A sleepover with Belly sounds fun. But everyone is waiting for me back home. Without responding, Miss Faye disappears deeper into the building. What are you two dilly-dallying around here for? We're all ready to go. Coming. The pain in my eye was still throbbing, making it difficult to gather my thoughts as I followed behind the others. The rain had greatly intensified during our stay. Its pervasive roaring was as if the earth itself was rebelling against the sky. Well, it's gotten pretty bad. As much as I'd hate to, should we call it a day and go home? You three go ahead. I need to talk with Miss Faye about something, so I'll be staying behind. Alright, guess we'll see you at home then. Make sure you rest up, okay, Anne? Yeah. Upon separating with them, I gaze up at the dreary, overcast sky. It was there, welling up from deep inside me. A vision of a burning sky. What is this feeling? A feeling that everything is coming apart at the seams? Everything's falling apart. Pick up the pace, Triss. We're gonna look like drowned cats by the time we get home. The onslaught of raindrops pounded down on us like tiny hammers, rendering Kalia's shouts barely audible. We were running home after separating with everyone else. Something causes me to stop in my tracks, though. Triss, we're not getting drier by the moment here. Kalia complains to me as she skids to a halt. But she falls silent when I raise my hand and point to my ear. Though faint, something that clashed disharmoniously against the roaring rain could be heard. Concentrating on my hearing, I wander off the path into a nearby brush. Is that a bird? Something sounds wrong with it. Something about the cry's tone was hurting my ear. Over there, Triss. It lay in a hole lined with frayed netting. A bird with blazing orange feathers. A phoenix oriole? A species that was supposed to have gone extinct since the fire of collapse. Before us, what was surely among the last of its kind was struggling with all it had to stay alive. Oh. The bird cries out pitifully, flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to stay afloat amidst the rising water. We need to save it. I spring into action, dipping my hands into the water to try and pull the bird free. But my blind fumbling is to no avail. The bird's panicked flailing and incessant downpour was making it impossible to see. It's drowning. We look on in frozen horror as the bird's head disappears under the surface. Scoop out the water, Triss. Cupping my hands, I shovel the water out in a frenzied attempt to drain the hole. But while I'm able to displace enough water for the bird to pop out and breathe, the pouring rain makes it so I can't relent for an instant. If I stop, the rising water will drown the bird in no time. But there's no way for me to free the bird in this state. And I can't keep this up forever. Damn it! Unable to stand by any longer, Kalia throws herself to her knees and plunges her head into the water. She must have come to the same conclusion as me. If we can't see what's trapping the bird from above, our only option is to try looking from below the water's surface. Pulling her head above the surface, Kalia spews water from her mouth as she struggles to catch her breath in the thick rain. It's all tangled up in something. In the netting. But though we now knew what the problem was, we were no closer to a solution. We simply didn't have enough to work with. My hands were full scooping out the water, while Kalia had nothing to reach out with. The only thing she could do was look on powerlessly from the side. Her face twists into an expression I haven't seen in a long time. Bitterness, frustration. It's always been like this, even when it's right before me. I've never been able to... I can almost hear it. The thoughts running through her head. No! Unable to accept it, Kalia plunges her head below the surface and bites onto the netting, ensnaring the bird. Wildly, madly, she gnashes her teeth in desperate attempt to cut through. But though she sticks at it stubbornly for as long as she can, before long she runs out of breath. Coughing up the water that floods into her lungs, Kalia takes a deep breath and dives back under. But no matter how many times she tries to chew through the netting, it doesn't give. The only thing she was accomplishing was tiring herself out. No! As we repeated our futile cycle, the bird only continued to weaken. Its movements were slowing, its cries growing faint. A realization dawns upon me as my fingers begin to grow numb from the biting chill. At this rate, it's going to die. No, no, no! Kalia croaks weakly as she dips back under for another unsuccessful attempt. But she's only able to hold her breath for a few seconds before having to rise again. My own exhausting act was taking its toll on me as well. I couldn't feel my arms anymore, but even then, we don't stop. We can't stop. The sound of fallen rain. It was the only thing that could be heard. The birds' cries were no more. Slumping to the ground, Calais stares on vacantly as water overflows the hole. But even though the bird has ceased moving long ago, I don't stop. With hands that have long lost all feeling, I continue to paw weakly at the water. It's the same. It's the same as that time. In my mind's eye, I can't help but see it. The circle of light above us, so far to reach. The slippery stones surrounding us, so dark, so cold. Her warm blood flowing through my fingers, so red. So red. Stop. Let go of her. Stop it, Triss. Let go of her, Triss. It's dead. She's dead. I grab at my temples as the nauseating pressure begins to build up in my skull. Deep within me, something begins to smolder. A fire was trying to catch. But deprived of air, it forms nothing more than smoking embers. Why? The well's chilly water slowly running red as the life bleeds out of her body. Something hot begins to leak from the corners of my eyes as images from that time consume my vision. Why? My bloody hands slowly becoming numb with pain as I slammed them against the stone walls. The sensations of that day began to meld and overlap with the present, sending tremors rippling through my body. I'm sorry. Her chapped lips repeating one thing. I'm sorry. Repeating one thing. The ashes of a failed fire swelled up inside me as the verse presses down on my heart like a suffocating vice. As I open my mouth in a frail attempt to release the cage and grief searing me, but unable to produce the words that could carry it all away, I choke and gag pathetically. It was like there was a cork in my throat. With no way to escape, the cloud of swirling cinder claws madly at my insides. I'm going to burn away from the inside out. Words that wouldn't come. A flame that could not be extinguished or quelled. No matter how much I wanted to howl and roar with all of my heart, I couldn't utter a single thing. So I start to run. I take off with all of my might into the curtain of falling rain. Triss! Calais screams out from somewhere behind me, but her cries don't reach me. With no regard to where I'm heading, I dash forward madly. I just don't understand. Why? Why can't I do anything? Yet again, I was powerless. Unable to cry out in protest as it all slipped through my fingers. Triss! I'm chasing after something, but I can't see what. For some reason, I could barely make out what was ahead of me. Something was clouding up my vision so much that I could only vaguely discern its receding outline. Triss! It's getting away. It's getting away. It's getting away. Triss! Even though it long disappeared from view, I don't relent in my pursuit. I didn't know any other way to deal with all the things smoldering inside me. So even though I could barely see in front of me, I continued to run. Forward, forward, endlessly, eternally. Triss. My lungs are tearing into pieces. My heart is pounding into paste. My legs are crumbling beneath me. With no outlet, the hot pressure continues to build up inside me, like a bottle of scalding liquid that had been violently shaken up. Triss! I'm sorry, Triss. I'm sorry you had such a monster for a mother. I stumble, trip and collapse to the ground. But it still wasn't enough. The things inside me were still burning, burning, burning. This feeling of being stifled and smothered, I couldn't stand it. Unable to find any release, I curled my hands into claws and began gouging out chunks of the muddy earth below. But unsated by its lack of resistance, I began to rip at my skin and hair feverishly. I wanted to scream out with all of my soul, cursing the world for tearing away what I held dear. But I had no voice to protest the world's cruelty. My mouth merely flapped open and shut pathetically like a dying fish. Someone wraps their body around me, enveloping me in a maddening warmth. Triss, please. Kalia pleads to me as she hugs me ineffectually with her stunted arms. I thresh wildly, knocking her to the mud. But undeterred, she gets back up and throws herself on me again. Triss, stop! You're hurting yourself. Unable to stand the sense of restraint, I shake her off once more. But even though she can't hold on to me very well, she doesn't stop trying. No matter how many times I send her tumbling to the mud, she stubbornly flings herself back onto me. After a final attempt to subdue me, I collapsed face first into the mud, panting heavily as Callie embraced me brokenly from behind. Our heavy breathing and the rain's apathetic pattering were the only sounds that registered in my dim consciousness. I wanted to close my eyes to the world, to deny everything that it made up. I wanted to disappear, to wake up to a place where everyone welcomed me with warm smiles. I desired nothing more than to hear her gentle voice, telling me it was all but a horrible nightmare. For a moment, I felt what I wished for would actually come true, but then Kalia spoke, tearing me away from that hopeless dream. You remembered, didn't you? How Mommy died. Her words cut into me like a sharp blade, forcing me to stay rooted in reality's cold domain with her. You still carry it with you even now. It lay on the ground before us, a piece of fabric stained with blood. The blood was an illusion, one I've never been able to escape. Mother's handkerchief. After all these years, it had long lost its vivid blue tint, leaving nothing but shades of phantom red. It was a reminder of that day, the day Mother and I fell into a well, the day Mother tried to kill me, and the day she died. I shut my eyes tightly, but the tears continued to squeeze out from beneath my eyelids. Overhead, the rain had begun to intensify. Crying under the rain was meaningless for one without a voice, because even if they were to cry for eternity, under the rain, no one would ever notice. "15 years before the fire of collapse. 185. We're in the past now. Act 2! This is Act 2. The beginning of Act 2. I'm pretty sure Act 2 is actually shorter than the first one, because that was really long. They had a lot of things that they had to inform you about. Well, it would have been the first time. I thought it'd be a lot shorter, though. And that's okay. I'm gonna take probably like a 5-minute break. Just like nom a little bit, eat a little something. Rest my voice a little, I guess. Oh, but BTW. Act 2, like I said, it gets real with it. Like, you know, it's like it's set up a lot of stuff from before, but now, like for real, be warned, because it's gonna like say stuff. Things are gonna happen. So extreme warning for the next act if you are listening or tuning in and such and such. Be warned, be warned, be warned, be warned. Okay. I don't even know how to eat. Oh man. I wonder how long this took me last time. Because I know I did it all in one stream, but if the VOD is lost, then I don't know how long it took me. Maybe it was 1K? I thought it was 500. No, 1K was what? 1K was last year. No? No, it's not. That was 2 years ago. Wait. Hmm. However long it took. Much wow. Meow. Let's get back into it. It is basically it's 5 it's 5 a.m. now. It's okay if you know, ever go to sleep before I finish. The VOD will be here. Don't feel forced to stay up at all. It is Monday, Tuesday after all. I want to finish this today so that tomorrow's stream we can properly play Rhythm Heaven Fever and play all the way through. But it's gonna be like a more upbeat vibe because it's all about songs and very, very awesome songs. I'm so excited to play Rhythm Heaven for you guys. Invested. Well, let's get the heck in. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's finish this today. Let's finish. Ready? Lock in. Oh, sick. Feel better soon. Oh, dang. I'm not going to be able to do that thing after stream. Remind me tomorrow, please. Please. Yeah, tomorrow after stream. If it doesn't take as long, we'll see. Okay. Let's continue. Oh, let me save. Let me save. I'm gonna guess, and then I'll do one down here. So weird. It drifts down from the sky above. A blanket woven by winter's seamstress. Draped in its frigid embrace, a run-down building. A broken egg nestled in the snow. Within the building, a shivering young girl could be seen, huddled in the hallway, all alone. The girl had no name. No family, no background. No reason to reject the release of coming death. Her eyes flicker and shift as she begins to slip into a deep slumber. It's warm. So very warm. But that's wrong. Why does it feel so warm? I open my eyes only to be met with a head of scruffy hair. You're awake! The scruffy hair tilts back and two big round eyes peer up at me. I grow around my age. For some reason, she had snuggled up against me and wrapped her blanket around us. You're hungry, right? Eat this! Reaching into the folds of the blanket, she pulls out a loaf of bread and presses it against my lips. My body acts automatically. Bite, chew, swallow. I repeat the process until the bread is all gone. Having filled my stomach, thought returns to me at last. Why? Why are you helping me? Why am I helping you? With a big, wide smile, she answers me. Because I feel like it. For a moment, the world changes. I don't know how to describe this change besides different. But it leaves a strong impression on me as it fades away. My name is Mallory. What's your name? I don't have a name. You don't have a name? Mallory makes a troubled face. But after falling silent for a while, she suddenly brightens up. Let's give you a name then. I was gonna save this one for when I had a baby, but how about Amine? Amine. Amine is a pretty name because you can short it to Ami. Ami means friend, you know. That's what Big Sis told me. Friend. Do you like it? I nod. Okay then, nice to meet you, Amine. I'm new at the orphanage, so I don't know anyone yet. But now I made my first friend here. Whoo. Mallory smiles bashfully. Mallory. Yes, Ami? Mallory. Ami. Mallory. Ami. The two of us laugh. I didn't have any real reason for calling her name. I just liked how it felt when I said her name, and when she said my name. My name... Mallory, can I ask you something? What is it? What color is snow? What color is snow? She tilts her head at my question. It's just white, right? It doesn't have a color. White. Can you not see color? I shake my head. The way I saw the world was different from other people. My eyes can see color, and I know what color is. I know what it's supposed to be. But I still can't see it. Huh. I don't really get it. I don't really either. But I think I saw it for a moment. I'm imagining words again. I think I saw it for a bit. I think I saw color when you spoke to me. Really? That means there's hope. We need to figure it out. Not being able to see color sounds so sad. We'll definitely find a way to make you see it. Pinky swear. My life changed on that day. A lone girl with no background, no identity. There had been no future for me, was balanced on a fragile present with no past to support me. But by meeting Mallory, I gained something. A reason to live. She showed me it could exist. Color. A human being full of color and warmth. Why has she saved me? Who was this girl that had given me a name? Who promised to help me see? Those questions breathed life into my empty chest, giving me the will to reject death. I only have one regret. The lie I told her on that day. There's one color I can see. The color that flows from a person when their time has come. It flowed from his pierced throat. A beautiful, vivid hue painting across the monochrome canvas of the world. The color was not as vibrant as when Mallory spoke to me, but it filled me with an ecstasy that numbed my mind. More. I want to see more. Did you hear what happened last night, Ami? A boy slipped and fell in the kitchen. He was holding a knife and it went straight through his throat. Is that so? What was he doing in the kitchen? You're not supposed to go in there after bedtime. He was the big kid that always took other people's food. They think he might have been trying to steal more since the lock looked like it had been chipped at it with a knife. He took your food once, didn't he? Yeah, but he'll never do that again now. Mommy. An impoverished orphanage where there were many mouths to feed but nowhere near enough to go around. It was a place where passively waiting for a meal was the same as idly inviting death. Famine, plague, in times like these, those that thieve are the ones that live to see another day. Both within the orphanage and outside, I stole. Naturally, taking that food meant it would never reach another child's hungry mouth. But so long as Mallory could eat, I had no qualms with shouldering the burden. There were times when stealing wasn't enough, though. When food was especially short, there was only one thing to be done. Many mouths to feed, not enough to go around. If there was nothing you can do about the latter, you simply have to do something about the former. In the end, an inescapable cold truth would always dictate my actions. Fewer mouths to feed meant more for those that remained. Be careful near those stairs. Last month a girl fell down them and broke her neck. He must have eaten something that went bad. He was throwing up a lot the night before. So long as it made it look like an accident, nobody questioned it. The details of how we went mattered little, and when so many of us were on the verge of starvation. Such was the life we knew. 5 years later, 10 years before the fire of collapse. I have to, you be careful not to interrupt but for real, and in the pinned message, descriptions will get a little intense. I just don't want any of you guys to be, No, I don't like it. Why would they come back for you after abandoning you for so many years? It'll be fine, Ami. I told you how I have an older sister, right? She's always been very sickly. Since her medicine costs so much, my parents decided to leave me in the orphanage for a while so they can afford it. It looks like everything's better now, so they want me to come back. I don't trust them. They've never even visited you until now. I think it must be hard for you to understand, Ami, since you've never had a family before. It's true. Having grown up in the orphanage since my first memories, the concept of a family had never seemed like more than a fable to me. You'll visit? I'll come by here as soon as I'm settled in. Pinky swear. Weeks passed without me hearing anything from Mallory. I began to grow restless. The sleepless nights ate at my heart until I could no longer bear it. Taking to the streets, I searched fruitlessly without rest. Then one day, I came across a chance encounter in Socratrine's back alleys. A man I recognized as Mallory's father was conversing with a larger man with fine clothing. No more trial runs. We'll complete the transaction today. Has the time come to take my dear Snow White home? Oh, but how it pains me to tear her away from her oh-so-loving family. Shut up. What a miserable man you have become. I do not think it regrettable, so bright and talented. You had a wonderful future ahead of you. Yet now you live in a broken shell of a home, having pawned all of your belongings. And to think you would go even this far. How truly pitiful. You have the money, I trust? Of course. Let us go then. Melting into the shadows, I trail after the two men. They take me to the site of what once might have been a fine house. Mallory's father lets the man in. He surveys the area before entering him. It's time. My heart beats not. I slide up to the door, listen intently. Breath does not come from my mouth. I pick the lock, soundlessly, smoothly. My feet do not tread upon this earth. I slip inside I slip, for I am colorless. I can see it, his back. Mallory's father. Hunched over a table, he fixatedly recounts the money he had just received. It's still not enough. The splashing of blood. With cold brutality, I saw deep into his throat, judiciously severing both arteries. Within moments, his muffled gurgling grows silent as his color spills over his beloved money. Kill confirmed. I turn my attention to deeper within the house, an area where noise could be heard from. Down a set of stone steps, I enter a dimly lit basement. The man from before. He towered over the limp figure of a lone girl. that girl was Mallory. I meant to toy with you before taking you back to the manor, but to think you'd faint upon hearing the news. Was it really that shocking, being betrayed by your own beloved family? You're different from the other girls, you know. No matter how much I played with you, you never broke. That's why I'm really looking forward to seeing how long you last. You are mine now, mine and only mine. Oozing with sleaze, the man fingers Mallory's unmoving figure. Something spikes and surges through me at the sight. Dashing forward, I trace a wide arc across the man's neck with my knife. But unprecedented reflexes, the man manages to shield himself. Who the hell are you? The man roars angrily as he clutches his bleeding wrist. I step back as he lashes out violently with his uninjured left arm. Ducking under his wild swings, I slip around him low to the ground and slice into his calf, causing him to lose balance and sprawl onto all fours. The finishing blow, homing in on the base of his neck, I let my blade descend. But at the last moment, he thrashes and it plunges into his lower back instead. Making use of his sheer size, the man rams me against the wall. He slams me against the ground and wraps his hands around my neck. Die! Lower back, left section. Arcing my torso off the ground, I draw my right arm back as far as possible. Then I jam the fingers of my left hand deep into the wound on his wrist. When his grip loosens, I muster all of my strength and strike him as hard as I can, right under where the knife is embedded in his back. Twisting free of his weakened grasp, I kick out his injured leg. I use the leverage to wrap my arms around his neck and pull him into a guillotine choke. In a desperate last-ditch effort, he tries to lift me into the air. But the close guard I apply in conjunction with his calf injury makes it impossible for him to gain a footing. Eventually, he falls silent and goes limp. I take the opportunity to wrench my knife out of his back, bearing the tip into the base of his neck. I pull free. His heavy body hits the ground with a dull thud. A deep breath. I rise from the ground. Mallory. I stumble over to her, only able to look on blankly at the state she had been reduced to. The abuse she had sustained was simply too cruel. This stubborn girl who always helped others with a dumb smile. What twisted world deemed that she deserved such a fate? Droplets of blood begin to drip from my face onto her closed eyelids. They trace a path down her cheeks, causing her to weakly open her eyes. Ami? A hoarse, broken voice. It was barely recognizable. Is that you? It's me. Ami. Yes. Ami. Mallory. Ami. Mallory. Ami. Our laughter echoes weakly through the dim underground room. Whew, I'm a bit tired, so I'm gonna rest a little more. Sorry. I'll watch over you. Pulling out a handkerchief, I wipe the blood from her face. This handkerchief, Mallory had made it for me once, out of the fabric of her dress. According to her, it fit me because it was as blue as the boundless sky. Gently separating from her, I ease her figure to the ground. The sound of a footstep. I turn in place, only to be met with a woman's paralyzed expression. Mallory's mother. She must have returned home. With a shriek of terror, she tries to flee, but my blade was already no longer in my hand. It lances deep into her thigh, tripping her and causing her to smash her head against the stone steps. Desperate to get away, the woman claws her way up the steps. I don't let her. I rip the knife out of her leg, She screams in pain and kicks out at me. I back off and wait. And when she begins crawling again, I let the knife fall on her vulnerable lower joints. Repeatedly, without pause. By the time she makes it to the floor above her, her lower body is completely crippled. I step over her fallen figure, watching on as she rolls onto her back and raises her arm in surrender. Please, I didn't want it to come to this either. To her pleas for mercy, I say nothing. Instead, I grab one of her arms and slice into the tendons of her elbow. Mallory's mother wails in agony. She begs to me with a face streaked with snot and tears. What do you want, please? I'll tell you anything. What do you want? Answer me. Why did you take Mallory away from the orphanage? We needed money to pay for your sister's medicine, her sister. You told Mallory her older sister's condition has stabilized. We lied to her. Her condition naturally got worse. She couldn't even leave the hospital. We couldn't afford it. So I see. So that's how it was. What are you gonna do with me? I'm going to torture you to death. No, please, I swear to you, we did everything we could. With a cry of pain, her last functioning limb drops limply to her side. You didn't stop it. Her maimed figure resembled a marionette with its strings cut off. Mallory's father, did you see what I did to him? Grabbing her by the hair, I drag her helpless figure through the house. With her limbs disabled, she had no way to resist. The only thing she could do was sob wretchedly as her scalp stretched and tore under the force. Mallory's father was exactly where I left him. What did you do to him? Leaving her to writhe on the floor below, I approach the table. I push his head back, exposing his gaping gullet, and rolled back his eyes. No! Dare! Mallory's mother weeps in tear-choked heartbreak as her eyes fall upon the carnivorous gash on her beloved's throat. It's a shame I couldn't take my time with him. I glide over to her trembling figure and bend down, bringing my face close to hers. But it's fine. I whisper flatly into her ear. Because there's you. I turn to the kitchen cabinets, begin rummaging through their contents. Kitchens are full of things you can use to torture people, you know. Mortar and pestle. It's ironic, isn't it? Kitchen shears. The heart of a home where people go to nourish their bodies. A glass cup. I'll serve you a fine last meal. With the routine air of someone preparing supper, I smash the glass cup and begin grinding the shards into fine dust with the mortar and pestle. Please, you don't have to do this. My preparations complete, I place the selected items down next to her. I wonder... Your neighbors should be used to hearing screams. Let's test it. Will anybody come? Mallory's mother shakes her head in warped denial as I press down on her with shears in hand. For example, a house from which screams erupted on a regular basis. If screams were to fill the air once more, why would anyone have any reason to care? Hysterical. Because this woman had stood by as her daughter cried out in vain, help would never come for her own dying screams. I place her pinky finger between the shears. Squeeze down. The tip comes flying off. My eyes take it all in. They lap up the freshly spilt blood. Lick and devour it. It's so vibrant. Even the color of people like her. Something twists and clenches in me at the sound of her screams. Had Mallory screamed like this, locked in that dark basement all alone, unable to get away, forsaken by the very ones she trusted, with no hope of rescue or escape? Please stop. Methodically working through her extremities, I switch to my knife and slice open her gut. I reach into her abdomen and pull out her bowels. I show them to her. But she shuts her eyes to avoid beholding the sight. How futile. Grabbing her head, I slice off her eyelids and force her to bear witness to her own split innards. I watch on as her eyeballs gyrate and roll around in their sockets, repeating a cycle of fainting and awakening to the horror and pain. Next, I slice open the tissue supporting her jaw and smash her nose in with a pestle. I bring the mortar filled with glass dust to the woman's lips. Now drink. Her nose crushed, she had no choice but to continue breathing through her mouth, even as fine glass shards funneled down her throat. In response to the foreign objects entering her lungs, her body automatically starts coughing. But that only causes the glass bits to burrow deeper into the delicate tissue. Blood begins to spew from her mouth as the glass tears her apart from the inside. Pouring the glass had been her death sentence. With this, she cannot be saved. No matter how agonizingly long it may take, Mallory's mother will die without fail. As I watch over the woman's dead throes, my eyes catch on to something amidst her splayed entrails. An organ that brings life to the world. Proof that one has given birth. A mother's womb. Fire sparks through my veins as I look upon it. I plunge my knife into the uterus, over and over again. Why did I let her go? Why had it taken so long to realize? Why? Directing the vitriol of my heart into the blade's tip, I mutilate the organ in a blind fury. For all this time I've been idle. Idle as Mallory suffered. Mallory's mother was no longer breathing. But the ire consuming me did not lessen. It's not enough. This boundless hunger within me. No matter how much I gorge it, I can never sate it. The world will kill and eat. Supporting myself against the wall, I unsteadily rise to my feet. The world will kill and eat. The scene I had painted in my wrath, it's so full of color. I've always been told, flowers are beautiful. Flowers are full of color. It's true. When their petals have been spread all over the room like this, it's beautiful. After regaining my composure, I turn away from my handiwork. There was work to be done. Oil, rags, firewood. When everything is set up, I return to the basement with water and cloth. Mallory, even when the marks on her body fade, will the scars upon her soul ever fully heal? I'll erase it all. Taking Mallory upon my back, I light the house on fire. As we leave the accursed place behind, I resolve upon something in my heart. This innocent girl who's only ever helped others with a dumb smile, I won't let anyone hurt her anymore. Even if the world becomes my enemy, I will stay by her side and protect her. That I swear. Whew. Oh. Whew. Am I right? Whew. Whew. Am I right? Oof. Oh my god, I forgot. Who is it? Come out. I know you're there. I slip through the shadows to the girl's bedside and press a knife to her throat. You know, it's a little harder. It's a little hard to lock in and read stuff like that. However, she shows no sign of distress. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Fina. This girl, she did not fear death. Realizing it held no weight, I lower the knife. Mallory's older sister? That I am. And you are? I'm Mallory's friend from the orphanage. Fina smiles and sighs contentedly. Good girl. She's always been good at following instructions. You must have had your hands full looking after her. That girl doesn't know how to be selfish, you know. Without someone like you as her ally, she would have never lasted in a place like that. Who? Might I know your name? Amine. Huh. That's the same name that she was planning on giving her firstborn. It must be fate that led you two together. How can I help you, Amine? Do you know of it? What your parents have done to Mallory? What? They lied to Mallory. Took her from the orphanage and locked her in a basement. Letting men ravage her, they trafficked her over and over again. All for money. Money for your treatment. How could they? Fina's lips quiver. Her fingernails dug into her palms. Even though I told them so many times to just let me die. She tries to rise, but the act sends her into a hacking fit. Ugh. Sapped of strength, she crumples and collapses against the bed. I have to stop them. There's no need. Your parents are already dead. Your house as well is nothing but ash. Fina goes quiet. She studies my face intently. It was not the reaction I expected. You're not angry? They fell by my hand after all. You did that all to protect Mallory? I see. Thank you, Amine. I don't understand it well, but your parents, they were family to you. You should be angry, sad. Yet you were thanking me. Why? They are already dead, and I will be following them shortly. But Mallory is still alive. Not enough to convince you, huh? I'll tell you then. It's true that I once loved them, but that feeling has long dried up. I just don't care anymore. Don't feel a thing at the news that they're dead. I know it's ungrateful of me. After all, they sacrificed so much, threw away everything for my sake. But I never asked for any of that. Fina turns to a vase on her bedstand where a single solitary flower lay. Reaching out, she strokes the head of the flower. The petals ply under her fingers. They curl and fall to the ground. Every time they visited, they would always bring flowers. To liven up the room, they would say. But I never wanted any flowers. All I've ever wanted was to lie with my hands turned up and be utterly empty. Empty as I faded away. This girl, it wasn't that she didn't fear death. Rather, death was what she wanted, what she wished for. They knew of how you felt. I've told them countless times. But there are none so deaf as those who will not hear. When they spoke with me, they would look at me, but they would never see me. That's how it felt. Fina lets out a deep breath and lets her body fall limp. Even the mere act of speaking seemed exhausting for her. I made my peace a long time ago, but my parents were never able to accept it. It's always been like this. Mallory's always been made to suffer for my sake. If only I hadn't been born. A thin line of blood traces down Fina's cheek as she descends into a violent coughing fit again. Can you give me your hand, Amine? Her limbs shaking like those of a newborn fawn, Fina reaches out and places a keychain in my palm. Attached to it were a single key and a little clay chicken. There was nothing noteworthy about the key. The chicken, though, it's ugly. Don't say that. Mallory made it for me when she was little. It's very dear to me, you see. What should I do with this? Give it to my doctor and explain the situation to her. She'll take care of the rest. We set up a trust fund for Mallory in case something like this happened, though I can't say I expected both our house and parents to go ahead of me. I gazed down at the keychain Fina had entrusted me with. This is my final gift. The last thing I do with this cursed life. Fina smiles feebly. It's the same. That dumb smile Mallory makes as she helps others. I lean in close enough to feel her ragged breath on my face. You're just like her. Running my fingers through her hair, I take in her scent. I'm pretty ticklish, you know. My doctor fusses over it all the time. Even her laugh was the same. I couldn't really see well before. Fina reaches out and cusps my cheek with her hand. But you're quite the beauty, aren't you? My body shudders at the unbelievable comfort of human touch. Even without spreading her open, I could tell. She was overflowing with color. Color so thick it was maddening. I want to consume her. But I desperately restrain myself. You really care about Mallory, don't you? Gently easing my hand open, Fina entwines her fingers in mine. It makes me so jealous. Her voice takes on a mysterious tone as she presses my hand against her chest. Can you feel it? The rise and fall of her chest, her rhythmic heartbeat. It's proof I'm alive, that I exist here and now. My mind goes numb as I gaze into her eyes, her wet lips overflowing with unspoken sentiment, her pale skin dappled in blushing moonlight, her frail smile laden with fathomless longing. I want to make her mine. Being alive is so painful. It's the same for you, isn't it? I know, I can tell. Yet even then, you continue to live on, strongly with all you have. I can't stand it. It's not fair. It's not fair that Mallory gets to have you all to herself. Wrapping her arms around my neck, Fina draws me close and whispers into my ear. So just for one night, let me have you to myself. The seasons turn. With them, an autumn leaf falls. As promised, Fina had willed everything under the family name to Mallory. The two of us held a small service for her in a playground near the hospital. I didn't know what kind of relationship Mallory had with her older sister, but the way she stood unmoving for hours on end before Fina's remains made me think. I think it might be hard for you to understand, Dami, since you've never had a family before. The concept known as family was truly something I didn't understand. Several months passed uneventfully as the seasons followed their due course. However, a startling realization dawned upon us as the year went by. Mallory was with child. When the day of delivery came to pass, a healthy young girl was brought kicking and screaming into the world. We ended up naming the baby Alouette. The year of the fire collapse. Yeah, a little bit in the past. Mommy, mommy. Gurgling noisily, Kalia waves her hands and reaches out for me. Where do you think you're going, Kalia? I watch on as she crawls under my dress and pokes her head out from beneath the folds. Not you too, Triss. This little one had a habit of following after his adventurous sister's example. Mom, Dad. Poking his head out alongside his sister, he peers into my eyes with a curious expression. Looks like they're trying to get back to their original home. Atun Lyrit, a man whose hands always seemed to be occupied with something. Even now, he was hunched over a table, nimbly working on a series of fixtures into a strange mechanical contraption. I'm not letting you back in there. You two kick too much. Manda. What is this child doing? Kalia can speak normally. Well, what is this Mada? Triss keeps saying. Sort of pissing me off. Atu makes a troubled expression, but doesn't break his fine line of concentration. I think he's trying to combine Mama and Dada into one word. He's got an innovator's blood in him. Shoo, you little rascals. I settle back into my seat after chasing out the two naughty scamps. Wah! Daddy's busy. Go bother Mommy, you two. Kalia, Triss, come here. A silence broken only by Atun's continued tinkering descends upon the room as the twins sit down obediently before me. Brushing my fingers against their noses, I note with mild amusement how starkly different their reactions are. While Kalia squeals and tries to nibble on my finger, Triss scrunches up his face all funny as if he was about to sneeze. There, that should do it. It seemed he had completed his tuning of the mechanical device. At long last, Atun detaches himself from the seat he had been glued to all night. He wipes his forehead and brings the fruit of his toil over to us. This should make a fine toy for these two. And with a smile, he winds up the little lever on the device. Upon release, a simple musical tone begins to flow from it. Very, very, very quiet. The twins stare with rapt attention as he kneels and holds the device before them. I watch on as the two children struggle over the right to examine the toy first. Why do you build things, Atun? Why do I build things? Because it's fun? Atun stretches his stiff limbs wildly, cracking his joints in the process. Ugh, that really hits the spot. Dad pushed me to pursue construction because of how stable the field is. But it's the intricate stuff, like clockwork, that have always been my passion. From designing architecture to inventing contraptions, Atun's always had a penchant for building things. And he certainly possessed the talent to match that passion. Hey, Kalia, don't hit your brother like that. The fight over possession of the toy had escalated to a miniature brawl. He's a big dummy! Teardrops began to stream down Triss's face after a convincing Kalia kick plants his little behind on the floor. Like, not again. Why can't you two just be nice to each other? Pulling out my handkerchief, I dab away the clear droplets flowing from Tristan's eyes. Mallory is expecting my company after work today. Take care of them while I'm gone. When I finish wiping away the tears, I walk to the door and slip on my boots. What? That's not fair. You spend more time with Mallory than you do with me. Crossing his arms, Atun pouts. I like her more. Why didn't you marry her then? She doesn't roll that way, so I had to make do with you. Just like that sting, you know. And what makes you think I'm joking? Heh. Toying with Atun was criminally easy. You children behave now. I boop Atun on the nose. I'm not a 2-year-old. No matter how gruff he may act, though, in the end, he's just a hopelessly big softy. You're sulking. No, I'm not. Alright then. Bye. Ah. Atun makes a lot of lonesome noise as I stride out the door. Fine. Take your time coming back. It's been a while since I had the house all to myself. Ah! What are you doing, Kalia? Let's play! Mother! You two watch over Daddy for me, okay? Don't act like I'm the one who needs watcher. Hum 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 hum. Upon arriving at the Basia household, I'm greeted by a familiar face. It's Ami! Hello, my po-faced dearie. Jeez, is that how you greet your childhood bestie? Mallory squeezes my cheeks with a stupid smile. I grumble dourly as she plays with my face. This woman sure had a curious way of greeting people. Your deadpan expression is so cute, Ami. I always have this expression on. Doesn't that mean you're cute all the time? If you don't know how to react, you can always blush and fidget and go, "You really mean that, Mallory?" No. Flatly vetoing the notion, I show my way into her home. Mallory's flights of fancies snowball out of control at a frightening rate if you let her have her way. Aw, you're no fun. We take our seats at the dining room table, where tea has already been prepared. It's been 15 years now, huh? 15 years since we've met. Mallory looks off into the distance with a gaze of wary reminiscence. On that snowy day 15 years ago, I was born. Under the name Amine, my time started moving, bringing me all the way to this day. Socrates changed so much since then. It's only been 5 years since the Masters Revolution, but the Valoran Masters rule has brought such prosperity. The UL refugee convoy, their arrival changed everything. The refugees in name, in an ironic twist, it was their arrival that liberated Socrates from its deterioration. Their mobile production facilities single-handedly lifted Socrates from its years-long famine. In a miraculous matter of months, their bioagent eradication corps wiped out the plague. Factories, industry, contemporary science, and advanced infrastructure. It felt like we had been ushered from a time of deprivation to one of prosperity in the blink of an eye. Socrates was not the only thing that changed, though. I look over at Mallory as she brings a teacup to her lips. She was now a lovely, fully matured woman, happily married and mother to 3 healthy children. It was the very picture of a bright future. I would have never imagined it back then. I could still remember holding her sobbing figure whenever she woke in the middle of the night. You were always the one finding a way to provide for us back then. I wanted to be able to protect you as well, instead of always being the one protected. Your strength and kindness, I've always envied it, Ami. I'm not that person. I'm not the kind person. Nor am I strong. I was just desperate. The period between Aluet's birth and the Master's Revolution, survival had balanced on the edge of a knife. But there is always a way so long as one is willing to get their hand... What? But there is always a way so long as one is willing to get their hands dirty. I have no regrets about the path I've carved. Mallory and Alouette are here now today. We are alive along with all the others we hold dear. And that is all that matters to me. You are a really kind person, Ami. I'm not. You are. It didn't seem like she'd budge on the issue. Stubborn. Geez, how come you'd accept it when Atun says it, but not when I say it? I hit him when he says dumb things like that. Huh. Do you remember how I met my hubby? No, actually, why don't you tell the story again for the 960th time? Oh, you. Why did you become so sassy, Ami? My first meeting with Idon was so romantic. Fishing a suicidal man out of Ivahet in the rain doesn't strike me as very romantic. You're just wording it unflatteringly. Idon Basia, a young man who had lost his entire family to plague. Mallory met Idon for the first time while crossing the faded bridge that overlooked Avahet, known by its epithet. Epithet? Heaven's Fall. It was a place where the lost and the weary yielded their lives to the river of eternity. Even if the drop didn't kill you, being carried beyond Soctrane's borders by Evahet was a death sentence. Prolonged exposure to the mist wreaked havoc on the mind and the body after all. It was really surprising though. Yeah, it was really surprising how calm he seemed. Oh, Ami, humor me a bit, will you? Standing on the very edge of Heaven's Fall, ready to cast it all away. That was when Mallory came up to him under the falling rain. Hello, I'm Mallory. Can I come over and talk with you a bit? And then she just listened to him. She didn't tell him everything would be okay, or that she understood him. She just lent an ear and encouraged him to go on. That continued on for a while, but then... I want to thank you, Mallory, but I have to go. To the one before her, about to forfeit his life, Mallory spoke. Please live. But her plea fell upon unhearing ears. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the air. Of course, Mallory was not the type of person that would ever walk away from that. She plunged into the water after him, dragged his unconscious figure to land, and pounded the breath back into him. Eviet. Awa. When Idon awakened, he couldn't understand why he had been saved. He had already given up on everything after all. Please live and suffer. What Mallory had to say were not words of comfort, though. Rather, what came from her mouth was a harsh decree. The only truth of this world is that you need not suffer alone. Won't you suffer with me? Won't you suffer with me? Real courting words, those are. Alright, maybe romantic isn't the best way to describe it. But our first meeting really was something. Jumping into Eviet on a rainy day. She's honestly such a bonehead. I guess you could say you fell for each other that day. Suddenly, the atmosphere freezes over. No way. Could it be? Did you just make a joke, Ami? No, you're imagining things. Mallory clutches at her stomach as she bursts into laughter. It was a nice one, too. Ami making a joke! Tears were visibly squeezing out from under her eyelids, which was the extent of her laughter. Oh, what's next? Is fire going to rain from the sky? I click my tongue. Atun makes dumb jokes all the time, so it might have rubbed off on me, that's all. Oh my skies! Are you blushing? It can't be. How is my Ami this cute? Oh, you grin on her face. Mallory nosily starts squeezing my cheeks again. If my cheeks are flushed, it's because you hound them all the time. Crazy. But while I object, I make no real effort to resist. I guess you could say I didn't really dislike it all that much. Now that I think about it, you've never told me how you met Atun. I want to hear it. Please? She peers up at me with wet puppy dog eyes. Fine. It was around a year or so after the Master's Revolution. Lunch break. I was on lunch break when it happened. I shut my eyes as memories of that time overtake my vision. So pretty. It's cold. I dip my bare feet into the water and watch as the little waves lap around my ankles. A pond in a secluded grove. Though hardly that far away, not many seem to know about this place. It's peaceful. Time's ceaseless advantage, time's indifferent passage. Tick-tock goes, the clock's unyielding hand. A dial that chases after nothing. Too peaceful. I hold my hand out before me. It was a foreign sensation. Cold steel, red blood. Images that have long overlapped in my hand. They were not here, there. The taste of another's fading life, once intimate to me. It was now nothing more than a distant memory. I wonder why. It makes me feel so empty. It was like being suspended in a dream. A dream I could not awake from. One with layers that ran deep, continuing on and on no matter how many I peeled off. It didn't make any sense, but it made me feel uneasy. As I ponder my reflection, the water's surface changes. The reflection of a young man had appeared next to mine. Though I heard him coming, I had expected him to continue on past me. Annoyingly enough, though, he'd start speaking to me. Hello there, miss. Do you mind if I sit down next to you? Wanting him to just go away, I don't reply. And he doesn't seem to get the clue. I've noticed you sit here at the same time every day. It's a nice place, isn't it? I'm pretty fond of it myself. They mean you don't actually like this place? Though, since you're always sitting here, you probably like it, right? No, that makes sense, I think. He scratches his head awkwardly. To tell you the truth, I'm not very good at talking to girls. I guess there's Belly, but she doesn't really count. She'd totally be mad if she heard me say that. That's not to say I think you're just a girl, though. You look pretty mature. Though you also look pretty young. I mean, you're pretty... How long was he gonna keep babbling? Though I had no real interest in him, an appetizing aroma causes me to turn my head in his direction. He was carrying a bag of bread. Unfortunately, Alouette had eaten my lunch last night, meaning food was invariably going to catch my attention. Skipping a meal every now and then was hardly cause for concern, but Mallory had scolded her to the point of tears. It's a loaf of bread. You've seen one before, right? He cringes at his idiotic question even as it leaves his own mouth. God, Arjun, of course you've seen a loaf of bread before, you dunce. Reaching into his bag, he takes a loaf in hand and holds it out. I stare at the steaming bread before me. You're giving it to me? Yeah, oh, that's the first time I heard your voice. It sounds cool, like nothing can faze you. Unless you want to be phased, it's nice to be phased every once in a while. Ignoring his incessant chattering, I take the bread and make quick work of it. Wow, you must have been pretty hungry. Not to say you're fat or something if you weren't, huh? My name is Atun. You said it before when muttering to yourself. Yeah, Atun. Atun Lyrit, that's my name. Atun looks expectantly at me. He was probably waiting for me to give him my name. It's a nice weather, huh? Atun turns to the pond and laughs nervously. I know. You know, there's a story that's been passed around this pond. A story? Yep. Legend has it that long ago this pond was used by a mother to drown her child, who suffered from crippling birth defects. The mother wished to release the child from its painful fate, but her despair was such that she held herself under the surface until she drowned as well. Back then, this pond had apparently been so black and filthy you couldn't see the bottom of it. The people believed it to be haunted, claiming sobs and cries could be heard from it in the dead of night. The priest was shown the pond and asked to exorcise it. But to that request, the priest had said something baffling. He said that he had never seen a more pure and pristine pond in his life. Cupping his hands in prayer, he drank the dirty water reverently to the shock of the villagers around him. As the people discussed what happened in the town meeting, one person stood up and claimed that the pond had always appeared clear and pristine to their eyes. The days passed by with more and more people speaking of the pond as beautiful until everyone was saying it. Then one morning, the townspeople awoke to discover that the pond had transformed to become the reality they claimed was truth. Atun bends down and splashes the sparkling water idly in his hand. It is said that at a certain time of day, if one sits here all alone, the sound of a cooing mother and a laughing baby can be heard. It's a strange story, isn't it? Something about the story resonated with me, stirring something deep inside. May I ask you something? What color is this pond? It's just blue, right? Indeed. I dip my hands into the pond and scoop out a handful of water. What color is the water in my hand? It's clear. It doesn't have color. So it changes color. Atun scratches his head. I guess that's how it works. Even though water is actually clear, if enough of it comes together in one place, it'll look blue. I see. So it's a lie. Awkward. You fricked it up, Atun. You fricked it up. Isn't it fine though? Even if it's a lie, I think it's beautiful. It's real to me, and I believe in it. So you don't need to make a face like that. What kind of face have I been making? Anyways, I have to be off now. It was nice talking to you. Atun turns to leave, his shoulders slumped. Amine. Huh? My name. Amine. He smiles widely. What a wonderful name. Will you be here tomorrow? Perhaps. Alright, I'll see you then, Amine. Feeling sleepy yet? Nah. Like an overexcited child, Atun turns and runs off. Yeah, I got her name! Whee! He fist pumps vigorously as he scampers away, causing the bread to fall from his arms and scatter all over the ground. All the onions! Look what you've done now, Atun. I wish you didn't see me. Yeah! Adorable. Oh my gosh, you two are so adorable! So romantic. Mallory, please. He tried to woo me with a story about a mother who murder-suicided their disabled child. There's something wrong with your sense of romance. Ahaha. What? I think I figured out the way to your heart, Ami. You're going to say something stupid, aren't you? Remember when we first met? The first thing I did was give you a loaf of bread too. You're like a cat. You only open up to someone if they feed you. You can't be serious. Her eating grin was starting to get on my nerves. Oh, I'm so glad you told me that story. I'm regretting it now. Oh, is that Alouette I see? What are you doing up, sweetie? Alouette was peeking into the room from the kitchen doorway. It had gotten quite late during my stay. Alouette can't sleep. Come here, you. Alouette rushes over and buries herself in her mother's warm embrace. Geez, you're such a spoiled child. Even as Mallory says that, she indulges herself as well, rubbing her cheeks against Alouette's hair. Auntie Amine is here too. Next, Alouette scurries over and lops into my lap. She was rather attached to me since I had raised her alongside Mallory for much of her life. Will you be joining us for tea as well? Alouette shakes her head. Not sweet. Alouette doesn't like tea. Mommy, when is Pap coming home? Idon was quite the workaholic. Since his workplace was far away, he generally only returned home once a week. He's coming home tomorrow, actually. Yay! You should bring Atun and the twins over, Ami. It'll be fun. Perhaps I shall. Talia and Triss are coming? Let's play! Alouette starts hopping around energetically at the prospect of his visiting. Oh, you're so full of energy now. How are you going to get back to bed? Play! I'll be taking my leave now. It's getting rather late. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then? Maybe. Geez, you always give such non-committal answers, Ami. Say goodbye to Auntie Amine, Alouette. Bye-bye. Tomorrow. Let's play. Huh. Hey. I allow an exasperated sigh as I stand before the entrance of the Basia home. As planned, I had brought Callie and Tristan over to play. However, why are you hiding down there? The twins had taken refuge under my dress just as I was about to knock on the door. I wasn't particularly fond of the bloated appearance it was giving me. I'm trying to get back into the original home. You already made that joke. I shoo the little runts out from under me before proceeding to knock. Even this rowdy duo could be unexpectedly shy at times. From beyond the door, a muffled "They're here!" could be heard as the door popped open and the trio of heads poked out. It was the Basia children. Auntie Amine! Auntie Amine! Linny has a riddle for you. We won't let you through unless you answer correctly. What bird is with you at every meal? It seemed they were in quite high spirits. I don't know. A robin? Finding it too much of a pain to think about, I answered with the first thing that comes to mind. Ella crosses her arms in an X shape and makes a strange noise. We got it right on our first try, though. Are we smarter than Auntie? The correct answer is a swallow. Proud that they had bested me, the Bosia children grinned stupidly in a way that reminded me of their mother. Such cheekiness. If you don't let me in right now, I'll be the one swallowing you. Slowly bringing my face forward, I tower over the three diminutive children. I will devour your souls. Santi's scary. Run! The three children immediately abandon their posts, fling deeper into the house. As the door swings open, I spot Mallory and Idone at the living room table. Though it was a rare break from work for Idone, he was characteristically rigid, at attention, as if ready to move on a moment's notice. You need help seasoning the little munchkins on me? What? Mallory waves to me as her children cower behind her. You might want to consider getting new gatekeepers. Geez, that was a pretty easy riddle too. Peering up at him, Kalia tugs on Atun's sleeve. Swallow? She tilts her head. A swallow is a bird. Birdie. Kneeling down before her, Atun forms a bird with his hands and starts flapping it in his fingers. Bird. Tristan tries to imitate Atun's hand motions, but only succeeds in tangling his fingers up in silly arrangements. Hi, Shara! To swallow food, Atun points at his throat and gulps. It's the same word as the swallow birdie's name. Atun mimics the bird once again with his hands. However, Kalia makes a distraught face at Atun's simple explanation. No, don't eat the bird! Big wet tears began to roll down her face. To make matters worse, upon seeing his sister crying, Triss immediately starts bawling as well. I messed up. Atun slumps to the ground, completing the disastrous scene before me. Huh. It's just one hassle after the other between these two little scamps and his scatterbrained hubby. Meanwhile, the Bosia family's laughter fills the house as they watch over our zany performance. Today is gonna be a long day, isn't it? After our overly colorful entrance settles down, the four adults find ourselves conversing at the table when Triss wanders up to us. Oh, you brought the toy I made you? In his hands was a mechanical contraption that Atun had finished building yesterday. It looks cute. Does it do something special? Atun nods and turns to Triss. Go ahead and show the others. Well, it seemed difficult for him to wind up by himself. When Kalia chipped in and they worked together, it was a feasible feat, even for their sticky little hands. Upon release, a simple melody begins to flow from the device, causing the Basias to gasp and widen their eyes. It's playing music? Inspired by UL design, I wager. You're as amazing with your hands as always, Atun. Wait, this tune. I know the song it comes from. My phone died. Daya folds his arms and furrows his brow. Can I see it, please? Though I expect the twins to act possessively, they hand it over to Lynette fairly easily. If only they could learn to share that well with each other. Alouette thinks it's Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. No way, it's definitely that alphabet song. Mom thinks you children are making a mistake. It sounds like Ba Ba Black Sheep to me. Hey, Otto. Without a care in the world, Kalia and Triss watch Lynette fiddle with the device as the argument escalates around them. Why don't we ask the original creator? What song did you build the device to, Atun? That's a tough question. I was only thinking of the melody when I made the music box. Sorry, I don't know what song it comes from either. A pensive silence takes a hold of the room at Atun's confession. Nobody knew who was right anymore. Was the tune Twinkle Twinkle Little Star the alphabet song or Ba Ba Black Sheep? The truth is, unexpectedly, the one to break that silence was little Lynette. Everyone's right. It's all the same tune. A wave of commotion spreads through the room at Lynette's claim. Is that really so? Can you prove it, Linny? Yeah, just listen. Lynette takes a deep breath and begins to sing. Ba ba black sheep E F G. How I wonder how you are. Weaving in lyrics from all three songs, Lynette sings to the tune of the device without missing a beat. Wave. Wow, it's true. Linny, it's so amazing. Oh, I see. Ido nods gravely, his arms crossed in the pose of an intellectual. Lynette would know best since she does love learning new lyrics and singing so much. As of all of a sudden, though, he stands, rising with such force, the chair slams against the ground behind him. That's my little songboard for you! The veins on his temple begin throbbing like the visceral embodiment of a father's pride. Meanwhile, startled by the sudden loudness, Callie and Triss dart under my dress as if it was almost the most natural thing in the world. Don't default to hiding under my dress. I'm wearing pants next time. They try to get back. I've heard the joke enough times already. Oh god, to remember Linny and Dia used to do that all the time to me. Mom! It's red! Dia's face is all red! It's comfy down there. Getting caught up in the atmosphere, the adults end up playing around with the children for pretty much the whole day. Eventually, though, some god decides to take pity on us, and the rapscallions finally grow tired and start dozing off on the carpet. With the kids out of commission, a moment of peace and quiet finally descends upon the house. Jeez, you sure have a lot of energy, Idone. Atun fans his face as he settles back into his seat at the dining room table. Even when playing, one must give their all. Work hard and play harder. Your husband knows no chill, Mallory. The children really enjoyed the piggyback rides we gave. Though I bet they would have liked if Ami pitched in more. Don't talk to me right now. I don't understand how children have so much energy. I think it's really admirable, though, Idone. Even though your blood does not run through Alouette, you treat her as your own. She is blessed to have such a wholehearted father. While I appreciate your words, Atun, you are mistaken about something. It was not I who accepted Alouette. When I had nothing left in the world, it was she who accepted me. Idone brings his hands to his chest in heartfelt sincerity. Alouette, Mallory, and Amine. It is because of your strength and compassion that I still draw breath here and now. And while Alouette may speak oddly and seem dull at times, she has the biggest heart of any girl in the whole world. It is I that am blessed to have such a wonderful daughter. The four of us watch warmly over the children's sleeping visages. Alouette's always been an affectionate girl. All the little ones were huddled up against her as they slept. It seemed her head pats were quite popular. You'd never know it by how she acts, but the poor child's had it rough at school. Since she speaks so childishly, she often gets teased. Lynette and Dia are good siblings, though. They always stand up for her like little champs. It was somewhat amusing how differently they all slept. While Callie and Triss snoozed with spread limbs and open mouths, Lynette and Dia seemed fond of curling into cozy little balls. Then there was Alouette, who who slept with her arms wrapped around everyone as if cradling something precious. There's no mistake. If there's something in life worth protecting, it's this. Have I told you, by the way? We're hoping to get a bigger house for ourselves soon. The children are growing bigger so quickly, after all. They'll need the space. Is that why you've been working yourself like a mule? It's been my dream for a while. We've already saved up quite a bit. It's that so. In that case, why don't you contact my place when the time comes? I'll be sure to put lots of love into it. Atun extends a hand with a big smile. Sounds like a plan. Returning the smile, Idon grasps his hand firmly. Let's look forward to the future together, not as two different families, but as one big family. It was a warm sentiment, where both parties dreamed of a bright future. Dripping, overflowing with promise. But for some reason, I couldn't bear to look at it. The future they spoke of. It was simply too bright. Too dazzling. After a short chat, Mallory and I stepped outside to take a stroll at her request. Don't the stars look pretty tonight, Ami? The sky was indeed clear tonight, but the starry sky has never been a sight I found compelling. It was just like the rest of the world after all. Colorless. Everyone looks up at the same sky, don't they? Even if we look at the same thing, we see different sides. I pull my gaze back down to the earth. That's right, I haven't forgotten. The promise I made you. This beautiful sky I see. I want to show it to you. I want to look up at that sky together. Today, tomorrow, and the day after. I'll make that wish come true. So please, Ami, don't stop looking up. A familiar warmth, Mallory's hand. It takes my chin and lifts my gaze to the heavens. A world full of color. Reflected in Mallory's eyes was a world different from what I saw. One that's always been out of reach. Through living by her side, I had hoped to make that vision mine. But maybe it's already happened. Maybe color has slowly been seeping into my world ever since that day 15 years ago. Mallory, what a cute kitty! Mallory breaks into a jog all of a sudden to catch up to a wandering cat we happen across. Huh. No matter how many times I tell you, it seems you won't break this habit. Mallory was feeding the cat kitchen scraps that she always kept on her person for moments like these. I remember he used to scold me all the time when I did this back then. Of course, food was hardly plentiful enough to be feeding stray animals. I know, it's always just been me satisfying my ego. Even if it helps them for the time being, making an animal dependent on others to survive is self-serving. It's the same as wanting to protect something. It's not noble at all. It's greedy and selfish. I want to protect it. Those words are the cloak of a weakling hides behind to seem strong. You've always been like that. A crybaby baby who easily gets lonely but tries to be strong. Why is that? It's just, I want the people who smiled at me to keep smiling for me. I give pause at Mallory's words. I couldn't see what kind of expression she had, but her silent back seemed somehow different from usual. Ami, remember the garden we used to have back at our orphanage? How we had little parcels of land to care for. The image of a young Mallory singing as she watered the crops revives in my mind at her urging. Remember how you could never make yours blossom? Soil quality, water management, and sun exposure, though I had meticulously accounted for all those factors, my parcel only ever met middling success. Living things need more than just nourishment to live. Suddenly the cat recoils and darts off into the night. I was surprised. Mallory was uncannily good with animals. For one to flee from her was unheard of. That's what I notice. Her trembling outstretched hand. The damp ground before her. wet from raindrops of a clear sky. I don't understand. It's peaceful. So very peaceful. Yet for some reason, that scares me. I'm happy, but I'm scared. I'm satisfied with so little, but at the same time, I want more. I want these peaceful days to keep going on. It's the same for me. These hands of mine are holding it, the soft warmth that this is peacefulness. Yet I don't know what to do with it. It was something new to us. In our struggle to survive today, day to day, we had only been able to look at what was right in front of us. For much of our lives, that was the only thing we knew how to live. But that's no longer the case. Human beings are frighteningly adaptable creatures. There are times when we adapt so well it disassociates us, confounds us. It's strange. I can't stop trembling. I watch on as Mallory lowers her head and hugs her knees. I never imagined happiness would feel this fragile. I'm so terrified of losing it. Just the mere thought paralyzes me. Well, I suppose why we can't... why the cat ran away, Miss Sunshine. Mallory goes silent. Then, without warning, she begins to laugh. A mirthful laugh, bleeding away the anxiety. That's the second joke I've ever heard you make. I never knew how much I needed a wisecracking Ami in my life. Oh, you're so cute. She hops over to me and begins squeezing my cheeks. Not again. Hey, Ami. What is it now? Thanks for cheering me up. Leaning in close, she kisses me on the cheek. You're not welcome. Are you blushing? I think you're blushing. It's dark. You're imagining things. My dear Ami can't be this cute. Shush you. With a spring in her step, the two of us make our way back home. I listen to her hum with a bright smile on her face. I gaze up at the sky above. It was a tiny feeling, a little tugging at the corner of my heart. But for a fleeting second, I thought it looked beautiful. I can't see the same world Mallory does. I might never be able to see it. But even then, it's fine. As long as I have her by my side, she'll see enough color for the both of us. My weird saving. Let me take a bite real quick. Yeah, well, I ordered a cheeseburger, but I got a chicken burger. I assume they ran out of hamburger meat. It's happened before, I don't mind. It's still yummy. It's the same thing with the chicken. Also, I finished my smoothie already. I drank it all. It's not that big. Well, it's like a whole can sized. I drank it all. It was very soothing to my throat. Okay, keep going. Thank you for coming today, Miss Larrett. I know it would be a while until Callie and Tristan leave daycare and formally enter preschool, but there's a lot of logistical things with the new education system that I'd like to get out of the way. It's fine, Tris seems to be enjoying himself anyway. The young school teacher looks back into the classroom where Tris was timidly playing with the other children. Did you bring his sister with you, by the way? My husband was supposed to bring her. Knowing him, though, he's probably conveniently lost. He's not very fond of paperwork. I'm not sure I know anyone who is. I'm sure Callie is just as cute as Tristan, though. I look forward to teaching them. The woman's earnest smile makes me falter. I wasn't good at dealing with people who could be so open-hearted with someone they just met. Somehow I understood, though. This woman would be a fine person to leave the little ones with. However, when I open my mouth to voice something to that effect, something cuts me off. For a split second, the world goes deathly quiet. My body lurches off balance as the ground below violently shakes. Instinctively tumbling to the side, I brace myself against the wall as strobes of light and shrill whistling fill the air. The rumbling rattles deep in my bones as I attempt to weather the storm. After what seems like an eternity, it slowly tapers off. Heat, the crackling of flames. Those are the first things I notice when the assault to my senses subsides. Blinking several times, I confirm my vision is still functioning. Pinned to the ground beneath a mountain of flaming debris, the young schoolteacher groans. There's something odd about this fire. The way it shifted was nauseating. The children... Smoke and panicked voices were leaking from the classroom Tris was in. Shaking off my disorientation, I grab the doorknob and try to force it open, but it doesn't budge. Even when I step back and throw my entire body weight against it, I make no headway. The door was too badly mangled. 2 doors down, storeroom. A fountain of blood spills from her mouth. There's an axe. The unusual fire had spread onto her legs, but she doesn't seem to notice as the flames etch bizarre patterns into her exposed flesh. Her spine must have been utterly crushed if she couldn't feel it. 2 doors down. Heeding her instructions, I dash down the hallway and barge into the storeroom. From each of the classrooms I passed, a certain type of voice that splattered my past was leaking. It was the type of voice I was woefully familiar with. That of human anguish. Clamping down on myself, I kill my thoughts. Right now, Tris's safety was my priority. I didn't need to think about anything else. Snatching an emergency axe from the corner, I race back to the classroom. Hurry! Even as her own life bleeds away, the trapped woman urges me. Aiming slightly offset of the doorknob, I bring down the axe. The door splits under the impact. I drive my heel into it, causing it to give and separate from its frame at last. Masking my face with my handkerchief, I lower myself into a crawl and enter the smoking room. Several small corpses were spread along the floor near the door, having perished from asphyxiation. Tris, where are you? My muffled shout rings out amidst the din of fire. Breaking the searing heat, I push deeper into the room, even as the lack of oxygen and smoke press down on me. A series of barely audible thuds. I pivot to find a little figure lying on the ground. Tris! His leg was trapped under a wooden beam. Rushing over to him, I position the neck of the axe beneath the debris and pry up so he can pull free. Though he tries to stand, I immediately press the handkerchief to his face and push him low to the ground as I lead him out. Him getting stuck was a stroke of luck. His peers had likely suffocated trying to escape in the smoke, while his entrapment forced him to stay mobilized and low to the ground. Though he was limping slightly, it was minor compared to how he would have ended up. Upon exiting the classroom, I find the injured schoolteacher looking up at me. Her eyes focused weakly on me, but it didn't seem like she had the strength to say anything. Down the hallway, the sound of crashing rings out rings out as the burning ceiling begins to collapse. There was no time. She couldn't be saved. The old me would have left her behind without batting an eyelid, but maybe something had changed in me over the years. You've done enough. Kneeling before her, I gently ease her eyes shut. Rest now. A faint smile graces her features as tears squeeze out from beneath her eyelids. The least I could do was end her suffering. Without looking back, I race down the hall with Triss in one arm and the axe in the other. I fly down the stairs only to find the door to the first floor shut. Rather than search for the doorknob, though, I press the back of my hand against the wood. Hot. I instinctively jerk away. This way was no good. Doubling back, I eye a window on the staircase. It was a far distance off the ground, but it would have to do. Using the knob of the axe to clear away the glass, I wedge the blade into the wood. Then I grip the handle and lean outside. As I do, the head hooks into the window frame, acting as a fulcrum that swings me back towards the wall. Holding Triss close, I stretch down as far as I can before letting go. Though the maneuver shakes off some of the fall, the force of the drop still causes me to sink to my knees. What is this? When I look up, an unbelievable sight greets me. Though it was midday, the entire sky had darkened over. An unending din of screams and groans fills the air as patches of the unusual fire sweep through town. What was going on? What was this fire that suddenly descended from the sky? There were questions that would have to wait. Leading Triss to a spot of relative safety, I kneel down and examine his body. His skin was marred in soot, but he didn't appear to be burned anywhere. He had been lucky to escape unscathed. Triss. But while his body was fine, there was still a cause for concern. No answer, no response. Silently, he stares off into space as tears roll down his face. It'll be all right, Triss. I wipe the tears and ash away with my handkerchief before procuring a sash from my person. Using it to tie Triss to my back, I stand and set off for home. Along the way, I see many things. A man cursing as he tossed bucket after bucket onto the blazing house. A blazing house. A child crying out for help unheard by the marked that limped aimlessly through the streets. A fire that could not be extinguished. A fire that could not be slowed. At some point, it even begins to rain. But the downpour does nothing to stymie me. The flames advance. The world turned upside down. A people ravaged by calamity. It was something I did not want to show Triss. Something I did not wish for him to see. Triss. Through the rain falling from overhead is cold. Though the rain from falling overhead is cold. Every now and then I can feel it. A faintly warm raindrop hitting the back of my neck. When we make it back home, I find our house untouched by fire. Kalia? Atun? No answer comes. They didn't seem to be home. Though their safety was a concern, searching for them blindly won't accomplish anything. Staying put was the best course of action. Placing a pot under the faucet, I begin stockpiling water. While the plumbing still seemed functional for now, there was no guarantee that it'd continue to be the case. Just as I begin to take inventory, the sound of the door being knocked open erupts from the front of the house. I should have recognized who they were immediately, but their appearance was somehow wrong. Atun? I rush to his side as he collapses to the ground, an unmoving Kalia cradled in his arms. His hands were blackened with strange marks from the mysterious flame, while Kalia's hands... were simply no longer there. Good morning. Good morning. Searing heat, roaring fire. I forced my eyes open. At some point, my surroundings had transformed. A shattered town crumbling to the ground all around me. Was this Soccer? Under a burning sky, a rainbow-colored fire was ravaging the world. Panic seizes my heart as the fire swells, spreading its burning tendrils through the area. Daddy! Daddy! A familiar voice calls out. Kalia? She had fallen a short distance away. A giant mass of burning wood and stone was pinning her arms down. Kalia! Horrified, I dash over to her. Daddy! Her face contorts in tear-stained agony. It hurts! Hold on, Kalia. In a panic frenzy, I grab at the mass pinning her down. A hissing sound pierces the air as my flesh bubbles from touching the rainbow flames. Gah! Kalia screams as the twisted mass shifts weight over her pinned arms. It hurts! I push until I can no longer feel my arms, but it doesn't budge an inch. Damn it! Tormented by Callie's cries, I howl in frustration. Before long, my singed arms fall limply to my sides. I drop to my knees. Dizzy-headed from the smoke, Callie's feeble voice barely registers in my murky consciousness. At this rate, Callie was gonna die. No, I won't accept fate like that. Pulling myself together, I scan my surroundings. My eyes dart around the ground, locking into a suitable object, a blackened shard of metal with a saw-like edge. I feel my sanity leave me as I grab it with trembling hands and lift it over Callie's trapped arms. Her heart-wrenched cries fill the air as I press the metal's jagged edge into her arm, but I don't stop. Howling and crying like a demon possessed, I saw vigorously, feeding vivid red into the roaring fire. Before long, I hit bone, but we didn't have time to saw through it. Pouring strength into my frame, I grab what remains of her arm. I twist and whip up. With a sickening snap, the bone breaks. The heat of encroaching flames, the sound of collapsing buildings. Driven by those menacing sensations, I hastily start cutting into her other arm. Callie had stopped screaming at some point. I could tell from her faint, ragged breathing and weakly shut eyes that she was at her limit, though. We were out of time. Praying it was enough, I grabbed Callie with both arms. Then planting my feet, I grip my teeth and pull with all of my might. The grotesque sound of meat tearing culminates with the gut-wrenching pop as Callie's joints give and she separates from her trapped lower arms. Stumbling backwards, I pivot and take off with her in tow, waving through the burning wreckages that block our path. Time and space seem to blur as I run, but eventually we make it to a safe location. Gasping for breath, I lower Callie's limp figure to the ground, examine her arm stumps. It seemed the fire had cauterized most of the injury. It had left strangely patterned burn marks in the process, though. In an attempt to fashion makeshift bandages, I try and tear several strips of fabric from my shirt, only to discover that my fingers were too damaged to perform the movements. My hands were covered in the strange patterns as well. Kalia. As the tension leaks from my body, the pain begins to resurface. I lift my head to look up at Socrates' burning sky. That's when I notice. All around me, screams and groans were filling the air, creating a din of unending despair. Why? Why is this happening? I can't feel the rain. With great difficulty, I managed to bend my fingers back, though I can clearly see the falling rain hitting my hand. I couldn't feel a thing. One day had passed since I patched up Callie and Natun. Between Kalia's amputated arms and the severe burns on Atun's hands, it wasn't difficult to deduce what happened. At my side, Triss peeks over to where Kalia is resting. He looks back and forth between Kalia's absent arms and his own intact ones. A bead of sweat rolls down Atun's face as he writhes in pain. It's spreading again. A bizarre phenomenon plays out before me. Without warning, the marked areas on Atun's hands begin to glow. When the light subsides, I observe that the burn patterns have crept up his arms. The same thing was happening to Kalia's burns as well. It seems the burns inflicted by the unusual fire were harmful even after their initial infliction. It was like a disease or a curse. I had to find a way to treat it before it did any more damage. Watch over Daddy and Kalia, Triss. Food and water and medical supplies had already been set down in arm's reach of the bed. Don't leave. Don't let anyone in. Retreating into my room, I make preparations to set off. A locked drawer. For years, I had only ever touched it to maintain its contents. My heart beats not. After inspecting them one by one, I tighten a holster of throwing knives around my leg. As I do, my eyes drift over to the proof of my existence, a razor-sharp butcher knife that carved into a tapered point. Breath does not come from my mouth. The scratches and chips that marred it were proof that I had succeeded in carving a path to this day. Even after all these years, it still felt natural in my hands, as if it were but an extension of my body. I do draw, occasionally. My feet do not tread upon this earth, for I am colorless. Aw, heart. Welcome in, by the way. Be careful, this game is whack big warning pin message. Observe. Just in case. Be careful. If you're just joining in, or have just joined in a little bit ago. The weight of steel was one of the only absolute truths in life. Sincere and free of lies, it was that quality of purity that enabled it to spill blood with ease. The past was never something I could escape, was it? Concealing the knife on my person, I lock the door behind me as I leave. In contrast to yesterday's chaos, a somber silence had laid claim to the hazy morning air. The situation had changed since yesterday. At some point, the inextinguishable fire had dissipated all at once, ending just as abruptly as it begun. Only the smoldering remains of it left behind could be seen now. I'll check up on Mallory first. Absolutely, Ohio. Absolutely. Though it takes longer than usual to get to the Bossia household with all the debris, I arrive without complication. While their house appeared to be untouched, many of their neighbors had been less fortunate. I found Mallory in the streets kneeling over a victim she seemed to have pulled from the rubble. Mallory. Though I call out to her, she doesn't respond. It is only when I place a hand on her shoulder that she turns to face me. Ami. Glazed, hollow eyes that gazed through what they were supposed to focus on. Every person I had passed on the way had looked the same. The fire, Idone, burn marks, Socratrine, Daya, Where is Idone? Did he survive? I pull her together by giving her something specific to focus on. But Mallory shakes her head. One of his colleagues came by, and I don't know what to tell the children. There's no need to tell them now. Worry about that later. How are the children's conditions? They're inside. Alouette hurt her leg, but other than that, she's okay. Let it die, though. I'll show you after I finish treating this man. Though her hands were trembling, she doesn't stop bandaging the wounded man before her. It was like a desperate attempt to remain moving, as if she'd collapse under the pressure if she stopped. It was a way of averting one's eyes from reality. Forget it. Give up on him. If you insist on trying to help, conserve your energy for someone who has a chance of making it. A ragged avulsion splitting the femoral, limbs entangled at impossible angles, and copious amounts of blood. It was clear from a glance the man was already at death's door. Mallory haunches over and closes her eyes as her body shivers to a halt. For a moment, I worry she'll restart her mindless act. You're right. But then she rises to her feet, determination filling her eyes. Let's head inside. A house painted over with silence. It was not long ago that laughter filled these halls. Guided by Mallory, I make my way to the room the children are in. Upon entering, a pitiful scene greets me. Laid out on the bed were Lynette and Daya, their bodies disheveled and bandaged, their breaths short and ragged. At the other end of the room, Alouette was sitting against the wall in a state of stunned silence. Her leg was injured, and she didn't look capable of moving, but fortunately, she didn't appear to be burned anywhere. Have you noticed, Mallory? Yeah. Their burns won't stop spreading. The rainbow fire did this to them. Rainbow fire. Their burns were even more extensive than Kalia's and Atun's. Several parts of Daya's back and face seemed afflicted, while burn marks were scattered all over almost a third of Lynette's body. I'll find a way to save them. Mallory's eyes widened at my declaration. How? Information is the first thing we need. I'm going to scope out the Aiken news. If anyone knows anything about the Rainbow Fire, it's the ULs. Ami, are you sure? I won't fail. Kalia and Atun are in the same situation after all. That's not what I mean. You're always like this. You're always trying to bear everything by yourself. It worries me. I just want you to know that you have allies. Lean on me, let me help. No, you shouldn't come. It might turn dangerous and you'll only slow me down. Ami, you can help by stocking up on supplies. I also left Atun and the twins at home. I don't know how long I'll be gone, so I want you to check up on them. It still looked like she had something to say, though. I want you to believe in me, Mallory. Trust me. I clasp her hands. Okay. Just be careful, alright? Promise me you won't do anything reckless. I promise. The two of us entwine pinkies like in the old days. Huh. We'll get through this, okay? Yeah. I'll be off then. As I turn to leave, my eyes catch on Alouette standing in the corner of the room. Though she said nothing, her face spoke for itself. It was as if she was lost in a sea of uncertainty. Before I know it, I find myself drifting over to her. Maybe it was because she reminded me of a certain someone, but somehow I felt a desire not to leave her alone. Alouette, I place a hand on her shoulder. Auntie, the adults are going to be busy from now on. We need you to watch the house and take care of Lynette and Daya while we're gone. It's an important job. Can you do it? She nods back at me, her expression regaining a bit of color. Alouette will do her best. Giving people responsibility in crisis forces them to compartmentalize. The feeling that one had some control over the situation, it was an essential illusion. Please make Linny and Daya better. I will. Eyes full of innocent hope. With that image burned into my mind, I set off towards my next destination. Akinus. News? Time to go. My phone died. Time to use the browser. I can... News? News? Pronouns. I mean, even just like one word at a time. Akinnois. Noyas. Akinnoias. Akinnoias. Noyas! Heckin' freaking. Why can't words just freaking sound like how they're written and sound exactly like that phonetically? Akinnoias. Akinnoias, a state-of-the-art hospital that had been renovated with the latest of UL technology. For many in Socratrine, it stood as a symbol of hope. It had served as the forefront of the Valoran Master's successful campaign to eradicate the plague after all. As expected, scores of people had already gathered in front of the main entrance. Slowing my pace, I drift through the crowd, catching bits of conversation as I pass by. Heard? Seems they already know a way to treat the burns. Something similar happened back in their homeland, calling it the Fire of Collapse. I know, but why did it just blow out the other day? Of about 20 people injured, did it come back yet? Apparently a cure already existed. That seemed too convenient to be true, though. Heeding my intuition, I make several rounds of the perimeter and commit the layout to memory. It seemed victims with conventional injuries were being accepted at the side entrances, while only those with deviant burns were being admitted through the main one. Why is security so tight? Squads of the Socratrini guards were stationed everywhere, even with surrounding streets were heavily fortified. Considering the dire straits of the rest of Socratrine, it was odd they had mobilized such manpower there. As I finish a rotation around the complex, I overhear a commotion at the main entrance. Why can't I go in? My little boy is in there. We've already made it clear to you. Entry is prohibited to all but patients and medical personnel. Please, I just want to know if he's doing alright. Wait, is that them? Look, they're coming out! The crowd stirs as a column of people emerges from the hospital. All of them were scarred with the etchings unique to the Rainbow Fire. However, their burns look different, don't they? They're really cured. Something wasn't right, though. Of the 20 that had supposedly gone in, only around half had returned. What do you mean? Can you just cure him like the rest? That's not what this says. I don't think it matters. I already checked like 18 years ago. The mother from before was shouting frantically at a doctor accompanying the treated patients. Please understand, your son's injuries are very extensive in comparison. He is in critical condition, and as such, we need to continue monitoring. Why won't you listen to me? He's such a skittish boy. Waking up in a place he doesn't know, surrounded by strangers, he'll be so scared. That's why I need to be there for him. Sorry, ma'am. Why are you apologizing? Just let me in. Let me see him. The mother pushes past the doctor and tries to enter the hospital, only to be held back by the officer from before. Stop right there. Let me go. My son is in there. Ah. The officer clutches at his wrist as the woman flails wildly under his grasp. She bit me! Unsheathing his sword, he slams his hilt against the woman's head and drives her to the ground. But even then, she doesn't stop trying to enter. How many times do I have to tell you before you get it through your head? You can't go in! Enraged, the officer begins to kick and stomp the crawling woman mercilessly. Let me see him! Let me see him! The woman breaks into sobs as she tries to shield herself from the crushing blows. No, no! Shut up! The officer brings his foot down hard, silencing her as she tries to call out a name. Stop it! With an angry growl, the officer's partner grabs him by the collar and shoves him away, but the woman had already been rendered motionless in the dirt. What the hell do you think you're doing? I can't stand people like her. They act like they're the only one hurting in the world. It makes me sick. Turning his back on the woman, the officer spits into the dirt. You can't take it out on the people. Many of them are going through the same thing, you know. Take a break and cool off. I'll get someone to cover. Doctor, can we get her a stretcher and take her through the side entrance? Yes, I'll get someone on her right away. Meanwhile, a palpable tension had built up in the onlooking crowd. How could he do that to her? Are they hiding something? Why can't we go in? The guards on post tighten their formation as they bear the brunt of the crowd's resentment. Attention all victims suffering deviant burns from the fire of collapse. Please line up in orderly fashion. Stretchers will be provided for the incapacitated, 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 incapacitated. Heck, freak, whatever. For the remainder of the day, I continued to observe the hospital's activities. However, the same trend only continues to persist. 30 people would enter, but only 14 would exit. 40 would go in, but 20 would return. Like clockwork, the cycle repeats again and again. Again and again. So it's come to this. Entrusting Callie and Atun's lives to odds I didn't understand was unthinkable. There wasn't anything else I could discern from the outside, though. If I wanted to learn more, I would have to infiltrate the building. Callie and Atun were getting worse by the day. Atun's burn spread had already extended up his forearms, and Callie wasn't faring much better. That reality weighs down on me as I make preparations to infiltrate the hospital. After smearing a layer of soot over my left arm, I wrap it up in bandages. Having observed their system several times already, I had determined that only a basic preliminary check was given at the entrance. Though they'll probably look more intensively later, I'll already be inside by then. Upon completing my masquerade, I line up in the next wave of patients. When it comes to my turn to be inspected, though, the doctor seems a bit wary. Did that hurt? He asks after poking my faux wound. I didn't feel anything. Thinking quickly, I answer in a way that seems unintuitive. Are you sure you touched me? Go on ahead. The doctor nods before turning his attention to the next patient. Areas marked by the rainbow fire seemed to lose all feeling after all. It was only when the deviant burn spread that the victim experienced pain. I had learned that much from observing Callie and Atun. After passing the entrance checkpoint, our group gets cleared to enter. Several details stand out to me as we're led deep into the building. Though it sounded like there was significant activity in the distance, the area we were being led into was utterly empty. We're led through. Even security detail was absent. It seemed the guards weren't authorized to enter this area. Moving around will still be difficult at this rate, though. After being brought to a large junction, individual nurses began taking us one by one into separate rooms. The nurse assigned to me was wearing a surgical mask and had an average build. After leading me into a checkup room, she closes the door behind us. A raised stretcher, a counter with a faucet, and a closet. Perfect. Okay, ma'am. Could you please remove the bandage on your arm and show me your burn? She begins preparing a syringe on the nearby counter. What's in the syringe? This is a mild relaxant meant to calm you down before the procedure. It'll just be a little... After finishing her preparations, she tries to turn around. But I don't let her. I grab her by the wrist and press down on her shoulder blade, pinning her against the counter. What are you... Twisting the syringe out of her hand, I wrap my arm around her neck and cut off her circulation. Maintaining the choke until she goes limp, I insert the tip of the syringe into one of her bulging blood vessels and press down on the plunger. Mild relaxant was an understatement. I had known from the beginning that the sedative was intended to knock out the patient. After all, none of the mended victims outside had been able to describe the treatment process. They had all said they'd fallen asleep and woken up cured. After stripping the nurse of her uniform, I tie her up using some cravats I found in the closet and gag her using the bandage on my arm. Then I place her in the closet in the recovering position, wash the soot from my arm, and don her uniform. Complete with mask and cap, it served as an excellent disguise. So far, everything has gone as planned. But from here on out, I'll have to improvise. Bringing my ear to the door, I try to gauge the situation outside. Inside. It isn't until several minutes pass that a general bustle begins to pick up. Choosing that moment to act, I enter the hallway. Upon exiting, I find myself amidst a stream of nurses carrying stretchers of the deviant burn victims. In addition to being rendered unconscious, the patients had been stripped naked, exposing their injuries to plain view. I begin moving down the hall. Glancing into the rooms as I pass, I spot a lone nurse at the head of a stretcher. As if it were completely natural, I step in and grab the other end. 3, 2, 1. The nurse counts off before lifting in sync with me. Letting her take point, we join the flow of traffic outside. This one's a really young one, isn't she? Though it goes well initially, the nurse suddenly starts speaking to me. Yeah. I respond ambiguously as I look down at the patient on the stretcher. It was as the nurse said. The girl couldn't have been much older than Kalia, yet she was missing a leg, the deviant burn having spread over nearly half of her body. I have a little girl just like her back home. The nurse falls silent, her gaze locked straight ahead. I hope she isn't flagged. Flagged. A term that can only carry one meaning. It was as I thought. The hospital was triaging its patients. My eyes drifted down to the girl despite myself. Triage? Perhaps due to the nurse's influence, I can't help but see Kalia's image in the girl's light brown locks and weakly shut eyes. Triage. Oh, triage. Triage. Everyone makes the same face when they're struggling to hold on to life with all they have. Though I want to avert my eyes, for some reason I feel compelled to look. After rounding several corners, we enter a large open area where we're directed to lay the stretchers down in a grid-like orientation. Taking my place among the line of nurses gathering on one end of the room, I watch on as a pair of important-looking people enters the area. You're certain there's no other way, Director? There is no doubt. It's identical to the 12th calamity that ravaged our homeland. A silver-haired woman with an air of authority was discussing something with the chief of the Sakutrini Guard. We can't save more than half of the afflicted? There must be some kind of mistake. Surely exists UL technology that can treat it. The deviant burn cannot be treated by medical science, not even amputation or debridement is effective. It is a death sentence that spurs the law of the world. That we were even able to save half is a fortune of our homeland never knew. Before we established this method, the case fatality rate was 100%. I see. I understand now why you were so quick to take the initiative. A clipboard-toting assistant runs up to the duo. Continue as planned. The subordinate nods and dispatches a group of doctors to inspect the patients lying on the ground. One by one, the doctors examine the patients before attaching colored tags to their stretcher. Black, red, black, black, red. There remains a problem, though. What do we tell the people? They're beleaguered and battered, and their frustration continues to grow by the hour. We may see violent protests if we continue to keep them in the dark. We alone will shoulder the truth. If a riot occurs, you have the clearance to suppress it through any means necessary. Nearly our entire force has been mobilized here, but I fear that even that may not be enough. There is no need for alarm. It is a last resort since they are poorly suited for non-lethal mass suppression, but the lost children are stationed here as well. They are currently carrying out patient acquisition operations at the moment. You have a system for abducting non-compliant victims, huh? For the sake of saving as many people as possible, there is no cross we will not bear. We will go any length towards that end. That is the burden of surviving what we did back in our homeland. If this is the path we must take to save as many as we can, then that is what we will do. The Socratrini Guard will ensure operations in Akun Noyes, or whatever, are not hindered. A wounded people scattered by the upheaval of sudden calamity. When forced to confront the reality of their helplessness, they will search for a release. Something, anything that gives them a means to resist their powerlessness. It is a fire that cannot be doused. Should it be forbidden from challenging the source of its frustration, its flames will simply aggress in another direction, and consume something else. You can't mean a scapegoat. It happened often back in our homeland. If a scapegoat is created, try not to save them. We made that mistake in the past. It is not something that bears repeated in Sakatrin. Let them have their scapegoat. That is how deep the pus runs in the people's hearts. Do you understand? Yes. Having finished her business with him, the director proceeds deeper into the building. Haven't we had enough sacrifices already? Hunching over warily, the chief departs from the room. Before long, the doctors finish their examinations, and the head nurse signals us forward. I find myself gravitating towards my previous patient, where I find the same nurse from before. Lifting the stretcher up, I begin following a stream of nurses, only to stop short for my partner's resistance. But it doesn't go that way. Letting her take point, we join a different procession of nurses heading deeper in. The ones with missing limbs are always flagged after all. Even though I knew that. Several ramps later, we arrive at a metal underground room divided by a partition. There we're directed to lift and place the patients on the other side. Upon completing our task, the majority of the nurses start to leave. However, my partner doesn't budge from her spot. A departing nurse places a hand on her shoulder. You don't have to watch. But my partner shakes her head. I don't want to look away from what we're doing. When preparations are complete, a woman with steely gray eyes enters the room. It was the director from before, accompanied by her clipboard-toting shadow. Begin. At her command, a click resounds through the room. A deep rumbling begins to fill the air. Beyond the glass, the air starts shimmering as several sections of the steel wall flare up. The room was heating up. Did they intend to cook the patients alive? Unable to do anything but look on, my eyes drift over to the girl I had carried here. That's when I notice her beginning to stir. Somebody's moving in there! Someone cries out in horror as they notice as well. The girl sits up. She looks at her hands. Then she begins to scream. Loudly. At the top of her lungs. As the intense heat envelops her, the deviant burns on her hands begin glowing brightly before surging up her body at an accelerated rate. Shocked, silence grips the room as the girl collapses and begins weakly crawling up along the floor. She doesn't make it far before her body is consumed and she crumbles into glittering dust, but she continues screaming until the very last moment. At my side, I hear a hollow thump as my partner falls to her knees. No, I couldn't have botched the injection, could I? It was as if the room had been traumatized into silence. At long last, the rumbling stops. A hissing sound fills the air as the chamber begins venting. Director, why can't we terminate the patients before doing this? The deviant burn does not spread on cadavers. Only when it finishes consuming a living subject is estus vitae produced. I can't do this anymore. Please, no more. We are already short on staff. Even with everyone working around the clock, there are many that are lost due to our sheer lack of manpower. You know this already. This is the burden those in this post must bear. From now on, ensure you follow protocol and adjust the dosage properly for pediatric patients. Nothing remained of the people beyond the glass but vaguely shaped piles of glittering dust. Unfairly and without warning, their struggle had ended. I watch on as the dust swirls and coalesces into tiny orbs, one for each person that had been inside. When the room finishes cooling, we're directed to enter and collect them. The remains of the girl I carried here. I pause before them and kneel down. The one with missing limbs are always flagged after all. If I bring Kalia here, this is what will become of her. This is how she will end up. The others as well. There is no guarantee they wouldn't be flagged. There is no other option. When no one is looking, I wrap 4 of the stones up in my handkerchief and secure them on my person. Even through gloves, they had a nauseating feel to them. The skewed ratio of those that had returned, the unusually tight security, and the system of designating red and black tags. Everything made sense if these were the key to curing the deviant burn. But even upon learning the truth, my objective had not changed. My next course of action? Escape. I keep my eyes straight ahead as I traverse the halls of Socratrine's main hospital. Though exiting through a side entrance would have been ideal, they had been thorough in sealing the area off from the rest of the hospital. Time was of the essence. Rather than waste time looking for a way out of the unfamiliar structure, I decide to escape via the main entrance. Kalia, Atun, Lynette, Diamond. I held it, the key to saving them. Their lives, their futures. It was an unbelievably heavy weight. But even then, I won't falter. I'll carry it all. Forward, forward. The entrance was already in sight. Just a little more. Exiting into the outside world, I find that night is set to descend before long. All I have to do now is pass through the checkpoint. Though freedom was within reach, I control my gait with rigid discipline. Just as I'm about to escape, though. Attention all channels. Halt all personnel attempting to leave the grounds. A reverberating voice breaks the glass lock on my heart. Use of force is authorized. I stop in place. The world felt it had gone deathly still. Hey you! Stop right there! a fragile balance. Without hesitation, as he reaches out, I snatch his hand and dip, twisting his wrist back in one fluid motion. Shatter that balance. My steel flickers across his eyes as I bring him to his knees, blinding him. Streamers of blood chase after me as I dash off, bobbing and weaving through the crowd of onlookers. Get her! Oh. Hi, Cubie. Don't listen to me. Don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen. Screams and shrieks pierce the air as the guard detachment mobilizes to give chase. Having committed the layout of the area to memory, I knew that the closest array of alleys was to my right. Why is my OBS flickering right now? I'm scared. Once I break free of the throng, I made a beeline for it. As I pass through the mouth of the alley, my ears catch an order being issued from behind. East perimeter, come in. Suspect is heading your direction through through the alleys. I'm scared my OBS is gonna crash. They're wearing a nurse uniform and are armed and hostile. Intercept them. After making several turns through the convoluted alley system at full speed, I cut down on my momentum and honed my hearing. The sound of pounding footsteps. Positioning myself behind the next corner, I wait until my target is on the verge of passing before leaping from the shadows with a high-angle feint. Caught off guard, he lifts his sword over his head to try and parry the foe attack. But before our blades make contact, I drop down and close in, pressing his elbow up to prevent him from bringing his blade to bear. Tracing a tight arc through his gullet, I plunge past him and start running in the direction he had come from. However, I find their coverage to be tighter than expected. I was getting boxed in. Eyeing a door at the end of the alley, I rattle it only to find it locked. It appeared to be an old spring-locked mechanism without a bolt. Slipping my knife into the door slit, I pry the jammed striker plate as far away from the frame as it'll go. To the ole! Wedging a throwing knife into the keyhole, I yank around in an attempt to cause as much damage as possible. When I hear a telltale clatter, I draw back and kick at the area next to the doorknob as hard as I can. The door swings open as the wood gives in and the lock falls apart. Footsteps down my 6. Someone was almost right on top of me. Leaping inside, I grab the door and swing it backwards with all of my might. Rather than flee further in, though, I stand my ground. The moment the door swings open from my target's barreling figure, I whip a throwing knife at his face. Gah! My target stumbles as the knife sinks into his eye socket. Before he hits the ground, I step in and round his sword, my blade flashing through his carotid? Twirling away to the sound of arterial spray, I pressed deeper into the visibly abandoned house. Beyond one of the windows was an open area. I snap the rusty fastenings open and dive inside as the sound of pounding footsteps echo through the building. As I roll back onto my feet, I retrieve the throwing knife and hurl it at the windows as my pursuers try to follow. A cry of pain rings out as their lead doubles over, temporarily blocking the exit point. 2 throwing knives left. Locating a series of alleys leading away from the open area, I take off with due haste. Escape was imminent at the rate. Hi, Rage. I had scoped this area out thoroughly beforehand. I hope you had a good work time. However, several turns later, I come to a crushing halt. I had forgotten to take something into account. A wall of rubble that must have fallen from the surrounding unstable buildings was blocking my path to freedom. Though I try to double back, I find myself cornered. It was an area in the process of clearing away debris, so there were few escape points. In that case, I'll have to fight. 3 enemies. Careful, she's dangerous. The guards ready their swords as they fan out to encircle me. Acting before they can completely surround me, I launch myself at one of the guards on my flank. Watch out! However, it is only a feint. At the sound of footsteps behind me, I twist and whip a throwing knife at the second guard as he rushes forward to cover his comrade. The knife lances into his arm, causing his sword to fly out before him. Reversing my momentum, I snatch the sword out of the air and sink it into his owner's neck as I drop back. I crouch and spin away as the third guard slashes a wide arc in my head, anticipating a remiss. On my hind side, I slide and kick off the wall before me, crossing my opponent as he lunges forward. As I do, I hurl my final throwing knife into the back of his knee, crippling him as I roll onto my feet. On my right, detecting an oncoming attack from the first guard, I twist and try to parry. However, the angle is off, and I end up being thrown off my balance by the overpowering strike. In that split second, I knew I couldn't evade the next attack. Resolving to take the blow, I lunge forward in a desperate counterattack, gouging into my opponent's throat as the base of his blade cleaves into my flank. Oh. Crushing pain spikes through my body as I pull free and stagger away. I only managed several steps before collapsing, though. Damn you! As the last remaining guard limps over to me and raises his sword, a final desperate surge of energy grips my body. I deny it. Gripping my knife by the blunt of the blade, I muster all my remaining strength and whip it skyward. A cacophony of sound fills the air as the pulley system lifting rubble overhead gives. Though my target senses the debris plummeting towards him, due to his injured leg, he is unable to avoid being haplessly crushed. Having dove away to avoid the carnage, I pull myself through the dust as I reach the wall. Using it to support my body, I force myself to my feet despite the searing pain. I need to get away from here. Sticky. Warm. Wet. As I stumble down the street, I feel my organs try to spill out from under my hand. Sensing a large amount of footsteps, I hide myself in the shadows of a building. She came all this way, did she? A group of townspeople bearing torches and impromptu weapons were sweeping the streets. The rumors say she's been using her role as nurse to steal the hospital's only way of curing the burns, even though so many people need it. How awful. She's been diluting the salve and selling it at inflated rates in order to make a fortune. I heard it from someone she tried to sell it to. How unforgivable. The kidnappings, too, she must be behind them as well. How dare she exploit this tragedy in order to profit from our suffering? We can't let her get away with this. We can't let her get away. What is this? A bloodlust so palpable it felt cloying was emanating from them. Or clawing. It didn't matter how true any of what they're saying was. It was like an echo chamber. Their wish for an enemy to direct their anger and frustration towards was so overpowering, they were willing to discard even their rationality. Damn it. I won't be able to make it back at this rate. Our old place is near here. When the mob passes, I dip into my dwindling reserves of strength and lug my heavy body to a certain beat-up building. Mallory and I once called this place home in the past. I need to regain my strength and think of something. Nudging the door closed behind me, I tumble to the ground as the pain's intensity overtakes me. Footsteps and muffled shouts ring through the twilight outside as I try to control my ragged breathing. Unable to loosen my guard, I cling onto consciousness, causing me to stretch into an indeterminable haze. Indeterminable? At that moment, the doorknob suddenly starts jangling. A shiver runs through my body as the door slowly swings open. With trembling arms, I push myself off the ground. I need to fight. Even if I didn't have a weapon, I couldn't let it end here. I need to fight back. Summoning the last of my depleted strength, I lash out desperately at the dark figure looming over me. However, my hand only brushes weakly against them. Ami? Is that you? Ami? This familiar voice. Mallory? Why was she here? What happened? Who did this to you? She cries out in a hushed voice as she brings her face close to mine. I messed up. The tension leaks from my body as I collapse to the ground. Pulling bandages and gauze from her bag, Mallory begins stripping me and applying first aid. As she tends to me, I lift my leaden arm and unwrap the handkerchief I had been holding close until now. These things, they're the way to cure the burns. Take them and go. After delivering that message, I let my arm drop back down to the ground. I shut my eyes. Now, even if I died, it wouldn't be in vain. Callian, Atun, Lynette, and Diamond. With this, they'll be saved. Mallory? When Mallory doesn't respond, I force my eyes open. Ami, you idiot! Her outburst stuns me into silence. I thought you promised. Why? Why do you always try to bear the weight all alone? Mallory, you're always like this. Always leaving me behind. Always trying to go somewhere by yourself. Don't you understand how scary and lonely it is? Wondering where you are. Wondering if you're safe. I hate it. Something hot and wet begins to drip onto my bare skin. You know, I've been looking for someone all day. When I couldn't find them anywhere, I didn't know what to think. She's someone very dear to me, you see. We've been through so much together. But sometimes, she puts a wall up around herself, isolating herself and never letting me worry about her. Even though it hurts so much when she does that, I could never bear the thought of losing her, you know. When Mallory finishes dressing my wound, she begins doing something inexplicable. She begins stripping off her clothes and putting the uniform I had been wearing on. What are you doing? Dread begins to well up in the pit of my stomach as I realize what she's trying to do. Even now, the sound of voices and slamming doors was drawing closer. You're being chased. Her voice was calm and steady, but not even the darkness could hide her trembling figure. No, don't. Ignoring me, she starts dressing me in her original clothes. Those people have lost their minds. Even if she managed to turn herself in, not even the guards would be able to protect her. I know. That's why we can't let them find you. Don't go. I grab her hand as she secures the handkerchief containing the cure back on me. Ami, for as long as I can remember, you've always been the one protecting me. I'm not as strong as you, or as clever as you. But even I have things I want to protect. Idiot. What are you trying to protect with these hands that are shivering so much? Please take care of my children. They're just like their mother after all. Little crybabies that get lonely easily but try to act strong. Mallory smiles that stupid smile of hers. Her smile twists and clenches something in me. It breaks and burns me. Goodbye, Ami. No. I'll see you later. Her voice quavers as she slips free of my grasp, leaving my outstretched hand behind. I wanted to stop her. I wanted to stop her with every fiber of my being, but there was no longer any strength in my body. Even now, darkness was encroaching on my vision. No, stop. I tried to push the darkness back. Stop. But unable to resist any longer, I sink into a deep sea. The image of her receding back burned into my eyes. A sepia dream. Ami, you're making that face again. Her calmness only made my fury boil over more. You don't have to get angry for my sake. She continues to water her crops. Patiently. Tenderly. It was frustrating. Are you bitter? Are you angry? I am. But it's better to be hurt than to hurt another. If striking back only repeats the cycle, somebody must be the one to not strike back. That doesn't guarantee they'll stop. What if they keep hurting you? Even if it takes a while, I believe that they'll stop. Because I believe, in spite of everything, that people are truly good at heart. I couldn't accept what she was saying. The only way to ensure someone stops hurting you is to make it so they can't anymore. You know, when you hurt others like that, you end up hurting yourself as well. She stops and stands there quietly for a moment before looking back at me with a sad smile. That's why it always seems like you're in pain, Ami. I force my eyes open with a gasp. Mallory. I need to find Mallory. Wincing at the throbbing pain at my side, I pull myself to my feet. At first, I couldn't make sense of where I was heading. But before long, I realized that I had unconsciously set a path towards the Basia household. Every step sent barbs of pain spiking through my body, but I couldn't afford to slow down. Leaning against a wall to catch my breath, I gather myself and push forward. Mommy? A voice suddenly calls out as I near my destination. The door swings open and a figure limps out. It's Auntie? Mallory, your mother. Where's your mother? I choke out a barely coherent question in between my ragged breaths. But Alouette only makes a troubled expression. Mommy hasn't come back yet. A surge of electricity crashes over me at Alouette's response. Auntie? Lynette and Daya, give them each one of these. I press 2 of the glittering stones into Alouette's hands before staggering back to the streets. My wound rips open as I break out into the shambling gate, dyeing my bandages a fresh shade of red. But I don't stop. Please, please let her be safe. Dizzyingly fast, yet nauseatingly slow, time taunts me. No matter how much I try to push my body forward, it felt distant and unresponsive, like moving against an underwater current. I'm almost there. Once I clear the top of this hill, I'll be able to see it. Aken Nois, Satrin's main hospital. A place that bore an unspeakable secret. Digging my hand into the earth, I claw myself to the peak. However, the scene that greets me offers nothing but despair. The area was bathed in a sickening shade of light. Torches. The source of the light was a sea of torches. She's the reason. The people bearing those torches were crying out for blood. She's the reason so many haven't returned. She was there, at the head of the crowd, hanging from the horloge, her arms bound by rope. Someone I knew well. Someone that meant the world to me. Someone I couldn't bear to live without. You shameless monster! The crowd roars out. There were children. There were children who needed that cure. How could you? Mallory's head whips back as a rock soars through the air and strikes her. A thick line of blood begins to trace down her face. But even then, she doesn't move. She doesn't say anything. She's not human. She's killed 5 guards and injured 2. She even admitted to it. Mallory. Why? I saw her. I saw her running from the hospital early today. Oh, my darling. What did he ever do to you? He was just doing his duty and you killed him. You killed him, you monster. You witch! The sea of torches stirs and undulates like the belly of a massive beast. It was as if the word had sparked a madness in them. Kill the witch! Kill the witch! An unearthly chant steeped with insanity. It spread over the people like a contagion, submerging and stripping them of their individual consciousness. The accused had pled guilty to all charges against her. No, stop. Tumbling down the hill, I throw myself against the roiling mob. Under the ununanimous discretion of all that are present, stop. She's not a witch. But it's no use. My voice gets drowned out, my body tossed around like a ragdoll. The people sentence her to summary execution. The crowd shifts and surges as they're finally given the words they wish to hear. She's not a witch. Why won't my cries reach anyone? It's me. I'm the witch. They didn't care about the truth. They didn't care about how full of holes her account was. They just wanted someone to lash out. A sacrifice. Someone to take the brunt of their anger and sorrow. It was a witch hunt. Mallory. Kill her! I watch. I watch on as the candle falls. I watch on as it hits the ground. As it ignites the oil. And transforms the world. Burn her! The pyre dyes the sky a hellish glow. But rather than state their bloodlust, it seems to only amplify it. Rock after rock, torch after torch, and curse after curse. Without end, they pelt her defenseless figure. Burn the witch! It wasn't enough to kill her. They wanted to trample everything of hers into the ground. To grind her memory to dust. No. Why had I forgotten? People are monsters. When driven into a corner, they turn on each other, devouring each other, eating away at each other, until nothing remains. Nothing but ash. The world will kill and eat. I had known that. The world will kill and eat. So why had I forgotten? The world will kill and eat. Why? Alouette? Yes, Linny? When are Mom and Papa coming back? They'll be back soon, Auntie said. She said the adults are going to be busy. So it's my job to look after you and Daya. If Auntie said so, they'll definitely be back. I'm hungry. I hope Daya finds something for us to eat soon. There's nothing left in the kitchen, right? Nope, nothing. Daya went outside to look for food. When I gave Linny and Daya the pebbles Auntie gave me, they got all better. But even though it stopped spreading on Linny, it still covered a lot of Linny. She couldn't move well, so she was in bed. I feel bad. Does it hurt? Oh, not like that. You and Daya are doing your best, but I'm just laying here and sleeping. Oh, that's not Linny's fault. Alouette knows. Lenny can sing. It'll cheer us up. Oh yeah, I just remembered I learned a new song. I don't know what the words mean, but it's pretty, really pretty. It's about you. Alouette wants to hear. Wants to hear. Okay, okay. I'll do my best. Lenny takes a deep breath. Alouette, gentle Alouette. Oh. I don't know. J'étais plume morari. Français, français, français. I don't know the full Français lyrics. The door makes a loud sound. Someone threw it open. Daya? What happened to you? Daya was breathing a lot. He looked messy. You're hurt. I got into a fight. Why would you do that? Oh, Daya, you're bruised all over. They kept saying stupid things. It made no sense. Where did they hurt you? Alouette, can you help him? Yeah, Alouette will help. No, they didn't hurt me. I got hurt when I fell through them. Fell through them? No matter how much I tried to hit them, I couldn't touch them. No, maybe it was my imagination. Maybe they weren't there to begin with. Or ghosts? Not ghosts. Daya? Daya grabs his head. Just stop already! No more! He throws the curtain. Outside looked different. It wasn't what was supposed to be there. It's this damn mist. No matter where I go, I don't go anywhere. No matter what I see, no one's there. It's just us. It's just us in this world. Daya falls to the ground. He starts crying. What's happening? What's going on? The room becomes quiet, except for Daya's crying. Hey, Alouette. Mom and Pap are coming back, right? Yeah, they're definitely coming back. Where are they? I miss them. I hugged Daya. They'll be back soon. Let's do our best, okay? Lenny? Your voice sounds strange. Huh? That's weird. Why is that? Oh, the front door. I think Daya's back. Maybe he found something? Daya? Daya looks strange. He was all messy. Daya? What's wrong? Mom and Papa aren't coming back home. What are you talking about? We're all alone now. The way he looked, it scared me. Daya? No, it's just a dream. It's just a dream we have to wake up from. That's right. I just have to wake up. Daya goes into his room. He closes the door. Daya doesn't come out for a long time. It's quiet in his room. I'm worried. So I go to check. Daya? It was dark. The curtains were closed. Daya, what are you doing? He was hanging from the ceiling. He wasn't moving. Are you sleeping? You should cover up. Else you'll get a cold. Okay, I take him down. You see? You're already so cold. I tuck him into bed. That's better. You must be sleepy. Alouette will leave the curtains closed. Night-night, Daya. Lenny doesn't have to sing if she's tired. Okay, I think I'll sleep a little then. Okay. Alouette will stay at Lenny's side. Alouette will watch over Lenny. I pat Lenny's head. Sweet dreams, Lenny. Eh, night-night, Alouette. I began to sleep a lot too. Mommy would probably scold us, because the three of us are sleeping so much. It's hard to move though. My body feels so heavy. I'm hungry. Auntie? Auntie came to visit. I'm glad. It's been a long time since someone visited. Food? No, Alouette will eat after Lenny and Daya. They haven't eaten. The two of us go up to Lenny's room. Look, Lenny. Auntie brought us food. Say, ah. Lenny was still sleepy, so I help her eat. Auntie makes a strange face, though. Like she was in pain. I hope she's not hurt. Daya. Next we go to feed Daya. Daya, say thanks. Auntie got us something to eat. Auntie makes a strange face again. Maybe she wanted some too? We probably shouldn't have eaten everything. Now I feel bad. Huh? Auntie wants Alouette to come live with her. What was Auntie saying? That's no good. Alouette needs to take care of Lenny and Daya. Alouette needs to stay here until Mommy and Pap come back. Alouette will be a good girl and wait, so that everyone can be together again. Everyone together. Together. Again. Eight years after the fire of collapse. We kind of in the home stretch, guys. Okay, but it's still like, you know, it's gonna be a song, you know. If you need to go to bed, don't be afraid to go to bed. Just saying. Let me save. This is like the last portion. Like, section of the game. Don't be afraid to, you know, take a break or leave or get some rest or eat. Of course. We're almost, sort of, almost done. Dinner's ready! Yeah! These bandages. Tris, can you go get your mother? I nod and stick out a thumbs up. Hey, Cal. Oh, true, I should probably drink a little. Thank you for the water stretch. We're almost there. At least wait until your mother gets here before you start making a mess. You make a mess when you eat too, you know. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Cal? Huh? How do you always find the worst way possible to shorten someone's name? It sounds even dumber when you shorten Mommy's name. Okay, just calm down. You're sending food all over the place. A little chair near the window. Mother was in her usual spot, staring off into space. Running up to her, I point to the kitchen and pantomime eating. I'll be right there. My task complete, I turn to go back. But something makes me stop. For as long as I can remember, Mother's always been a quiet person. But has she truly always been like this? Sometimes looking at her makes my chest hurt. It was as if she was hurting inside, but nobody in the world could understand that. Driven by a strong impulse, I wrap my arms around her and bury myself in her warmth. Triss, what's the matter? I didn't understand it very well myself. So for the time being...
$1 billion.
Whoa! Thank you so much for the $1. $1 billion. What, 1 billion from 1 billion from... Thank you. Why? We're rich. We're rich. Why are you holding me? Why am I holding you? At that moment, more than ever, I wished I could speak. Words I wanted to tell her with all of my heart. Even though I knew I couldn't voice them, I moved my lips. Because I feel like it. My face breaks out in a big, wild smile as I answer. Mother's expression twists. She clutches at her head and keels over. Huh? Concerned, I tug at her sleeve. Eat dinner without me. I'll be in my room. Averting her eyes, she pulls away from me, leaving me behind once more. I wanted to reach out to her. I wanted to ask what was wrong, to help her and make sure she was okay. But in the end, all I can do is gaze at her receding back. I can't fall asleep. Mother, the expression she had on her face. I couldn't get it off my mind. Realizing I wasn't getting to sleep anytime soon, I decided to grab a glass of water. The sound of breaking glass. Someone was in the kitchen. Though my first reflex is to check it out, something makes me stop. Something was wrong. Hiding in the shadows, I cover my lantern and peek into the kitchen. It was Mother. She was leaning over the kitchen sink, panting as if in pain. That's when I see it. Dappled in wavering candlelight, something red. Blood. Without warning, she pushes off the counter and tears off. The sound of the front door being thrown open splits in the night as she disappears into the rain. A whirlwind of questions flood my mind. None of them I had the answer to. One thing alone was clear enough. She was hurt. I need to go after her. It takes all I have to keep up with her. This place, it was the place the adults always told us to stay away from. Minolost. An abandoned area that has never been rebuilt after the fire of Claps. The rainbow mist was known to rise and shroud the area at times, making it a dangerous location. Why was she here? Where was she going? The questions swirling in my head only continued to grow as I chased her through the ruins. Under the falling rain, even the light from my lone lantern felt feeble. Suddenly, Mother stopped moving. I skid to a halt. Why had I stopped? There shouldn't have been any reason. But when I take a step forward, a whistling sound fills the air and something brushes against my face. I fall onto my rear end. What just happened? My hand trembles as I bring it to my cheek. It comes away wet with something warm. Blood. Run away, Triss. The lantern rolls across the floor. It comes to rest by her feet, illuminating her face. However, the face that I behold does not belong to someone I know. Madness. There was no other way to describe it. It was the face of one who had fallen to madness. Panic seizes my heart as the light goes out and another whistle cuts through the air. I need to get away. Stumbling to my feet, I turn and flee. Footsteps. The sound of footsteps behind me. She was chasing me. Deafeningly, sharp blows blow past my ears. Realizing I was exposed out in the open, I veer off the street into a series of alleys. The rubble and undergrowth reach out and grab my feet as I plunge into the darkness, like the hands of corpses denied salvation. Grabbing, they drag me down the spiral staircase. Down the spiral staircase of middle-class madness. This mist. When did it all get so misty? I had no idea where I was. All I knew that I just needed to get away. I duck as a blur of movement erupts in the corner of my vision. A flash of gleaming silver cuts through the air above me. It lodges into a nearby wooden post, cleaving it nearly in twain. That could have been me. If there had been any doubt before, it was gone. Mother was trying to kill me. Her eyes were like those of a hunter. They draw me in, paralyzing me, strangling me, eating me. Shaking my head violently, I tear myself away and dash into the mist. But her face remained etched into my mind's eye. The way she looked at me, it made me realize something. Even though she was my mother, I didn't know anything about her. Nothing about her past. Nor anything about her current self. What was she thinking? What was she feeling? They were all faraway things I didn't understand at all. All I knew was that I was her prey. Where was I? I couldn't tell anymore. Everywhere looked the same. Unable to rest, unable to breathe. It shouldn't have been possible. But every time I try and slow down, it becomes deafening. The sound of footsteps. Ringing through the night. Ringing through my skull. I can't stop. I can't stop moving. Because if I do, I'll... How long have I been running for? Everything felt murky and heavy, like time itself has abandoned me. Even the breaths leaving my body felt as if they were weighing me down. I can't keep this up anymore. My foot catches onto something. I plummet to the ground. The sound of footsteps. It stops. Dread seizes me. The silence was crushing. Suffocating. Even though the noise had been maddening, now that it was gone. I'm afraid. Afraid to look behind me. But the fear of not looking was even greater. My body trembles violently as I force myself to turn around. I can see it. Her dark figure shrouded in malice. Slowly, 1 step, 2, she walks towards me. Clawing at the ground, I drag myself away from her. The moment my back hits something, silver flashes. Driven to desperation, I grab at her arm and try to push the knife back. But it was no use. Slowly but steadily, the knife inches towards my throat. Just when the tip is about to sink into me, though, I notice. While one of her hands was pressing the blade towards me, the other was gripping the edge. Gripping tightly, as if to stop it. The blood from her trembling fingers spills down. It trickles onto my bare skin. All of a sudden, something crumbles at my back. A sense of weightlessness grips me. As I tumble through the darkness, a thought crosses my mind. Am I going to die? Shutting my eyes, I resign myself to fate. But then, as if to shield me from the darkness, something wraps me in a tight embrace. It's dark. It's cold. Far above, a circle of light. Was this a well? You're awake? Someone was holding me. As we fell, they had placed their body between me and the ground. Mom. Don't move, Triss. My body is broken. I wanted to turn around. I wanted to make sure she was okay. Please. But something in her voice stops me. Reluctantly, I let the tension leak from my body. I let myself be enveloped in her warmth. It was comfortable. So unbelievably comfortable, I wanted to cry. When was the last time? The last time she hugged me like this? I couldn't remember. I've always wished for it, that she hold me like this. Because whenever we hug, it's always just me holding on to her one-sidedly. Triss, can I tell you a story? I know it's not something I should burden you with, but I want someone to listen. I wrap my hand around hers and squeeze. I wanted to hear. I wanted her to know I was there for her. Triss, thank you. Mother exhales deeply. It's a story about a foolish woman, a broken woman who lost her pieces. No. For a long time, my consciousness drifts through a haze. Hot, heavy, I splinter into fragments. One by one, I piece myself back together, only to end up breaking again. Burn the witch! It plagued me as I flickered between wakefulness and the border of a dream. Visions of her burning figure. Mallory. Again and again. Again and again. No matter how many times I try to reach out, my little body doesn't make it. Leader? But... can you hear me? Amine. You don't have to shout. Oh, thank the heavens. You're finally awake. Mommy. Kalia tries to hug me, but she fails. A muffled pump. sounds out as she face plants into the bed. Right, she probably hasn't adjusted to her lack of arms yet. How long have I been out? The last thing I remembered was dragging myself home and treating Callie and Natun. It's been several weeks now. You really scared me, you know. When I woke up, I found you collapsed with an awful wound and a high fever. The doctor that stitched you up said you had a nasty infection from your injury. Sometimes you'd wake up to eat and drink, but, you know, you were never really fully conscious for that. You look like Fwick. There were dark bags under Atun's eyes. Let's just say I've handled enough Fwick to justify looking like it. The aftermath's been pretty rough, but I'm glad you're back with us. There's a lot I can't do with how my hands are right now. With great difficulty, Atun forces open his bandaged hands. I see. Little Triss here never left her sad side the entire time, you know. Triss was sitting at my bedside with tears in his eyes. The doctor said the rainbow flame's smoke took his voice. He may never be able to speak again. Triss. I reach out to wipe away his tears, but something makes me stop. The color of life, vivid and red. It coalesces at my fingertips, dripping, bleeding. It crawls up my arm as if to consume me. When I blink, my eyes, it vanishes. My hand falls short of Triss's cheek. As if weighed down by a shackle, it drops back to my side. Atun, how are the Basia children doing? About that, I tried to check up on the Basias the other day, but for some reason, all of Minilost has been cordoned off. Apparently it's been overrun by rainbow mist. Wait, you shouldn't get up yet. I need to go. Wait. A sense of lightheadedness assaults me as I rise from bed. My body felt weak and unresponsive, but I couldn't bear a second. I needed to make sure they were safe. Grabbing what I can on the way out, I raced towards the Basia household. Please, please let them be safe. But the only thing that awaited me was a reality that was far too cruel. Auntie? Elot's pale and emaciated figure. Look, Lenny. Auntie brought us food. Lynette's thin, rotting corpse. Daya, say thanks. Auntie got us something to eat. And Daya's lifeless body, noose marks still visible around his neck. Because of me, Mallory had died. Alouette will be a good girl and wait. And now her children as well. So that everyone could be together again. Please take care of my children. Everyone together. They're just like their mother after all. Together. Little crybabies that get lonely easily but try to act strong. Again. I couldn't protect her. I couldn't even protect what she had left behind. Her last request, her dying wish, it had been for their sake. But even that modest wish of hers, I squeezed Mother's hand. I had no idea. To think she'd been bearing such a weight for all of this time. The red illusion. Even now, I can still see it. It never leaves my sight anymore. For years I tried to live with it. I tried to ignore it. But slowly, it spread its stains over my soul. and I did something I couldn't take back. I can see it. This world is what's wrong. A vivid delusion that rationally cannot defeat. The world is wrong. The world is broken. I am broken, and the world is my enemy. The red that overwhelms all else, splattering the monochrome canvas of the world. Colors. The more I tried to scrape it away, the more vivid its hue became. They make my vision insane. No matter what I do, it won't go away. My vision is insane. She had been there on that day. Her soul had roared for blood and had feasted as it was given to her. She had taken. If the world will kill and eat, then I too will take. I too will kill and eat. Crimson's petals dance. I take their eyes' sight. Their eyes are taken from them. Sweet nectar overflows. I take their tongue. Taste. Their tongue is taken from them. Ivory stems separate. I take their fingers. Touch. Their fingers are taken from them. A caged heart sings. I take their ears. Hearing. Their ears are taken from them. It crumbles into ash. I take their nose. Smell. Their nose is taken from them. I want to take more. Red, the color of life, I continue to take more. But no matter how much I take, red, the color of death, more is taken from them. But it's not enough. Red, the color of all. Red, the color of none. It's never enough. Red, 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 red. The Phantom of Minilost. It's already claimed another victim? Cordero. We've been trying to keep it from going public to avoid panic, but the bodies just keep coming in. I haven't had a wink of sleep in a while. Forget about Shut-Eye, Dad. I'm worried about your safety. This guy seems really dangerous. Everyone's afraid, Atun, but we can't be afforded that same fear. For the people to feel the streets are not safe to walk, it's our duty to rectify that. I know, it's just... Is there any way I can help at least? Well, you can help your old man gather his thoughts. When do you think the Phantom began killing? Only recently, right? The first body we discovered around a year ago, if I remember correctly. I don't think that's the case. I think they've been murdering people since the Fire of Collapse. That long ago. You've heard stories of the treasure of Minilost, right? Yeah, when the rainbow mist started rising there, a lot got left behind in the evacuation. Legend has it something particularly priceless was left behind, the treasure of the Minilost. It's said if you try to lay hands on the treasure, you'll be spirited away. But of course, it's only a legend. Tell me, Atun, what do you think the best way is to get away with murder is? I guess I'd try to pin the blame on someone else. Come on, boy. If you tried thinking for just a second, you'd see how many ways that could go wrong. This is elementary stuff. Honestly, you're like a child sometimes. Okay, genius detective Cordero. Please enlighten me. I should have spanked you more when you were a child. Anyways, the most effective way to get away with murder, it's simpler than you think. You just have to make it so the body is never found. There's no need to fool an investigator if they're not aware a murder has even occurred. Are you saying all legends have at least some semblance of truth to them? Several people really did go missing after trespassing into Middleast. Mainly looters looking to plunder what was left behind. But the way the victims disappeared without a trace, it was always too clean. It reeks of human hands. So do you think those mysterious disappearances were murders? The phantoms' work? Precisely. At first, they didn't kill very often and covered them up well so no one would suspect anything. But now, for some reason, they're killing more, and they're getting sloppy. The most recent killings make my stomach turn. The victims are mostly women. While they all get brutally tortured beforehand, what stands out most is how the uterus gets ripped out and mutilated beyond recognition. It's quite the nasty MO. I still haven't had dinner yet, you know. Anyways, it's become a top priority now that they've expanded their range. You've already drafted a plan to catch the guy. That sounds dangerous, Dad. Don't worry, boy. Your old man knows how to take care of himself. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor. Anyways, I reckon it's high time I stop lazing around. There's still details that need to be finalized. I'll catch you later, son. Careful, okay? Footsteps. From the neighboring room to this room. They ring out. Oh, you were here, Amane? Yes. My son tells me you haven't been sleeping very well recently. A lot of people haven't with that serial killer running around. But you should be able to rest soon. The Socratrini's guard's planning on an operation to take care of it. I see. It is between you and me. Kodero's voice drops to a whisper. What in God's name made a lovely lass like you marry my son? For the longest time I was convinced he'd die old and alone. Though he's inherited my good looks, he's no good at talking with women, you see. I'm aware. Huh. Might be because he grew up without a mother. Kodero's gaze grows solemn and distant. You know, I'm proud to call you my daughter-in-law. When the fire of collapse struck, I went on and got injured like an idiot, and I couldn't do a damn thing. But you didn't let that stop you. I heard it all from Atun, how you hauled him and Callie all the way to Akin Noise, and back to treat them when they got marked by the rainbow fire. Even though you had a nasty wound leagues worse than my own, you placed them first, pushing yourself so hard you ended up bedridden for weeks. You've thanked me enough for that already. Sorry. I know I've already thanked you your ears off for saving their lives, but I'm truly grateful. The fire of collapse took so much away from us. Tristan's voice, Callie's arms, and all sensation in my son's hands. But here we are now. Atun's found peace working as a structural engineer. When he lost the ability to do intricate crafts anymore, he was so depressed, but he was able to move on. My cute grandchildren as well. They've grown up, both so happy and healthy. The way those little rascals run around playing without a care in the world, it's inspiring. All because of you. Your strength and kindness is the glue that holds this home together. I'm not a kind person, nor am I strong. From the very beginning, these hands have never been able to protect anything. Even now, Alouette was still in that house, waiting for a reunion that would never happen. If you insist, I can add Humble to that list as well. Kodero's face turned solemn with a touch of sentimentality. It was a trait of his, how quickly his expression turned from laughing to sincere. This family is my pride and joy. You've done so much to protect it, more than I ever have. That's why I want to do my part as well. And that's why this operation matters so much to me. Kodero smiles. It was a sad, wistful smile. Alouette Bastia. Atun's told me all about it. How the poor child's locked her heart away and awaits alone in an empty house for the return of her long-lost family. Even though it seems hopeless, you still venture into minimalist Minolas to support her, never giving up on her. You're an amazing person, you know. It gouged into my heart the way he looked into my eyes with earnest admiration. I know how much you treasure Alouette, how much you care about her. So in order to protect you two, in order to make sure it's safe for you two, I'll do everything in my power to see this operation to the end without fail. Cordero turns to leave, conviction in his steps. Cordero, You know, I'd really like you if you could call me father. Daddy also works. I've always wanted a cute daughter to call me that. Just kidding. Just an old geezer humor. Don't go. Huh? Don't go after the Phantom. You're scared as well, aren't you? It's only natural. It makes me really happy that you're worried about my safety. But no matter how dangerous it may be, this is something I have to do. That's how much I care about you and this family. Please. You always handle everything so well on your own, and I've always wanted a chance to let you rely on me. So just this once, leave it to this old man of yours. Stop. I'll see you later, Amine. That's how I type. Sorry, bad timing. The splashing of boots against Socratrine's stone path. It was the only sound that challenged the rain's unchanging vigil. I was being followed. My head begins to buzz again. I had known this would happen. So why? It's because you wanted this. My heart was whispering to me. It's because deep down you want to slaughter everybody. What should have been splashes of transparent rainwater gradually transform into splashes of searing red, to burn down the world for what it had done to Mallory. The red illusion once again spread its stains over my soul. But I did not reject it this time. I let it seize my heart, swallowing down the burning drop of black heat it tempts me with. The Orlage lynching. Those who did it, and those who stood by and let it happen. This broken world, who received her sacrifice and continued on as if nothing happened. I can't accept it. I won't forgive it. Seymour. Seymour? Target has been located. Pursuit squad is driving them towards the designated capture coordinates. All auxiliary teams, whatever, are moving towards moving to surround and contain. Something wrong, Cordero? I don't like it. It's going too smoothly. An invisible itch that could not be scratched. Years of experience had taught me to heed that itch. Pursuit squad to command. We've lost visual of the target. Over. What? All units fall back. Regroup and fall back now. At that moment, the sound of screams and clashing still rings out. Report! What's your status? You see what's going on? Captain Seymour peers through his binoculars. I can't tell. The entire area is covered in mist. Damn it, why now of all times? The screams were dying off. Before long, it falls completely silent. Let's move up. We can't leave him. Seymour's body jerks back at my line of sight. When I turn around, I find him splayed over the ground several meters away with something sticking out of his neck. Hey! Stay with me! But within seconds, he stops moving. The knife had plunged into him with such force it had severed his spinal cord. It was as if he had gotten hit by a cannon. Who in the world is this person? I was all alone now. The sound of falling rain was all that could be heard. No, that's wrong. Footsteps. Slow and deliberate footsteps. Heading in my direction. From within the mist, a figure begins to materialize. Ninilast's master. The Phantom. At long last, they show themselves. No, this can't be. My blood runs cold. Amane? Her clothes were drenched in blood. Her face expressionless. But even then, it could not mask the madness seeping from her form. Slowly, one step, two, she walks towards me. I stagger back under the crushing pressure. But when I do, the world turns upside down. Pain. Pain unlike any I'd ever experienced. Its burning tendrils lance through my side and constrict my entire body. Staggering to my feet, I tried to orient myself, but no matter where I looked, mist was all that could be seen. Run. Run away, Father. I need to get away. Clutching at my injury, I take off to the mist. I need to get away. Footsteps. The sound of footsteps. Behind me. In front of me. Inside me. Everywhere. An endless labyrinth. An endless dream. Nightmare. Curse. I had no idea where I was. All I knew was that the strength was slowly bleeding out of me. I didn't have much time left. Amane. Why? The sound of footsteps. Ringing through the mist. Ringing through my skull. It burrows into my brain. Gnawing away. Exhausted, I crashed to the ground. My legs weren't listening to me anymore. I had reached my limit. The sound of footsteps had stopped. The mist gone. Nothing remained but the sound of rain. I dragged myself to a nearby wall. Resting my back against the cold stone, I gaze up at the sky. My eyes fall shut. At that moment, I knew my time had come. And when I open my eyes, I find a dark figure standing over me. Amane. Something cold slides into my chest. It hurt. It hurt a lot. Her face was right before me now. As if to substitute for absent tears, rain streams down her features. But what I couldn't take my eyes off of was how pained she looked. As if she had been the one that was stabbed. I see. I cough weakly as something warm flows up from deep within. I'm sorry, Amane. I made the same mistake. The same mistake that I made with my dearest beloved. The warmth dribbles down my cheek. It falls to the ground below. I thought I understood you, but the truth was, I didn't understand a thing. I'm sorry. Why? Why are you apologizing? Because my beloved daughter has been suffering for all this time, and I never even noticed. Father, please promise me something, Amine. Promise me that you'll reach out to someone. Reach out to your family who loves you dearly. Don't make the same mistake that my wife did. Don't try to bear everything on your own. The world was so blurry. As if to cling on to it, I stretch out weakly. So dark, so cold. It scared me, how I couldn't see anything anymore. But then at that moment, something takes a hold of my quaking hand and gently steadies it. Her touch. It was so warm. I smile at the comfort it brings me. I'm coming to join you now, my dear Luis. The world fades to black, and I sink into a deep slumber. Drip, drop, the sound of blood. It seeps into my fingers. It wets my steps. Why? I was running. Away from something or after something. I didn't know. Why? A vision of spreading red. Red that blossomed out from beneath Cordero's lifeless body. Red that swallowed Mallory as flames engulfed and consumed her. Red that gouged into Alouette's eyes as she tended to Lynette's and Daya's corpses. My head was buzzing again. The buzzing won't stop. A certain beat-up building. Mallory and I had once called this place a home in the past. Throwing open the front door, I tumble inside. A puddle of cold water accumulates under me as I sprawl onto the ground. Tiny dots, as if to reject the sudden halt in movement, they swim through my vision erratically. Dragging myself through the darkness, I grope around blindly. Eventually, I come across a bucket full of water. I plunge my hands into it. I had to wash the blood off of them. You'll never be able to wash it off. The yawning abyss. It whispers to me. It swallows me up. Come off, come off, come off. Over and over again. Until my hands are tender. Until my hands are raw. I scrub. But no matter how much I scour them, they remain stained with the same sickly dark hue. My fingers felt like they were encrusted in the sticky substance, preventing them from moving freely. Go away, go away, go away. My skin was going to tear at this rate. But I don't relent. Why? Why can't I wash it away? I peer into the bucket. However, what lays inside was not water. What lay inside was... I knocked the bucket away. As it rolls to a stop, glowing shades of liquid red began to spread from its fallen forms, staining the darkness. My hands were coated in the writhing red. It was consuming me. It was consuming all I had held dear. I'm sorry. You're not human. I'm sorry. You're a monster. Someone like you should just die. My father was always a hard to understand man. Atun's voice quakes as he stands before the room of mourners. On the surface, he was always laughing, but at times his face would suddenly grow dark and solemn, and I wouldn't know what he was thinking. Whenever that happened, I would always get the urge to ask him what was on his mind. But my voice would never come out. I always ended up staying silent. Why is that, I wonder? He grips the podium with such intensity, the wood creaks. He was a man that didn't talk about himself a lot. Even though I'm his son, there's so much I don't know about him. I think that's why he was always laughing. So that when people passed him, they'd smile and shake their heads, thinking, what a fool. His laughing face was a mask that hid his true self. I think I might have been afraid of what lay behind that mask, afraid of the weight he carried inside him. I don't remember anything about my mother, you see. She died when I was very young. But whenever we visited her gravestone, it felt like he became a different person. A person chained by regrets of the past. Atun takes a deep breath. Maybe that's why he threw himself into his work so much. He was the first person to notice something strange about the disappearances surrounding Minolost. My father believed that someone was behind the disappearances, that someone was killing the people of Socratrin. Even when people doubted his claims, he persisted. It was his duty to protect the people, after all. Eventually, it came to light that he was correct, and he formed a team to catch the killer. But that's when... Atun's voice cracks. Tears begin to drip onto the podium before him. Unable to speak any longer, Atun bites his lips and lowers his head. For a long time, he simply stood there trembling. It was difficult to watch. Atun. At that moment, someone stands. Lord Cecil Kotar, the reigning sovereign of Socratrin, but also a childhood friend of Atun's. Your father was an honorable man who laid his life on the line for Socratrin. The missed killings and all of the murders leading up to it, no matter how much of a demon they may have been to slain so many. Together we will find the perpetrator and have them answer for their crimes. You have my blade and the blades of the lost children. Another person stands. Atun. Belisaria Pharaoh, the heiress of the influential old aristocracy, House of Pharaoh. She was another childhood friend of Atun's. Another friend of mine. Know that your father always had your best interests at heart. Even when we were little, he would always scrape the bottom of his wallet to buy materials so you can pursue your passion. You are not alone in your grieving. Many families that have also lost loved ones mourn alongside you. The phantom of the Minolost will not go unpunished. You have the House of the Pharaoh's unwavering support. One by one, people rise to their feet, sharing their strength and solidarity with Atun. That fiend won't get away with this. We'll show them no mercy. We will not rest until Codero has been avenged. The streets are not safe until that killer has been caught. Before long, the entire room was standing. Allies of the Lyric family, who had all come from the loss of someone dearly beloved to them. Thank you, everyone. Together, we'll find who did this. And we'll bring them to justice. I see. This feeling of being crushed from all sides. This must have been how Mallory felt on the day she faced the crowd. Cursed by everyone, forsaken by all. It was like the world was against me. But that was only natural. Because I'm a monster after all. The sound of falling rain. Though slight, it helps drown out the buzzing. I remember I had once dreamed of seeing a world full of color. In a way, my wish had indeed come true. A twisted, tainted hue. The red illusion. There was no longer anything that could escape it. Kalia, Triss, Atun, Alouette. Not even they were safe. I wanted to carve them open, just like I had with Codero. A maddening desire to gouge and rend, to kill and gorge. It wells up from inside me, causing my hands to tremble. As if I'd allow such a thing. All I need to think about is how to prevent harm from befalling them. If there is something that threatens them, it must be eliminated. Therefore, if I am a threat to them, I simply have to eliminate myself. Having arrived at that conclusion, my feet led me to a certain place. Heaven's Fall, a bridge where the lost and weary yielded themselves to Evet. What are you thinking? You followed me. For me not to notice, it was proof of my mind's deterioration. Why? I gazed down at the rapidly flowing water. I didn't want to look at him. You don't have to do this. You don't have to bear everything all alone. Why do you always try to bear the weight all alone? Please. Lean on me. Let me help. Promise me that you'll reach out to someone. Reach out to your family who loves you dearly. I'm lost. Lost in a sea of uncertainty. But maybe, just maybe, I step back from the edge. Amine. Atun rushes forward and wraps me in his embrace. He was shaking. Don't scare me like that. The thought of losing you so soon after losing father. I wouldn't be able to bear it. I have to tell him. Stealing my heart, I pull away from him. But unable to meet his gaze, I stare into the dark water below. Last of the Rangers, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to the guild. Welcome in. Atun. Yes. The words wouldn't come, though. They stick in my throat, a clump of hot and heavy air. What is it, I was terrified. So terrified I couldn't stop shaking. Please, you can tell me anything. I know who the Phantom of the Minilost is. The air around him changes. What? You know who did it? You know who killed father? It was as if he had become a different person. If you know anything, please tell me. We need any clue we can get. No, Atun, wait. I see. So that's what it was. I was only thinking about myself. Father's death must have affected you so much as well. It's only natural. I'm afraid too. Anyone would be. The Phantom sleuthed dozens in cold blood after all. Someone like that isn't human. Its words cut into me like a sharp blade. I gouged my insides out and spilled them across the cold ground. It's okay if you're not sure about it. Every bit of information helps. The investigation's been cold for so long, after all. Yes, with this, maybe we'll finally be able to find them and make them pay. It was the same. His face. His face was the same as theirs. I'll kill him. Kill her. And I'll make sure they burn in hell for what they've done. Burn her! It was the same face that the crowd wore on that day, at that time. Only then will Father be able to rest. Only when that monster is dead. It was too much. I couldn't bear it anymore. I stepped back. I wanted to run away. Wait! Atun grabs my arm. Let go. Please! You know something, don't you? Tell me. Too hard. What? You're holding too hard. That only causes him to tighten his grip. What's wrong with you? I don't get it. I don't understand. Why won't you tell me? He reaches out with his other hand. Burn the witch. Kill him. Atun was below me now. His pale, defenseless throat. It was right before me. Tear him apart. My body moves. I watch on as my fingers wrap around his neck. He's the same as those who murdered Mallory. All I had to do was tighten, to press down and squeeze. It would take nothing at all to wring the life out of him. But despite that, Atun doesn't struggle. Without a hint of resistance, he gazes into my eyes. Why aren't you resisting? Because the one that's really hurting isn't me, is it? The one that's truly hurting is you. Reaching out slowly, he brushes my hair to the side. You're crying so much after all. The clear raindrops drip down onto his face from above. The tension in my hands melt away. I rise to my feet. Don't follow. I turn my back on him and take off into the rain. Amine! His voice rings out behind me, but I don't stop. I was a fool to think I had any allies in the world. Because I'm not human. I'm a monster. Overhead, the rain had begun to intensify. Facing the sky above, I watch on as the falling rain transforms into curtains of writhing scarlet. I wanted to deny that dripping red with all of my soul. But the hopelessness binding me swallows up any attempt I make to cry out. It was like trying to scream underwater. The deluge simply rushes down my throat, muffling all attempts to voice myself. It was a struggle to even breathe. I shut my eyes as the red illusion slowly consumes everything in sight. I couldn't contain it anymore. My desire to kill, my desire to eat, it was overflowing. So much that the very next person I met, at that moment, an impossible silence descends upon the world. The sound of rain had disappeared. In its place, one sound alone rang out. Footsteps. Little ones, like those of a child. I opened my eyes blankly. A small figure was heading down the path in my direction. It was someone I recognized. Someone I was very familiar with. It's Mommy. No. My body begins to move on its own accord. No, run. Run, Kalia. Haha. What? What just happened? Cold water was dripping down my face. Sorry, Mommy. I couldn't resist after seeing how drenched you already were. Whee! Making use of her rain boots, Kalia vaults over a puddle. When she comes down, water sprays everywhere, including on us. I watch on in stupor as Kalia dances through the puddles. There was a strange magnetism to the way she completely absorbed herself in the act. It stirs something in me. Huh? My body moves on its own. I plunge into a nearby puddle, sending geysers of water through the air. At first, Kalia seems surprised, but then she laughs and her feet join mine. Together, the two of us dance under the rain, punctuating the air with a symphony of splashes that crashes lyrically against the patter of raindrops. Dissonant, yet also harmonious. It was a strange feeling like that. Haha! The sound of Kalia's laughter. It drowns out the buzzing in my head. Wipes cleared the red lingering at the edge of my vision. It was nonsensical. Foolish even. But even then, deep in my heart, I found myself wishing this moment could last forever. I'm soaked. Indeed. The two of us were sopping wet now. We're really dumb, aren't we? Why did we do that? But though she says that, there was a big grin on her face. Can you make soup when we get home, Mommy? Kalia begins to walk. My feet naturally bring me to her side. It was a well-ingrained habit of mine. Most parents hold on to their children's hand to keep track of them. But since Kalia had no hands to hold, I had always been careful to match her pace as she grew. Soup again? We had soup last night already. But I want to eat soup. Soup. Animal crackers in my soup. Monkeys and rabbits loop-de-loop. Kalia sways and bobs as she walks by my side. She seems to be in a good mood. She was just a child. But maybe I should ask her. Kalia? Yes, Mommy? Have you ever thought that I'm abnormal? Different from other people? Kalia tilts her head quizzically. Could it be you're self-conscious about the scar on your tummy? I think you need to grow up, Mommy. That's nothing compared to the burns on my face. This little brat. Humph. A little more water will make a difference anyways. I don't know why I bothered asking this little runt. Mommy's pouting. I got to see so many faces from you today, Mommy. Hey, Mommy. What? What now? Thanks. I can't remember the last time we played like this. It was really, really fun. Turning to look up at me, she grins wildly. Her smile so clear and colorful. It hurt to look at. Unable to bear it, I avert my gaze. Mommy? Her voice sounded different. Mommy. She had been so bright and colorful moments ago. Cheerful. But now she looked like a lost child. What's wrong? You love me, right? Me and Daddy and Triss. You love us, right? Of course. You know that. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. Kalia laughs. But it wasn't like her usual laughter. It was an anxious, uneasy laugh. I guess I just want you to hear it. I just want you to hear you say it sometimes. I don't know. Is that weird? Maybe I'm being too needy. Mommy, earlier when we were playing in the puddles, you were smiling and it made me really happy. But it also made me really sad. 'cause it made me think about the last time I saw you smile, and I couldn't remember. Kalia. Her lips trembled faintly. She stops and lowers her head. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. But sometimes I get scared. I get scared that you'll go someplace far away. Big, wet tears. They gather in her eyes and meld with the rain streaming down her face. I wanted to reach out and wipe them away, but I couldn't. 'Cause even now, lingering visions of the red illusion were binding my hands. You won't leave us, right? I was torn. She wanted me to stay by her side, but so long as I drew breath, she was not safe. Mommy, please tell me. You won't leave us, right? I couldn't answer. It felt like my chest was being squeezed dry. I felt like the world was collapsing in on me. It was so dark. It was so cold. At that moment, a light impact strikes my side. I won't let go. Even though she couldn't hold on to me very well, she clings to me. I won't let go. She was so bright. She was so warm. My sweet dear Kalia, I'm sorry. This world is cruel. Cruel to have made a monster like me your mother. I was a fool. A fool to have returned home that day. Perhaps somewhere in my heart I had hoped the red illusion would not return. How ridiculous. The story Mother had told was unbelievable. From the fire of collapse to the mist killings and Papa's death. It all seemed unreal. The red illusion. That had been what she called it. It all makes sense now. Why Mother never kissed us goodnight. Why she never wiped our tears away. And why she never held us, no matter how much we longed for her touch. It wasn't because she didn't want to do those things. It was because her wish to deprive us of physical affection and intimacy we craved so much for her. Now you know, Triss. Now you know what a monster your mother truly is. You're not a monster. I wanted to shout that out with all of my soul. It's not your fault. Anyone would break if placed in such a cruel situation. And yet you suffered silently for so long. Your father's right. Someone like me isn't human. Why? It hurt. It hurt to hear her deny and demonize herself. Why does she have to suffer like this? Hasn't she been through enough already? Unable to express my feelings, press the feelings bubbling up inside me, I take her hand and press it against my cheek. I let my hot tears brush against her skin. Triss. Her fingers trace along the path my tears left behind. They correspond. To me, your clear eye was the one absolutely beautiful thing. I wanted to fill it with color and ducks, innocent things like that. More than anything, I didn't want you to show you this side of me. I didn't want to see you make such a face. But in the end, I tried to kill you. You should hate me. I shake my head against her hand, furiously, as if to reject the mere notion. I love you, Mom. I love you more than anything in the world. You struggled against it. You tried to fight it. And when you lost, you despaired. You're not a monster. You're human. An obsession that near desperation. More than anything, I wanted my thoughts to reach her. But it was useless. No matter how much I wanted to. I couldn't make my heart known to her. All I could do was tremble pathetically in her arms. In this deep, dark well. Don't be naive, Triss. I know exactly what you're thinking. I'm your mother, after all. Crying for another's sake, even when you're hurting so much yourself. You really are just like her. I couldn't see what kind of expression Mother had as she whispered to me. Colorless, meaningless. Even though I had no right to live, I clung to life for all of this time. A dark ceiling without a star. You were the light that allowed me to make it this far. I love you, Triss. Thank you for being born. Burying her face in my hair, Mother kisses me deeply. The rivulets running down my face become rivers. They break and submerge me. Dawn is breaking. The two of us watch on as the hole of light above us begins to brighten. It felt liberating, but at the same time it felt suffocating. Triss. Mother's hand leaves me, mine. An aching longing wells up within me in the absence of her fleeting warmth. Listen carefully to me, Triss. I'm going to die soon. For a moment, her words don't register in my mind. But when they do, I pull away from her. My body trembles. I was afraid. Afraid to look behind me. Afraid of what I might see. Triss. Blood was trailing from her mouth even as she spoke. In the light, I realized the darkness staining the well was red. I'm going to die, but you cannot die here, Triss. You must survive. Mother retrieves something from her pocket. A blue handkerchief, as blue as the boundless sky. Using her blood as ink, she scrawls a message onto the cloth. Then she secures it to the knife. Triss, it's quite misty in here, isn't it? At first, I couldn't understand what she meant. But when I blink, the world changes. The prismatic mist. At some point, it had engulfed the entirety of the well. Mother's body shifts within the mist. The sound of cracking, like wood bending and snapping. Was she trying to get up? No, stop. I try to reach out, but stay back. The strength in her voice overpowers me. It roots me to my feet. It shouldn't have been possible after falling from such a height, but there was no doubt. Mother was standing. Right before me, she was standing. Triss. Mother extends her hand towards the circle of light overhead. Do you remember when your father was paving that walkway in front of our house? You and Kalia walked through the fresh cement. I didn't know what she was trying to say, but the resolve and desperation in her voice was unmistakable. I had to listen carefully. What she was saying was important. You and Kalia walked through the fresh cement. At first, your father was very troubled, and the two of you started to cry. But then he smiled and said it was okay. Do you remember what he did? Yes, he filled our footprints with colorful clay molds and etched our names alongside them. Then he laughed and called it a happy accident. Picture it, Triss. Facing the circle of light overhead, Mother draws the knife back, as if to split the very mist before her. Close your eyes. Guided by her voice, I let myself sink into the darkness. Come now, try to imagine the yard in front of our house, the grass that you and Kalia play in so often. It is wet with morning dew. The birds are chirping. In the distance, the sun is rising. Try to imagine it. You are standing right there. A vision of our home spreads out before me. It was vivid beyond belief. I can hear the birds chirping, the wind on my skin, and the sunrise. It was beautiful. Picture it, where those footprints lead. What lies at the end of the path? A crystal clear truth. A reality dictated and woven by her hands. It paints over the canvas of the world, overwriting the laws of the universe. Now, look up. At that moment, something flashes through the air. Time slows to a crawl as it passes before my eyes. A knife. A knife with a blue handkerchief bound to it. It splits open the sky and shatters the vision before me. I force my eyes open. The mist was gone. The only thing that remained was my mother's figure, her right hand stretched out before her, as if reaching for the distant sky. The knife in her hand was gone. I see. So that's what it looks like. The boundless blue sky. Thank you, Triss. Thank you for showing me a world full of color. It happens as if in slow motion. Slowly her body tilts, and she falls. Mom. I rush to her side. Triss, they should come now. When you hear them, pound on the walls, kick at the water, struggle with everything you have. I'm sorry that this is all I can do for you. No, I'm sorry. The light was fading from her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Regret that rang out like a prayer. I'm sorry. Her chapped lips repeating one thing. I'm sorry, everyone. Mallory, Alouette, Father, Atu, Kalia, Triss. No. I'm sorry you had such a monster for a mother. With those final words, Mother's eyes fall shut. It was deafening. This tiny world where her breaths were no more. Cursing herself, rejecting herself, even as she lay dying, she had carried the burden to the very end. As if being forsaken by the world was not enough. As if dying in this cold, dark well was not enough. It was too cruel. Why? Why am I so powerless? I couldn't save her. No, you're the reason she's dead. If only I hadn't chased her. If only I hadn't pushed her into a corner. Maybe then she'd still be alive. It's all your fault. Lifting my arm feebly, I reach out for her. The silence that gripped the air was broken by a faint buzzing as my hand overlapped hers. It was then that I noticed. Glowing splashes of vivid red were staining my arms from the elbow up. That dripping red was burning into the pale white hand I held. That detestable red was spreading, blossoming out from underneath her. I see. I shut my eyes as it crawls up the walls, engulfing everything in sight. So this is the red illusion. Even with my eyes closed, I could still see it. Her lifeless body, draped in dripping red. There once was a village in a faraway land. A bedtime story we had heard many times already, one we never grew tired of. Once again, Mother was telling it to us. One day, the air of the land turned cold. Winter, a time of scarcity in which the sky and earth slumbered. Having never experienced winter's chill before, the villagers did not know what to do. And so they decided to send a messenger to the heavens to ask for guidance. The rainbow crow, a bird with big, beautiful feathers that shone like prisms, offered to make the long journey. It braved the cold, harsh winds of winter until it reached the heavens, where it was rewarded with the gift of fire. But when it returned to the village with the gift, it was no longer the same. The fire has scorched its beautiful feathers away so that it can no longer fly, and the smoke had stripped it of its voice. The rainbow crow was no longer beautiful and could no longer sing. But the people did not care. They honored the rainbow crow's noble sacrifice, for the fire it brought home allowed them to weather the cold winter. The rainbow crow lived the rest of its life out happily, surrounded by laughter and smiles of the villagers it had saved. No matter how many times I heard it, I loved the story. A bird with rainbow feathers. That would look really pretty, right, Mommy? I suppose. Oh yeah, Mommy. I heard that's not the real ending, that there's more to the story. You know what happens, right, Mommy? Tell us. I also wanted to hear. I see. You want to hear the true story. Yeah, I want to hear more about the rainbow crow. I nod energetically alongside Kalia. Very well. Mother seemed conflicted, but eventually she acquiesces. The truth is, the rainbow crow had a child. A child with beautiful rainbow feathers and a lovely singing voice, just like the rainbow crow had once had. However, when the young rainbow crow was but a chick, a villager dropped it by accident. The young rainbow crow became terrified of human beings that could not live in the village. Instead, it lived alone in a nearby forest. While unable to join in itself, the rainbow crow would often visit to listen to the child's innocent song. So even though the young rainbow crow became lonely at times, it was still happy. One day, a poor abandoned child wandered into the depths of the forest and heard the young rainbow crow's song. Even though the bird was scared of human beings, it took pity on the starving child. So it pecked off one of its beautiful, priceless feathers and gave it to the child. The child brought it back to the family that had abandoned him. Pleased, they let him live with them again. However, upon hearing of the story, countless people rushed into the forest one after the other, each telling the young rainbow crow of how poor and unfortunate they were. The bird's heart went out for them, and it gave them one shining feather after another until its body was reduced to a sorry state. Without any feathers, the young rainbow crow could no longer fly and find food. Then winter came. The cold and hunger caused even its beautiful voice to become rough and hoarse. It was as if it shivered in the snow that the child from before appeared in front of it. The child told it that it was searching for a beautiful bird with a lovely singing voice in order to repay his debts. The young rainbow crow was overjoyed. "That was me," it croaked. "Please, would you not keep me warm in your chest?" But the child took one glance at the ugly, featherless bird and called it a liar. Cutting down the bird, the child cooked it over a fire and ate it before continuing on his quest. It was at that time that the rainbow crow caught word of beautiful rainbow feathers being sold throughout the village. With worry in its heart, the rainbow crow ventured into the forest. However, the only thing that awaited it was the charred bones of its beloved child. The rainbow crow could not forgive what the villagers had done to its dear child. In rage and grief, the rainbow crow swallowed the gift of fire from the heavens. Its body became wreathed in flames, setting the village on fire. But even after the village turned to ash, the rainbow crow did not stop burning, for the gift of fire was eternal and could not be extinguished. To this day, the rainbow crow wanders the earth, burning everything in its path, as it cries out for its lost child. Winnie thinks it's weird too. Auntie usually comes around now. Auntie's never late, but it's only been an hour. She should show up soon, right? Huh? Dia thinks Alouette looks tired? Alouette can't sleep. It's been days since Auntie came. Alouette's worried. The front door that Auntie always comes through. I stare at it. It stares back. It wouldn't come. The sound of the door opening, the sound of Auntie's voice, it wouldn't come. Auntie. No more. I can't take it anymore. I throw open the door. I run into the mist. Auntie, where are you? Where are you? No matter where I go, I don't go anywhere. No matter what I see, no one's there. No, I can't let the mist win. Alouette wants to go there. Alouette wants to go where Auntie is. I picture it in my head. Auntie's house. Even though I hadn't been there a long time, it was clear. The reason it was clear was because it was right before me. Yes, right before me. Closing my eyes, I throw open the mist. The sound of a door opening. Auntie! I run through the house and call out for her. Where are you, Auntie? I check the kitchen. I check the bathroom. But Auntie was nowhere to be found. Sleeping. Auntie must be sleeping. I throw open the door and go into her room. But Auntie was nowhere to be found. Where did you go? I pull out the drawers, look under the bed. But Auntie was nowhere to be found. The closet. She must be in there. I grab at the closet and pull as hard as I can, but it doesn't budge. Please come out. Don't leave Alouette all alone. Auntie. With a big noise, the closet comes open. Huh? Letters. Hundreds upon hundreds of letters. They spill out from the closet without end. This is... I reach out and pick one up. My hands shake as I open it. Dear Mummy, Dia and Linny and Alouette are all waiting for you. We miss you. Come home soon. Love, Alouette. The letters I wrote to Mommy. Why are they here? Why are they unopened? I reach out and take another one. I couldn't stop. Dear Mummy, Auntie saw Alouette having trouble writing the letters, so she said she'd help me write them and promised to send them to you. Auntie has such nice handwriting, don't you think, Mommy? We miss you. Come home soon. Love, Alouette. Dear Mummy, Dia and Linny still sleep a lot, and Pop-Up hasn't come home from work yet. It's lonely without you, but Auntie is always kind, so it's okay. Alouette will keep being a good girl and wait for you. We miss you. Come home soon. Love, Alouette. Dear Mummy, a scary man with a knife broke into the house and tried to take Alouette away, but Auntie came and made him go away. Alouette was so scared and cried a lot, but Auntie held Alouette and said everything will be okay. Auntie's so nice. We miss you. Come home soon. Love, Alouette. Dear Mummy, Auntie taught Alouette how to knit today. At first, Alouette got poked and cried a lot because it hurt, but Alouette practiced lots and can make all kinds of things now. Alouette made blankets for Dia and Linny, and they like it a lot. Alouette also made blankets for you and Papa. They're really snuggly. We miss you. Come home soon. Love, Alouette. As I read the letters, the world turns blurry. It becomes hard to read. Mommy. Auntie taught Alouette how to break bread and cook soup. Auntie and Alouette cleaned the house together. Auntie, 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 Auntie. Every single one of the letters, Auntie was there. She's always been there, caring for me, looking after me. Hey, Mommy, where's Auntie? We're supposed to wait for you together. So Alouette needs to find her. The world's so blurry. I can't see anything. Why is it so blurry? I can't find Auntie like this. Huh? A letter. Different from all the others. I reach out for it. To Alouette. For some reason, it really scared me. But I had to look. If it helped me find Auntie, I had to. Dear Alouette, if you're reading this, you've already made the first step. Even though the world outside is frightening and boundlessly cruel, it is also unspeakably beautiful. More than anything, I wanted you to step out into that world. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to be by your side anymore. Know that I'm proud of you, though. You are strong, you are kind, and even the strong and kind have times when they must cry. When the time comes where you can't hold back the tears anymore, please don't cry alone. No one else may be able to understand, but it's okay. Atun, Kalia, and Triss, they are your family as well. They will be there for you. So don't try to bear everything by yourself. I believe in you, Alouette. Don't forget all I've taught you. Don't forget that you're not alone. Love, Amine. No, why? We were going away from Mommy together. So why? Auntie, don't leave. Alouette doesn't want to lose anymore. Alouette. They come into the room. I couldn't see who because the world was blurry, but I knew one of them was Uncle Atun from his voice. Hey, Uncle Atun, please tell Alouette, where is Auntie? Alouette can't find her. Please? Please tell Alouette. Uncle Atun doesn't answer. Instead, he hugs me. He was crying. No, why won't you tell Alouette? They hug me too. A familiar smell. Callie and Triss. They were also crying. No. I knew what it meant. That they were crying. That they wouldn't answer. No. It meant Auntie had gone somewhere far away. Auntie! Guess we'll have to wait a bit longer. That's strange. I'm pretty sure this is the right time. Food. Yvette. Garden. A bewitching field of flowers that sprung up from the southern wastelands following the fire of collapse. What the heck, Daddy? Where's the food? A picnic was supposed to have been set up by the time we got there. But the only thing that greeted us was some bloke snoozing carelessly away in the grass. Wake up! I'm hungry! What's going on? The bloke murmurs wearily, as Callias fussing wakes him. Where's the food? You can't have a birthday picnic without food! Cecil and Belly said they had it covered. The bloke makes a sleepy noise and tries to go back to sleep. Wake up! We didn't come all this way to watch you sleep, bozo! At her wit's end, Kalia jumps on him and starts throwing a tantrum. Gah. Atun Lyrit, a man that always had bandages wrapped around his hands. According to Papa, he was a talented engineer, but he didn't exactly give off the most reliable impressions. His ability to maintain any semblance of sleep with Kalia bouncing up and down on him wasn't unimpressive, at the very least. Hey, Trisk, help me out here, would you? With an exasperated huff, Trisk kneels down next to the prone Atun. He sticks his pinky in his mouth and gathers saliva on it. Then he unceremoniously jams it into the poor chap's ear. Ah! With an unbecoming yelp, Atun flops around like a fish trying to swim through the air. Okay, I'm awake. Stretching out his limbs, he lets a loose yawn. Holy smokes, how long did I sleep for? Staring at the sun in disbelief, he rubs his eyes as if convinced they were somehow failing him. Don't tell me you didn't get the picnic cloth, Atun. We turn to find Papa and Miss Faye approaching with baskets of food and drink in hand. You had one job, Atun. One job. And the easiest one at that. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I'd have some time to take a quick nap since it was such an easy job. Miss Faye shoots Atun a withering glare. You know, this birthday picnic is for your own children, right? Well, eating on the grass is nice in its own way. More importantly, Papa, Miss Faye, what do you think you're wearing? Isn't this what I usually wear? This is always what I wear when I'm in the... Oh. The words trail off as they realize what I'm getting at. Grown-ups are so clueless at times. Why are you wearing your work clothes to a picnic? Yeah, at least I'm dressed up properly, bubs. Jeez, can't you do anything right? You guys are supposed to be adults. Everyone makes mistakes now and then. The grown-ups look down in shame as the Rona feebly tries to defend them. Anyways, what's on the menu? I'm famished. I tug at Papa's sleeve to get him to lower the picnic basket. There's only drinks in this one, actually. No pasta. Noletta peers into Miss Faye's basket with a dejected expression. What? Is this curry? This is supposed to be a picnic, Miss Faye. Why would you make curry? Well, don't you think sandwiches are just so generic? I tried to think of what else you could eat with bread instead, and I ended up with curry. Questionable. We can probably make it work, though. They have a point, Billy. Curry's not exactly prime picnic material. Huh? How are we gonna eat the curry? I don't see bowls or spoons. Oh no, I must have left the basket of tableware at home. Ugh. How about you get your freak together before you criticize me and my curry? Ah, she's so defensive. So defensive. Defensive. Are you kidding me? The heck is this? Can anything else possibly go wrong with this picnic? What? What is it now? Just lay it on thick. I don't even care anymore. Well, it's just... I don't think anyone bought any bread. With a look of resignation, Caliad flops lifelessly onto her face. In a show of solidarity, Triss drops to the ground next to her. Our stomachs grumble loudly. Pasta. You have anything to say for yourselves? Useless adults. Not even Lorona seems capable of defending them anymore. Well, it smells pretty nice, so there's that. My apologies, everyone. I'll run back and get the third basket right away. Excuse me. The curry will be cold by the time you get back. Oh, what a shame. Over here. Huh? It's Brestle. Everyone turns their attention to Brestle. Apparently he had tottered up to us at some point. Is that a picnic basket? Grasped within Bristle's hands was a shining symbol of hope. Uh-huh. I just got back just as Cecil was leaving and saw this, so... It's all the bowls and utensils and stuff! Ah! Pasta! Even brought napkins! Just what we needed. You're so thoughtful, Bristle. Nice save, Bristle. I did pretty good, huh? Bristle swells up with pride at all the praise he comes away. It was pretty heavy too, so I'm glad I... Hello! Ed is here! Hee. What? This mouth-watering smell. Could it be? A steaming basket with an aroma so appetizing it was unfair was nestled in Alouette's arm. Bread, bread! Alouette brought lots of bread. Ah! Ah, it smells good. You even brought a picnic cloth. Oh, that pie was doing something. Just what we needed. You're so thoughtful, Alouette. Alouette knit it. Alouette made the bread too. Really, this cloth is so well made. I didn't know you knew how to knit. Nice save, Alouette. What a relief my hard work was not in vain. You really saved us from shaved fish out there, Alouette. You can always count on Alouette to come through in a pinch. Don't mind if I take a bite. I can't wait anymore. Get us some bread too, Triss. Huh. R.I.P. Bristle. Your time in the spotlight was short-lived. Cheer up. Huh? Callie, what's wrong? You're crying. Am I? Upon closer inspection, both Atun and Triss had tears in their eyes as well. Okay, calm down. We get it. The bread's good. Don't mind me. Just something in my eye, or onion cutting ninjas or something. This bread really is amazing, though. No wonder the Morella Bakery hired you. They're quite picky about their talent, you know. Alouette learned from the best after all. Thanks to Alouette and Bristle, everything's now accounted for. Why don't you do us the honors, Kalia? Alright, thanks for coming, everyone. Let's get this party started! Woo! Her mood having made a complete 180, Kalia cheers. And just like that, the Lyrit twins' birthday picnic began. What did you put in this curry, Belly? It's amazing. Looks like today is one of the good belly days, huh? Is this UL cuisine? I've never tasted anything like it before. Every bite is like a medley of flavor. Actually, a mix of UL and Socratene's cuisine. Its characteristic golden yellow hue comes from the turmeric. Coriander, cumin, fenugreek, and fennel are the spices that give it its distinct flavor. A dash of hot sesame oil and spicy chili pepper to give it that edge of heat and temper the color. To thicken the consistency, flour, dextrins, vegetable cream, and powder yeast or extract are used. And of course the fundamentals that make up the dish's foundation: onion, garlic, ginger, palm oil, and your basic spices. Wow, you really went all out, Miss Faye. A well-balanced dish overall. You've got your choice of meat, as well as potatoes to cover your starches. I think the color is what brings it all together, though. The curry's inherent golden yellow in conjunction with the orange of the carrots, and the touch of green that the chive and scallion garnish offer make for quite the palatable palate. Palpable? I can't help but feel there's more behind this taste, though. There may or may not be some secret ingredients from my experiments as well. Is this really safe to eat? We'll see. Last time you said that, I spent all night on the toilet. Jokes aside, the supplemental seasoning I incorporated is soy sauce and UL fish sauce. Fish sauce? That's weird. I don't like the taste of fish at all, but this is great. That's what truly is curious. Pungent as it may be, due to the extended fermentation process, it doesn't even taste remotely like fish. Its iconic savoriness is almost certainly due to its glutamate content, though. Preliminary testing suggests nitrogen level may also play a factor. No, since nitrogen has no intrinsic flavor, it has to be... You're doing it again, Billy. Earth to Miss Faye! Alouette was watching. Belly made it go pop. Pop, 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 pop. Better get an extra roll of toilet paper ready tonight. Last time we ran out and I had to use my bandages. What the heck, Daddy? That's disgusting. People are eating. Nom, 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 nom. It was just a joke, but... Before he can finish his sentence, Callia's dropkick sails into its gut. Why is it always me? Oh, Callia, look, you've gone and made a mess again. You're the one to talk, Daddy. This is all your fault. Sorry, Loruna. It happens. Way too often it does. Even if this is slightly, maybe my fault, you can't get mad because I'm the birthday girl. That's not how any of this works. It's always a wise choice to not sit near Callia, missile magnets. Did you put pasta in your curry? You're so silly, Noetta. How is it? The pasta, I mean. Normal. Mr. Daimler's pasta is better. You haven't improved much. Leave it to Noetta to deliver savage blows without batting an eye. Perhaps you could try taking more risks in your cooking? You strike me as someone who would approach it conservatively, Bressel. To be fair, it takes a lot of mastery to make food like pasta stand out. It's easier to make complex recipes with many parts of your own than something as simple and fundamental as pasta. That's why I think Alouette's bread is so impressive. Bressel needs to attack it. Pow, this is my kitchen, bub. That's what Bressel has to do. I don't get it at all. Bathed in the warmth of each other's company, the 10 of us dig into our heart's content. Alright, let's play. All the kids, come with me. The moment she finishes eating, Callia jumps to her feet. Haven't we played enough today already? My legs are sore. Quick, your belly aching. Don't forget your promise to follow my orders for an entire day. You're such a slave driver, Callia. Hey. Why are you dragging me along? Let's play. I'm tired. I had work all day. Old man. It was like Bristol turned into an old fogey while we weren't looking. What a shame. I don't want to be an old fogey. Oh, go. He's so easy. So easy. Easy. Let's play. I'll catch up once I finish this bowl. Make it quick, Ad. The kids romp off, leaving Adelis and the adults behind. Us adults. A lively Callia's the way it should be. She's come a long way. Yeah, she's a strong girl. How have things been going with Triss? He's still avoiding you? I cast my eyes to the ground. It's been 2 years already, but some things don't fade easily. The phantom of the Middleast. After claiming father in Amane's life, they had stopped killing and disappeared, almost as if they've fallen off the face of the earth. Just thinking about the fact that they never had been caught made my blood boil. I think Triss blames me. I think he blames me for not being able to protect his mother from that monster. That's no good, Mr. Lirrit. Huh? Triss doesn't have a voice of its own, so it's easy to make the mistake of projecting your own voice onto him. If you two wish to reconcile, you mustn't do that. I don't think he blames you for his mother's death. He's not unreasonable like that. I feel my eyes widen at Adelis's words. Yes, you're right. Now I feel like a fool for being consoled by a 9-year-old. I was wrong, she's 9. I reach out to pat Adelis's on the head. but without a hint of hesitation, she brushes my hand away. Let me make myself clear, since you seem to be misunderstanding something. I don't like you, Mr. Lyrit. You hurt Triss. When he was at his lowest and needed someone the most, you trampled over him. I don't care how much you may have been hurting yourself. What you did was despicable. Adelis's words drive a wedge into my heart. That's... Triss has every right to hate you. The only reason I said what I did was for Triss's sake, not yours. A cold and steely gaze, unbefitting of a girl her age, pins my voice to the back of my throat. Anyways, I've meddled enough already. Bye. Having said her piece, Adelis leaves to join Callie and the others. Ouch. She's right, you know. What you did to Triss was abuse. I know. As the only one to survive encountering the Phantom, Triss's account had been the sole lead towards identifying the elusive serial killer. That's why, when the investigation hit a dead end, I tried to coerce him into cooperating. Even though watching his mother die before him in that dark well must have been traumatizing beyond belief, I tried to force him into reliving it all and hurt him when he couldn't. I'm an awful father. It's no surprise you two are estranged. Amane's death broke you. For a long time, catching the Phantom and exacting revenge was all you cared about. You were obsessed. Don't forget the part where he was a real, insufferable, freaking hecking bro the entire time, too. Sorry about that. I really do regret it. I know it may be difficult to move on, but the case is cold now. We might never be able to identify who the Phantom truly was. That's why you need to think about what really matters. You've never even properly apologized to Triff, have you? No. You've always been like this, Atun. A coward. It's true. Everything they were saying was true. I know. I'll try and do what I can. Letting loose a sigh and muster a smile. Still though, your daughter's really something else, Cecil. I'm glad Callie and Triss have such a good friend looking out for them. She doesn't pull her punches. Indeed, it's quite troubling to be honest. I wish she would act her age more. It's hard to believe she's only 9. Though, if she heard me say that, she'd probably sass me and say she's 9.5 or something. Actually, she's nothing more than a precocious troublemaker that's too wily for her own good. But when push comes to shove, she can be pretty remorseless, especially with people she doesn't like. Ugh. How does it feel knowing such a young girl absolutely hates your guts, Atun? Makes me feel like all the evil in the world. Well, between Amane and Sarah, I think we're all more than used to being mercilessly exposed and toyed with. Jeez, I miss those two. Game night's just not the same without the whole crew. Oh crap, I didn't mean to kill the mood. Guess it'd be best if we changed the topic. Wait. There's something I want to talk about that I never got the chance to bring up before. Regarding Amane, that is. Huh? It's just... Don't you think in the time leading up to her death, she was acting strange? What are you talking about, Billy? It felt like she was pushing us away, trying to keep us at distance. She did have this one time she seemed a little out of it, but other than that, she was her usual self. And I'm telling you, that was an act. What are you trying to say, Billy? Couldn't you just be overthinking things? No, I think Belly might be onto something. I never had anything more than this sort of vague feeling, but now that it's been put into words, I can see where Belly's coming from. I'm sure of it. Amane wasn't acting like herself at the time. She seemed sick. Sick? Sick with what? Mental illness. Okay, hold up. What basis do you have to be saying that, Belly? I don't have anything concrete, but that one time she seemed a little out of it, you were saying before. She was acting suicidal, wasn't she? Belly's quiet words knocked the breath out of my lungs. My expression must have given the answer away because Belly grimaces. Damn it. Even suicidal ideation? So many signs and symptoms, yet we didn't do a damn thing. No, she wasn't like that. She told me everything was okay after that, and she went back to her normal self. I can't believe you. You didn't understand a single thing about her. I didn't either, but you never even tried to understand her, did you? You really are a coward. That's right. A truth I had tucked away deep in my heart resurfaces with crystal clarity at Belly's words. Losing father made me realize how fragile our ordinary peaceful life was. The fear of losing anything else had been so terrifying and had paralyzed me. That's why when Amane told me everything was alright, I found myself desperately wanting to believe her. I turned a blind eye to the darkness she held in her heart because I was afraid I'd lose everything if I encroached on it. Don't just go silent on me. Don't you understand? Maybe if we had helped and supported her like we should have, she wouldn't have died. What if the reason she got targeted was because of how unstable she was? Hold on, Belly. That's just speculation. Maybe there's some truth to what you say, but that's all hindsight by now. We could come up with should-haves without end if we're going to be retrospective. At the very least, you didn't think it was worth telling us she tried to kill herself? She was a precious friend that we cared about too, you know? Belly, just shut up. Your stupid face is pissing me off. It wasn't uncommon for Belly to be in a foul mood, but she seemed especially riled up today. In a way, it was actually a bit nostalgic. Even when we were younger, Belly would often get extremely upset like this. Of course, Cecil and I would never have the foggiest idea why. We're quite the ragtag group of childhood friends, aren't we? I was just thinking about the time we first met. The two of us were playing in the fields that day when we happened upon a girl that was lost. I was not lost, mind you. I was merely looking for a change of scenery. At first, we had no idea you were the daughter of the Pharaoh house. We just treated you like a normal girl and ended up really hitting it off. It couldn't be helped. You two practically begged me to come back to that little field so you can listen to more storytelling. I don't know, the way I remember it, you pretty much forced us to swear fealty to you. Fealty? That was the first time we had so much fun playing imagination. Melly was the one that got us into role-playing games after all. Remember when she declared herself the leader of our little troop and proclaimed that she would establish a new kingdom with us as her loyal subjects? Even back then, she was such a slave driver. Little did we know, our sensitive babby Cecil would later go on to become the actual ruler. That's right, Cecil used to be quite the crybaby. You guys keep saying that, but I don't remember anything like that. Smells like conspiracy. No, that's just called selective memory, buddy. It is true that you changed a lot when the Valoran Master took you under her tutelage. I suppose. Cecil averts his eyes. He didn't like talking about his master, after all. Still, though, hard to imagine if it's... Garden used to be all wasteland. Before the fire of collapse burned it to ash, it had been an ordinary grassland. Yet in less than a decade span, It had somehow blossomed into this hauntingly beautiful landscape. There are many mysteries about the Fire of Collapse that we still have yet to unravel. Its origin, effects on the land, and of course the injuries it left behind. I gazed down at my wrapped hands. With great effort, I managed to flex my fingers and curl them into a loose fist. It's been almost 10 years already, yet these hands will never hold anything. Alright, calm down. Your hands aren't that badly injured. Don't read people's minds. I remember it took you a long time to get used to. There were a lot of things you couldn't do anymore, a lot that you had to give up on. Yeah, but it's nothing compared to what other people went through. Like Alouette. The Fire of Collapse left more than just physical scars on us. Scars of the heart. Even though she bears so many of them, Alouette hasn't lost hope. All thanks to Amine. She alone never gave up on Alouette. She even made sure Alouette would be able to grieve properly and come to terms with her death, unlike what happened to the rest of Alouette's family. That's why I want to honor her memory. Time has begun to move once more for Alouette. But even that is built on a fragile foundation. Believing that her siblings are waiting for her back home, she only leaves the house in order to work and raise money. All because she wants to build the house her father always dreamed of. Maybe then her mother and father would finally return to her. That's what she believes. I don't know if going ahead with building the house was the right decision. It's tough. Sometimes Alouette stops by the construction site and tells us stories. Stories about how her mummy always wanted a bigger kitchen so she could cook larger portions for the growing children. Or how her little brother Daya once got stuck in a tree, forcing their pap-pap to climb up and save him. Sometimes she even sings us songs that she learned from her little sister Linny. She really loved her family, didn't she? So that the deceased might rest in peace, we must help her move on. Perhaps when this house is finished, she'll finally be able to find closure. We can only hope. It's been almost 10 years after all. Maybe like the scars on my hands, Alouette's heart will never heal. But even then, I want to do as much as I can for her. In any case, we should probably rejoin the children before they wander off too far. Did you end up getting anything for Callie and Trisatun? About that. You tried to make something for them again, didn't you? Yeah. Belly had seen straight through me. When Callie and Triss were little, they had been quite fond of the little music box I made for them. But worn down by the passage of time, the intricate machine inevitably broke. In anticipation of today, I spent several sleepless nights trying to repair it, but you can probably guess how it went. When are you going to learn, Atun? Idiot. Aha. In the end, I never succeeded in anything but frustrating myself. But part of me just can't seem to let go. Well, enough moping around. Looks like the kids have all scattered to the wind. Let's go catch up with them. The flowers, they dance. Under the gently setting sun, they sway in concert to the wind's caress. Flowers of all shapes and colors. Yet one alone was reflected in my eyes. Splashes of vivid blue speckled with intermittent white. It reminded me of clouds drifting through a boundless sky. This color, it's the same. The same as Mommy's eyes. Even though they were nowhere near as far away as the sky, I still couldn't reach out for them. All I could do was watch. Just like back then when I couldn't hold on to the things dearest to me. Powerless, I was a bystander to one's own life. That's all it was. If only I held on tighter. I gazed down at my ineffectual arm stumps. always using this as an excuse for being nothing. How long am I gonna stand idle? A wingless bird that has never touched the sky. If such a bird was born and never saw another fly, would it know its place in the sky? Or would it feel empty when it gazed at the heavens, unable to understand why? What are you doing, lost in thoughts all alone? No, it's you, Ad. You had quite the expression there, you know? Ad sits down on the hill and pats the ground next to her. I sit down by her side. Silence. For a while, the two of us simply gaze at the scenery before us without saying anything. It was a comfortable silence, though, warm and fuzzy. My eyes wander over to Ad. I find myself thinking about what kind of relationship I had with her. You could never tell what was on her mind. She was just that kind of person. But for some reason, I really wanted to know. I wanted to know what she was thinking. When she notices me looking at her, she smiles. A radiant smile that made you feel like you were being embraced by the sun. It made my chest ache. Breaking eye contact, I dropped my gaze to the patch of sky blue flowers before me. It was so close, yet at the same time, it was so far away. Kalia? I jump at the sound of her voice next to my ear. At some point, she had gotten close, real close. Without blinking, she peers into my eyes. What? Every single part of you belongs to the Kalia I know and love. Bringing her hand to my face, Ad traces her fingers gently along the edges of my scars. Cut that out. It tickles. Without warning, she suddenly leans in and blows a puff of air into my ear, sending a jolt of electricity down my spine. The heck you think you're doing? Don't me. Why are you like this? Because your reactions are the best. Come on, let me give you a big wet smooch next. How about no? I try to fend her off, but Ad sticks to me like an oversized slug. What? What are you two doing? Perfect timing, Alouette. Please do something about this. Choo. Et toi? Et tu? Nice, Alouette. We're giving Callie birthday kisses, Alouette. So one for every year she's been alive. Okay. No, stop. Stop! Evaporation of insanity. My will to live drains from me as my cheeks are assaulted relentlessly from both sides. It's so fun. Alouette loves Kalia. Oh, she fainted. Alright, let's eat her now. Nom. Let's not do that. You know, Alouette, before you came, Kalia had this really lonely face on and was thinking about how she wanted to be a flower instead of a person. No, I wasn't. Alouette likes human Kalia. Please don't turn into a flower. Listen to what I'm saying. Alouette loves the faces Kalia makes. Right? I'm so done with you two right now. Shoo! Get out of here! Ah, she's mad at us. Run away! Pi loves laying on crunkly things. The two of them run off and disappear over the next hill. Jeez, they just do whatever they please. I heave a heavy sigh. Hey, Kalia. Ugh. Ouch. Such a cold reception. I feel like I've been getting roasted all day. What do you want? Daddy scratches his head. You have a good eye, Kalia. These flowers are nice. He crouches over the patch of sky blue flowers. What do you think you're doing? Hands. You scared me. Hands that had been wrapped in bandages for as long as I can remember. We both knew. There was no way they'd suddenly be able to handle something so delicate. Well, that didn't go very well, did it? Daddy smiles weakly as he gazes down at the flower, the once beautiful flower in his grasp. Its fragile stalk and petals have been crushed under his unfeeling fingers. But despite that, he doesn't give up. With trembling hands, he reaches out for another. Just stop already. I couldn't bear to watch. Kalia. Daddy looks at me with that expression I hate. Don't look at me. Don't look at me with those eyes. Eyes that pitied me. Eyes that pitied himself. I couldn't stand them. They made me feel like my time had stopped. They made me remember how I used to be. A person who always felt sorry for herself, who wallowed in self-pity and uncomfortable misery. There used to be a time where everyone gazed at me with those pitying eyes. You poor girl, they would say. Only Ad had been different. She alone had looked past that and treated me like an equal. At first it was confusing and surprising, but it made me realize that what I really wanted, even if it's through the goodness of people's hearts, I don't want special treatment. Deep down, I just want to be treated like a normal girl. But maybe it's hopeless to wish for something like that. I'm sorry, Kalia. What are you apologizing for? I just don't understand him when he gets like this. It felt like there was a rift between us, a gulf that I didn't know how to traverse. Why did he even want to pick up the stupid flower? It was a gesture I couldn't return, a gesture I couldn't reciprocate. Something like that. You might as well just go decorate a doll. Hey, Kalia! Ad's shouts rings to us like from a distant hill. We're all ready to head out now. A rough weight lands awkwardly on my head. Daddy's hand. Time to go, Kalia. I let my eyes linger on the sky blue flowers one last time before leaving. Wordlessly, I slide up to Daddy's side and the two of us begin to walk. Up ahead, Ad was walking alongside her dad just like us. Their hands brush and join together. It was probably an unconscious act for most families, but it wasn't something Daddy and I were capable of. There was no way to avoid looking at her. A dazzling flower she had picked in one hand and a strong but gentle palm in the other. It was as if they were dancing to the wind like all the other flowers in the field. The two of us follow in their footsteps. We walk behind the father and daughter linked to each other through hands, unable to do the same. I thought I decided I wouldn't be like this anymore. I hated it. I hated how much my chest ached whenever I looked at their backs. It was an ugly emotion that I didn't want to accept. It felt suffocating, like a hole was burning through me. And so, to escape that crushing feeling, I dropped my gaze to the ground and closed off my heart. Kalia. At some point, Daddy had stopped and lagged behind. But before I can even wonder why, an incredible pressure lifts me off the ground high into the air. Whoa! I thrash in an attempt to keep balance as Daddy sweeps me into a shoulder ride and runs up to Ad and her dad. Oh, challenging us to a race, are you? Very well, I permit you to carry me to victory, princess style. Papa? Ah! Don't just sling me over your shoulder! This isn't comfortable at all! Don't be unreasonable, Ad. I'm carrying all the picnic baskets as well, after all. Whoa! Hey! We're racing too! Without warning, Noletta mounts Bristol, forcing him to piggyback her. Hurry, Triss! They're gonna leave us behind at this rate. Huh? Favoring raw utility, Lorona sweeps Triss into a fireman carry. I'm sorry, I'm not as strong as Mr. Kotar and Mr. Lyrit. So this is the only way we stand a chance. Huh? I didn't sign up for this. I have no Let's go, Belly! Giddy up, giddy up! I'm not a horse! Mush, mush! A sled dog's not much better. Everyone, what's up with you? You're all such idiots. Ready, set, go! Daddy takes off like a thunderbolt. He ran as fast. He ran as his life depended on it, forcing me to hunch over in desperate bid to stay aboard. Within a heartbeat, we pull ahead of the other contenders, but Daddy doesn't stop. Like a man possessed, he gallops through the sprawling fields as if chasing the sun itself. Wow. Even long after we had left everyone behind, he keeps on going. After an unbelievable amount of time, Daddy crumples to his knees, panting heavily. I don't know what to say. It all happened too quickly. In the end, Daddy ends up being the one to break the silence. Oh boy, you sure gained a lot of weight, Kalia. I don't remember you being that heavy in the past. What? Idiot! What do you think you're doing saying to the birthday girl? Daddy begins to laugh, wholeheartedly, with all of his soul. The sound of it somehow seemed to clear everything away. The heck's up with you? Before I know it, laughter begins to swell and spill out of me as well. We must have looked like complete fools, laughing our hearts out in the middle of nowhere. There was something strange about his tone of voice, though. Daddy, are you crying? I lean over to try and take a look. Well, he glances down to hide his face. Just got a bit of sweat in my eye, that's all. Or maybe it's those onion cutting ninjas at it again. The vibrations from Daddy's trembling back seep into my chest. It's how I was able to tell. Liar. Descending from his shoulders, I circle around to find that little streams were indeed flowing from his eyes. Dummy. First you apologize out of nowhere, and now you start crying for no reason? Sorry. There you go, apologizing again. Jeez. I had no hands to wipe away his tears, but I didn't feel like letting that stop me. Kalia. Leaning in close, I lap up the little rivulets with my tongue. They had salty tinge to them despite their clear appearance. Ew, that's sort of gross. Your cute daughter is doing something sweet for you, so be quiet and stay still. I don't know, it feels more like you're sampling me to see if I'm fit for dinner. Oh! I chomped Daddy on the nose, causing him to squeak like a little mouse. Your teeth are still as sharp as ever, I see. Humph. Daddy's always been like this. Dense, unreliable, and always doing stupid things that make no sense. Also, his jokes suck. By the way, I turned to face the sun in the distance. I don't need a fancy handmade birthday present. So you don't need to stay up all night in your workshop anymore. You noticed, huh? Daddy hangs his head in shame. Kelliam said, what did I tell you about apologizing? Isn't it better for family to exchange thanks than apologies? Goodbye. You don't seem to get it, huh? Then I'll start. I knock foreheads with him. Thanks, Daddy. Thanks for winning that race for us. Daddy's eyes widen. From now on, let's exchange gratitude instead of regrets. Okay? I smile at him. Yes, you're right. Daddy smiles back at me. He rises to his feet. Daddy's hitting the thanks bank on the way home today. Ignoring his lame sense of humor, there was a clearness to his eyes that I'd almost forgotten. Ever since Mommy died, Daddy's always carried a darkness to his eyes. As if he were trapped in the past, unable to escape. I see. Dev? This is the Daddy I've always wanted to come back to us. That's more like it. The two of us surveyed the landscape before us. A beautiful garden that had sprung up from the ashes of the collapse. Like a phoenix rising from the grave. No matter what awaits us in the future. No matter what kind of fire tempers us. I will remember this sight and never give in. Oi, where are you two? In the distance, voices were calling out for us. Come on, let's go join the others. I have to rub this victory in Ad's face. It wasn't often that I could claim bragging rights over her after all. Wait up, Kalia. Oh, I hope I didn't pull anything. I gaze up at the boundless blue sky as I run. Lonely yet liberating, fatiguing yet so free. It was an achingly empty blue sky that I can never hope to reach. But even if the distance it laid was vast beyond compare, today it felt like I had taken one step closer to it. He was there. Everhead's garden. Amidst its ghostly night luminescence, he stood. Triss. Cliffhanger. Indeed. Imagine my reaction when I played this for the first time in like 2018. And I was like, what? Cliffhanger. That took longer than I thought. It's bedtime for me now. I didn't even finish my food yet. Dang, that was long, wasn't it? That was long. That was long, and there was some emotion to it. Endurance streamer! Thank you for reading. Thanks for listening, Kekurama. I know I missed a couple waters, huh? I know I'm not the best at reading. And I probably struggle to put in a bit of emotion. I'll keep practicing though, because I really do like, I like visual novels, and I don't know. I like showing you guys these kind of stories. I wonder how the second game is. And the third one. I know there's some sort of like mini novel or something that kind of follows Cecil, I think, and like something that happened probably with his master or something like that. But yeah. more time went on, I think it improved. I feel like I definitely had less talking mistakes than the beginning. But it still happened. I'm a scramble raider. I gotta do like talking exercises before I do something like this. Well, not to like, you know, pop out of your hair so quickly, but I think I gotta like eat and then sleep. I heard some of you guys cried. Definitely during Alouette's part at the end. Very emotion. Very emotion in like, you know, Amane's last speech, I guess. And me playing this game was kind of just on a whim. A long time ago when I was just bored and I wanted something to do, and I looked up Steam games by random, and then this popped up, and then I played it and I was like, holy heck, that was fun. Oh, it took so long to read. I'm probably a slow reader. Well, thanks for tuning in. And for those who watched live, I appreciate it. And for those who are watching via the VOD, I hope you also had fun and had a good day. I'll be back tomorrow, today, really, today, at 11:30 p.m. Central Time Zone to play something entirely different. It's gonna be a rhythm game, it's gonna be freaking party, it's gonna be less emotions, less, oh my god, descriptions. It's just gonna be songs and vibing and rhythms and just like rah, 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 rah. So it'll be fun. And it probably won't take as long. It made you cry. Pat. I read that you little cry when you're at work. Aww. Aw. Happy. I don't know. Not happy that you cried, but like, you know, emotions. My throat really hurts. Not right now, but like sometimes it like got some hurt, and then I was like, dang, it's kind of hard. And then up and down hurt. But I'm sure an afternoon's rest shall fix everything. And I'm not gonna do a lot of talking during next stream because it's gonna be mostly song stuff. Ugh. Okay. Well, that's it. That was the stream. That was Fallstreak. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. May you have a wonderful rest of your day. Because it's already started. And yeah. Remember to eat well, sleep well, drink well, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, treat yourself, stay safe, have fun. Remember, you're amazing and awesome and very, very lovely, and I appreciate you so much. I appreciate how patient and kind you are. You are the most patient girl in the whole entire world. Holy moly, guacamole. I will see you guys. Okay, take care of yourself. Get some rest if you haven't yet. Ole! And good night to my dog Prince, who I miss so much. And good night to you guys.